course, in Saratoga Springs, New York, opening weekend of the 154th season. Trainer Chad Brown. You're going to hear his name a lot today. That's what happens when you enter a relay team into a Grade 1 race. Bleecker Street, technical analysis, Ruggier in Italian, all trained by Brown, seeking a 7th win in the prestigious Grade 1 Diana, today's marquee event. About a half hour later, the stars of tomorrow take the stage. 2-year-old, how good is Forte? Runaway winner in his debut at Belmont. 5-2 morning line Sanford favorite. Trained by Todd Pletcher, already the record holder in this race, 8-time Sanford winning trainer. So glad you could join us on this first Saturday of the meet. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Horses like, can I take a bath in privacy, please, at some point? Good crowd, enthusiastic crowd. Where else would you rather be on a Saturday in summer here at Saratoga, just outside the paddock? Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We knew this would be a huge day of thoroughbred racing. The first Saturday of the meet, 11 races, Grade 1 Diana, the Sanford for 2-year-olds. And then around 6:15 yesterday, something happened. A colt by the name of Cali Magic won the last race, triggering a 2-day, $560,000 pick 6 carryover. That is huge. Get started in the 6th race. As for the Grade 1 Diana, here's the field, a.k.a. the Chad Brown Invitational, represented by 2/3 of the field. Older mares, 84th running, numbers 1, 3, 4, and 6, all trained by Chad Brown. Undefeated Bleecker Street, number 3, 6-5 morning line favorite. So I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richie Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Gentlemen, happy opening weekend here at Saratoga. I know you're playing this pick 6. You were excited yesterday as soon as we saw we were going to have the 2-day carryover. How challenging is the sequence?
Well, I don't know if it's that challenging. I think this is a pick 6 that can be somewhere in the $5,000 to $15,000 range. Because you got to remember, in the Diana, I think a lot of people just keep on not believing in Bleecker Street. So this could be a horse that can be a single. In the first leg, I thought Alcoles could be a standout. And now reinvestment risk in race number 2 of the sequence is 3-5 on the morning line. And I probably wouldn't talk you off that horse. I'm actually against Baby Yoda in that race. So it could start out, Lafitte, 5-2, 7-2, Richie, and then 3-5. Then you're going to have to try to – I think you can get prices in the last 4.
Get started. Race number 6, the 2-day pick 6 carryover. Richie, the Grade 1 Diana and Bleecker Street. This is a story that, like, any sports fan can get behind because there's just something special about an undefeated athlete.
Yeah, perfection in any form is something to be admired and certainly is going to attract attention. And I really love Bleecker Street for her ability to close in races that don't have any pace. Yeah. She has another gear, that final furlong, and she just answers every question that's put in front of her.
One of those days you just wake up happy to be a horse racing fan, and so glad you could join us on Saratoga Live. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. The opener in just a few minutes. They're on the track. 2-day carryover just jumps off the screen, doesn't it? Make it $532,000 for the 2-day carryover. Diana is the 8th. The Sanford is the 10th. Main track fast turf courses are firm. Probably a good day to have that Naira Bets account up and running, right? If not, join us now. Sign up today. Use that promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Field for the opener, first of 11. $40,000 maiden claimer out of the reconstructed Wilson Chute. Mile on dirt. Field and updated odds. Competitive one. Never changed. Drawn inside 3-1. Psychic Income at 5-2. As we welcome in the 4th member of our broadcast team, Acacia Clement, standing by trackside, gearing up for this first of 11 on the first Saturday of the brand new meet. Acacia.
And Lafitte, you can feel the electricity out here on the apron of people so excited of the first Saturday of the meet, as am I. So take a look at a couple of the runners in here, starting to the inside. The horse that was your favorite, one of two for Todd Pletcher, Never Change. Short cup blinkers go on. In fact, it's a bigger cheater cup, a bigger blinker than I typically see Todd Pletcher horses wear. He actually perked up a lot in his warm-up. He's one that I've always really questioned distance for him. Never thought that he really looked like a two-turn type of horse, and I didn't really like him on the turf either. I think a one-turn mile is actually exactly what he wants to do. He's always been a little bit more of an underwhelming type. This drop in class should really suit him quite well. The first-time starter, the 6 Psychic Income, he worked 10-3 back in 2020 at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale on conventional dirt. So you do typically see slower times at those 2-year-old sales. He worked really quickly, and even back as a 2-year-old, he was pretty much all white then, which is rare to see that kind of coloring. Now, he shows up here 2 years later. I'm sure not what they had anticipated. He does look like a powerful type. I would like to see him maybe tuck up a little bit more as far as fitness. He's also a little green out there. He was pretty naughty with the pony, lacking a little bit of focus overall. I'm going to take the wait and see approach with this guy, but he is an intriguing new face in here. The 7 Mystical Curlin to the outside. The blinkers come off as he got pretty headstrong last time out, and I think taking those blinkers off will help him to relax a little bit. Also hesitated at the gate. I like that he's drawn outside given the fact that he may not be the best breaker, and he's one that I do think is in the right spot in here today. Got a little bit warm, lathered up on track, but it's a very humid day once again in Saratoga. Not a negative for me, and he will offer a bit of a price in the opener. Lafitte?
5-1 Acacia, Mystical Curlin. Maybe you just found out about that 2-day Pick 6 carryover. Maybe you want to play, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Now follow all along and get all the stats of the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances and all the races on today's show. Richie's second race of the meet from the brand new Wilson Chute.
Yeah, and it's still going to be a learning curve for riders and horses alike, and that's why I have a little bit of a hard time with the 6, a first-time starter, trying this, new chute for the first time and in his first start. And he's been a handful the whole post parade. Been half trying to get up in the air, Paul, fighting with the pony a little bit. I don't really like to see that. I like to see a firster settle in a little bit more.
I get it, but there's a lot of money, right? It's getting poured in. And I actually like the one on the drop. I thought the dirt races were actually better than the turf races. And, they gelded this horse from 2 to 3, and now they're going to go back to the dirt. And, Todd on the drop is really, really tough. He's like 25%.
Yeah, he's tough. I landed on the 5. The 5 had trouble getting out of the gate through a portion of his career. In the last couple starts, started breaking cleaner and getting forward position. If he gets away clean, I think he'll be in a good spot.
North Pole, there he is. Paul unfazed by the inside post coming out of the chute.
Yeah, I'm hoping that there's, IRAD's sharp enough. I think they're putting the blinkers on. They're dropping, they're popping. They're bringing out the kitchen sink. So I would think that this horse will be at least up close early.
And you saw that pool swelling, inflating for this early pick 5. The first-time starter, as Acacia touched on, still somewhat hesitant. Jose Ortiz, 2 wins yesterday, coaxing him forward. Second mile race on dirt at Saratoga in 30 years. It is post time for the first of 11. Mystical Curlin, Acacia's top selection. Probably doesn't want to see that. Lathered a bit, acting up. They'll get him straightened out. And we'll be ready to roll for this first of 11 on Diana Saturday. John Ambrial, the voice of New York Racing, standing by. Post time for the opener.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Psychic Income was away well. North Pole on the outside is Mystical Curlin. And moving up now is Ready, Seek, Go as they leave the Wilson Chute and move around the clubhouse turn. It is Ready, Seek, Go who has the lead here with Psychic Income, the first-time starter on the outside, racing in second. North Pole in the white blinkers next in third. And down on the inside is Never Change, who is running in fourth, followed by Fiery Heart in fifth. Then Mystical Curlin and Not the One is the trailer in seventh. The quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Psychic Income has now come away with the lead. It is Psychic Income in front by 3/4 of a length. North Pole on the outside and Ready, Seek, Go at the rail. They're right together, second and third. Never Change is next in fourth, followed by Mystical Curlin. And at the back, Fiery Heart and Not the One. The half went in 48 and 1/5 seconds. Psychic Income leads by a length over North Pole as they race midway around the far turn. It is Psychic Income now in front by a length and a half. North Pole runs in second with Never Change in third. Farther back, Mystical Curlin and Ready, Seek, Go. They are at the quarter pole. Psychic Income is the leader into the lane. It is Psychic Income in front, now getting clear. Psychic Income has opened up with an eighth of a mile to the finish. It is Psychic Income by 4 lengths. Then North Pole. On the outside is Never Change. And down at the rail is Mystical Curlin. Psychic Income still in front. The others are getting closer. Never Change, one last try on the outside. Oh, it turned out to be a 3-horse photo finish. Psychic Income was there. So was Never Change. And in between horses, North Pole. A photo to start the Saturday card at Saratoga.
What a finish in the opener. The first-time starter desperately trying to hold on with Jose Ortiz. Psychic Income. Here comes his brother on the outside in the Rapoli colors, Never Change, trying to cut into that lead. Guys, I don't know.
Well, the money was right here, Mig. The 6 went and cut all the fractions, but got dead tired at the end. I don't know if the wires saved. Ooh, wow, that is dirty close. Here's the problem. I want to say the 6 might have been physically in front, but the 1 was coming so fast to his strides, he might have popped him.
It really looked like he got the best of the bob right on the finish. What a good race to start the day. The first-time starter was well meant. Psychic Income liked the ride Jose put on, kind of shook off North Pole, let him open up, put some cushion on the field.
Let me ask you a question, because in mid-stretch, you could see Irad was begging for the 1 to change leads, and the 1's head was turning, was not changing leads. Then Irad stayed left-handed and stayed persistent.
It's the 1.
Wow.
It's the 1. You got it, Paul.
Wow.
Paul's top selection, Never Change, by millimeters. Unfazed by the inside post coming out of that Wilson chute. It's all Psychic Income, right? Maybe a 3-length, 3.5 length lead at the 16th pole. He hit a wall. He got tired. Irad picks off his brother Jose in the shadow of the wire with Never Change. What a finish.
What a finish. And, you know, I've been tempted all along to just start boxing the Ortiz brothers and exactas. All
could
meat.
do worse.
You know what's crazy is, I was going to ask you, it looked like Irad let Tyler go first with North Pole, and then he sort of drafted off North Pole and Never Changed.
Well, Tyler kind of had him stuck in behind his brother, so then he waited, came out around him, and I agree with you. He spent a little too much time getting him change leads. Sometimes you've got to allow just your horse to go forward instead of taking him off balance, trying to get him on the proper lead. At the end of the day, whatever he did, I guess, was right because he got up.
Yeah, right.
This team has won a Breeders' Cup Classic together, Belmont Stakes very recently, Mo Donegal, Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz in the first of 11 at Saratoga. We spent a lot of time Thursday, opening day, discussing like what makes Saratoga, and it's days like this, it's races like this. The Diana, the America's Best Racing's race of the week, the most prestigious race for female turf runners at the meet. Cue the animation. ABR race of the week. Another look at the field, first grade 1 of the meet. If it feels like the Chad Brown Invitational, it should. Trains 2/3 of the field, included number 3, Bleecker Street, 6-5 morning line favorite Richie. Her win in the Grade 1 New York, Belmont Eve, your top moment of the meet.
Yeah, here's a filly that's closing from off of no pace. She has to kind of ease out, swing out, you know, fairly wide coming off the elbow there. They came home the last quarter in this race in 22 2/5. She made up 3 lengths into that closing fraction. That means she went a sub-22 final quarter of a mile.
Impossible.
Most horses are just incapable of turning on that kind of speed, especially if they're already running a mile.
I think in any sport, Lafitte, obviously you're a giant baseball fan. Richie, you're a giant NHL hockey fan and a lot of other football. sometimes there's just guys that you play with or guys that you face that maybe not look the part, maybe not too flashy, but doggone, at the end of the year, they're hitting 330 with 20-something home runs and 100 RBIs. You know what I mean? It's like a Freddie Freeman. It's almost like Bleecker Street's Freddie Freeman gets no respect. And if you look down at her PPs, she's never been 3 to 5. She's never been a 2 to 5 trad bound runner. She's been 7 to 1. She's been 3.5 to 1. You've gotten good prices on her.
Absolutely.
Win machine. As for Chad Brown, look at the names on that list. Lady Eli, Sister Charlie twice, rushing fall 6 total. That's a record. Might have to update that graphic around 5:45 this evening. That's the Diana. Trainer Todd Pletcher, who's won 7 Sanfords during the course of his career. That's a record. He has 2 later on this evening. Starts off the day with a victory in the opener in that thriller you just saw. The Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle. Acacia.
A good way to kick off the day, indeed, Lafitte. Todd never changed, found the right spot today. It seems like that one-turn mile really suits him quite well.
It did today, yeah. I was happy to see him get out of the gate. He's had trouble getting into the flow of the race, and he doesn't really like kickback. So I was glad to see him get into a decent position for a change.
Kicked off the Saturday with a win, but you have a big day coming up, 2 in the Sanford, as you're looking for your 9th win in that race. What is the secret to winning the Sanford?
Well, we've just been fortunate to have, some really good 2-year-old colts over the years. And we think back to horses like Scat Daddy that were able to win it. So, we're excited about this year. We think we have 2 nice colts, and Forte in particular has been training really well.
Tell me a little bit about Forte. He was so impressive in that debut.
Well, what I liked about it is he got a little bit of an education. He didn't just pop the field and go straight to the front. He kind of sat behind the horses, got a little bit of kickback, and hopefully, that'll pay dividends today.
We look forward to seeing him, Todd. Best of luck later. Congrats here.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher kicking off the day in a good way with those micro-poly colors. Lafitte, I'm sure he would love to see them in the winner's circle once again a little bit later.
A strong possibility, Acacia. A major dude, Forte in the Sanford, this thriller in the opener with Never Change. The first-time starter, Psychic Income, doing everything but winning. Run happy photo finish, Paulie. Your top selection? By that much.
I'd say all the time, if you hit a home run 304 feet and 570 feet, Richie, it counts the same.
I love it.
760. Irad Ortiz picks off his brother Jose. North Pole having to settle for third, 165. I think there's some. That one has to be a little bit sweeter because as close as they are, Irad and Jose, the brothers are best friends. They're so competitive, Richie.
Oh, absolutely. And, it's a very good possibility it could be the 2 of them towards the end of the meet battling for leadership. Every win is so important.
I always wanted to wonder, when you get ripped at the wire like that and you go back to the jocks room,
don't talk to me. Don't even look at me. I don't want to know about it.
right? You don't even want to know.
Gosh, no.
Richie doesn't like it when you see a big race and there's a close finish and the jockeys are like doing this on the gallop out. Richie's like, what are you doing? What are they doing?
Well, you got to say, Richie and I are old school. I watch baseball games now, and I see these guys shaking hands in center field. I'm like, shaking hands? This guy could be taking you out at home plate, which they don't allow that to happen anymore. Oh, he could be taking you out at second base. Well, they don't allow that to happen anymore, so we might as well be friends.
The brothers, 1-2 in the opener, first of 11 here at Saratoga. We're just getting started here at Saratoga. 10 live races left. Picnic area, prime real estate, packed, big crowd on hand. And the 2-year-olds in the Sanford. You just heard Todd Pletcher talking about Forte. There he is, the favorite. Roll fast in his Belmont debut. Andiamo a Firenze. Let's go to Florence. Firenze Fire's brother. And Curly Jack. Tom Amos sounded confident yesterday, didn't he? Not supposed to pull for him, but, we kind of are.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C. Mayo Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Mayo Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm. corner of the globe.
This is unbelievable.
In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Saratoga Live. Welcome back, everyone. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Took me an unusually long time to get to the set. I was like set piece trying to get through traffic yesterday in the Forbidden Apple trying to get here. Packed house, gentlemen. Fans here at Saratoga. Fired up for opening weekend, all part of the festivities. Want to take a bite out of that two-day Pick Six carryover. Couple of stakes races included the Sanford. 104 years of history. Look at that crowd. The historic Sanford and at 12 deep. The wide open edition of the Sanford. Grade 3, $175,000 purse. So let's meet these 2-year-olds. Number one is Boppy O, first of 2 Bolt Doro colts. That's Papa Cap's half-brother.
Yeah, and Bolt de Oro has just gotten off to a white-hot start as a stallion, winning with so many first-time starters. Boppy-O has trained really forwardly since breaking his maiden back in May, a precocious youngster.
Impressive debut winner, Gulfstream. Number 2, Major Dude, first of 2 for Todd Pletcher. Bolt Doro colts, both drawn inside.
Yeah, and the 2 is one of 2 coming out of Monmouth and did win in nice fashion in 59-3. Another Bolt D'Oro colt, and this one will be ridden by Hall of Famer Johnny V.
Very professional in his debut score in Jersey. Number 3, Great Navigator, and New Jersey bred, 17-1 in his debut tally, Monmouth.
And Eddie Owens, his trainer, probably had a lot of options, but he sticks with Yarrow Rendon, who broke this horse's maiden first time out by nearly 6 lengths. 6 lengths going 4.5 furlongs. Not easy to put that kind of separation.
Low profile connections, figures to be ignored. He won't be. Number 4, Forte, 5-2, Sanford favorite, fast debut winner, Belmont Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and the word was out. I get it. It was a 5-horse field. So that's going to be the worry with me with Forte at 1-5. He did what he was supposed to do in that race. He's been fairly highly touted, but now he gets 11 other rivals, so it's a different story today.
Number 5, Curly Jack. Dude is fast. Good Magic debut winner, Churchill.
Yeah, good speed on debut. Drew off. Definitely looked like he would appreciate going even further. Gets another 16th mile for our friend and colleague Tom Amos, who is only 8 wins away from 4,000
4,000.
Yes.
Won in 2009 with Backtalk did Amos. Here's Mo Strike. Lots to like from his pedigree to his debut win to the people around him.
I think Tom and I think this horse are going to be the 2 horses that are going to sneak up on people. The Churchill Downs races have transferred. I thought that Tom's horse was really dynamite first time out, and Mo Strike had to use up a lot of his speed early from the outside post, and Brad Stocks has already struck twice at this meet.
Proved right by Triple Crown winner Justified, just like the Schuylerville winner, Just Cindy.
Yeah, and Jimmy Chapman, his horses get better with racing. We saw a third-time starter, Breaker Maiden, yesterday for him. This horse improved first to second, should improve second to third start.
Number 8, I'm Wide Awake, first of 2 New York breds, easiest of debut winners, but against New York breds.
Yeah, she's working well. I mean, he's working well, though. You know, he broke a step slow, and boom, he was in the front end. So he's got some speed, and he draws Flavian Pratt.
Tony Dutrow, Sal, the 2014 winner. Big Trouble, number 9, Andiamo a Firenze. Firenze Fire's brother. Like, don't bite anyone, man.
He'd be looking to take a bite out of the Big Apple here. Horse after my own heart, a New York bred, showed a lot of speed on debut, but that was on a sloppy track. Will it translate to a fast track?
Number 10, Roman Giant, throwback. It's July. He's already raced 4 times.
Yeah, right? So he's got the foundation. He got the W for Steve Aston and Tyler Gaffleone. Popped out of the gate, just won the race out of the gate in a fast time, 57-3, but he's going to have to improve.
Surprising would be a first Sanford win for trainer Steve Asmussen, Roman Giant. Then number 11, put the blame on me. Pennsylvania bred Smarty Jones fans. Lots of turf pedigree, though.
Yeah, got it done for Jeremiah Englehart, first time out, going 4.5. He's going to have to improve, but these are young horses that will continue to take forward steps and develop. Sean Bridgman riding the meet here this year.
Maya Englehart off to a hot start at Saratoga, number 12, Valenzen Day, third in the Tremont Belmont week. Daunting post position.
Yeah, but a scary horse, Lafitte, because, you know, first time out, he was really professional. They did not bet him. And, you know, last time out, Joel decided to take back. He thought there was going to be a fast pace. And when he tried to make his move, he had a little bit of trouble. The 12, I get it, gets a bad post, but if Joel can work out a trip, I think the horse has a big shot. And listen, they only paid $15,000 for the son of Kozan, so to be in the spot, pretty cool.
This thing is eye-crossing. Like, a lot of fun, the Sanford, but
yeah,
eye-crossing. Like, where do you start in terms of evaluating talent, trying to figure out who's going to win this thing?
Well, we've seen some young horses that showed high speed winning on debut.
Yeah.
And then you get a horse like Valenzen Day who showed speed breaking his maiden, but then got an education last time. So you learn more about their character when they have to overcome adversity, take kickback. You know, there's only so many horses could be on the lead.
You know how much history there is in this race? 104 years. Man of War lost in the Sanford. Man of War. That's how far back this goes.
Was the AFL?
He had a tough trip that day, though.
Were they even...
Tough trip that day.
Tough trip that day.
Yeah,
Man of
I
War,
think the rail was dead.
106 running on the Sanford. Race 2 coming up here. Wow, somebody's acted up. In fact, that's the favorite. Chloe Rose at 2-1 in this starter allowance sprint. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Acacia is with us. What's going on with the favorite here, Acacia?
She was just acting up in the saddling stall, as they'll bring her back around here once more and try to get the overgirth on her. She is the type of horse who has been a little bit difficult in the past too, so I'll keep my eye on her. She's one who hasn't generally linked up with the pony on the track, and it looks like they're going to take her out of the saddling stall and put the rest of the tack on her outside, which is one of the luxuries that we have here in this Saratoga paddock. A lot of space, a lot of open space, as well as I'm going to move out of the way as they get the rest of the tack on her. But continuing with this paddock report, we'll take a look at the number 6, T Olive, who I can't get over the transformation of this daughter of First Samurai from last time to today. Coming off of the layoff in her last start, she got really hot prior to the race. She just didn't look that great in her coat. She looked like she was lacking a little bit of fitness, and she ran really well. She went right to the lead, and then she was game down to the inside. She's way more tucked up today. Her coat looks terrific. She's dappled. She looks really healthy, and she's not getting overly warm in the paddock prior to the race. So I really like the progression from last start to today. She wears that Sherwin, that rubber piece that goes down the center of her face and attaches on either side of the bit. Horses that have the tendency to get their tongue over the bit, that kind of helps keep everything in place. Looking at a couple of others, we'll move on to the number 4, Quick Money, who broke her maiden just last time out. So she is stepping up to face winners for the first time, but she did it impressively and is yet another one who could show some early speed in here. A couple of very quick horses, and this filly looks it. She is stout, she's compact, she's very kind of round in her build, rounded out in those hindquarters, which I do like to see as well, because that's where the power comes from. That's her engine. She, I thought, did it really impressively last time, drifted out a little bit in the stretch, but was always going much best of her competition. Another one who has some speed is down to the inside, the number 1 Closing Deals for Rudy Rodriguez. Very athletic filly. The benefit that she does have is that she's a 2-time winner already. There is a little bit of stretch to her frame, so I can see why she has been proficient going the 7 furlongs. And if I'm splitting hairs, she kind of looks more like a 7 furlong type. But the fact that she is so powerful and very quick as well, certainly 6 furlongs should be well within her scope. And I do like that she has come from a little bit of a stalking spot when she broke her maiden and wiring the field. So she's shown a little bit of versatility, but you would think from that inside post, Jose Ortiz will want to have her out quickly. Lafitte?
Pedal to the metal, Acacia. Jose Ortiz probably still muttering to himself. How did I lose that first race? Chloe Rose here, though, trying to keep her settled. The 5-2 favorite. We'll see how she continues to behave. Some of those antics we've seen as we get closer to post time. Second race in 8 minutes. Also, no golf carts around here when Manowar was doing his thing, but there are now, backed by popular demand. Jonathan Kinchin's Cart Talk. Couple of Bayou Bengals this week. LSU roommates Tom Amos. All stall. That's later.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back to Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Fillies and mares have made their way front side, post-parade brewing. Starter allowance sprint, 3/4 of a mile dash. 5-2 on the filly who's been throwing a little bit of a tantrum. Chloe Rose. We'll see if she's settled down in the post parade. We start with Closing Deals. Could be a big day for Jose Ortiz. We'll explain. Just missed in the opener.
Yeah, fast daughter of Central Branker, New York bred, speed towards the inside rail position. Kind of makes it simple. Got to go.
Aggressive. Thief of Hearts. 6 starts this year, 1 win.
Yeah, and I think this filly, by congrats, is going to be aggressive with Jose Gomez. I thought this horse was a tiny bit of dangerous here at 15-1, at least at the price.
Big price with the apprentice. That's not an apprentice. That's Irad Ortiz. Takes over. Noteworthy. Looking for back-to-back wins. New York banker.
He has come up a little bit wanting in the same condition the last 2 starts. Maybe if she can get a hot pace and settle a little more, she can finish.
Quick money. Kentucky shipper graduated Derby week at Churchill.
I think she's the quick of the quick in here. That's the reason why I put her on top, because to me, the 5's the only horse that can maybe pass horses in here. And the 5 does get weight because she's a 3-year-old, but I do think Quick Money, if she minds her manners, Ricardo's going to put her on the front end.
Cupid's Girl graduated 3 weeks ago at Belmont.
Yeah, put it all together in her 8th career start. She's looking for a hot pace. She is the truest closer in the race.
T. Olive, Quick Philly, John Velasquez, Wesley Ward, look out.
Yeah, and listen, whenever you see Wesley Ward horses, all you see is ones in the beginning of the races. They like to go to the front end, and Johnny V's aboard, another horse that adds more pace.
What are you seeing here, Richie, from Chloe Rose, who is the 5-2 favorite again, who's been acting up throughout the preliminaries?
Well, she looks like she's settled down since she hit the racetrack, and in the company of her lead horse, her stable pony, if you will. I think she's well drawn outside Lafitte. I think having an outside post in a race that feels laden with speed, she should be able to lay up fairly close enough, particularly with the addition of blinkers.
Female sprinters in this second at Saratoga. Post time 3 minutes, 7 of them. We saw closing deals in the post parade owned by the Elkstone Group. Stuart Grant of the Elkstone Group. There she is, standing by with Acacia.
And Stuart taking some time to do a little interview with me here. Stuart, Closing Deals has had 2 wins to her name already. She's been proficient. Does that give a little bit more confidence coming in and facing these here today?
Yeah, it's a good group of fillies. It's well balanced, but this horse has outperformed what a lot of people have thought. So we're feeling good.
She has a lot of speed inside post. Would you expect her to be forward right off the jump?
Very much so. Look, Wesley's horse has got some speed. You know, Gus Rodriguez is going to come from the outside. It's going to be a tough race, but being on the inside, you really don't have a whole lot of choice. It takes some of the strategy away.
I always like looking at the names that you have for your horses, too. Of course, you're an attorney, Closing Deals coming in, but you have some really creative named horses in the barn.
Yeah, we have some fun. You know, I like to name them after things in my life, whether that be, you know, business transactions or whether it be my kids. You know, we have a lot of Top Gun references with Sam and just friends and things like that. So naming them's, you know, half the fun of breeding.
Well, this one, Closing Deals, hopefully we'll seal the deal today. Best of luck.
Thanks. That's what we're counting on.
Stuart Grant, the Elkstone Group, always looking for those creative names. We'll see if this one can get the job done today, Lafitte.
Counting on Closing Deal to do just that, Stuart Grant, and he has Jose Ortiz in the saddle, 3-time Saratoga champion jockey, won 2 races yesterday. Richie, he's going to be like real busy today. Ortiz riding in all 11 races, including serious contenders in both stakes races, technical analysis in the Diana, Andiamo a Firenze in the Sanford.
This is the one place, Lafitte, Paul, that a rider does not mind riding every race. Most other venues, you're like, can I get a race off? You talk to your agent or two. Here, you want to ride every race every day.
It's got to be worse than me catching a back-to-back doubleheader. I mean, what's the most you ever rode in a day, Mig?
Well, I rode 9 at Aqueduct, 9 at the Meadowlands, and I worked 12 that morning.
Okay, so you got on, so you 30 horses.
Yeah.
Did you sleep like a baby that night?
Or I was also 16. I might have went out afterwards.
I will complain to everybody I know that I have to come back for a late shift this evening. That's how soft I am. 2 shifts in one day. All 11 for Jose Ortiz. And also, along with the pick 6, the 2-day carryover, over $500,000, Paul, this cross-country pick 5, great racing around the country from Saratoga, Monmouth, and Ellis this evening.
Yeah, you start off with the Diana, then you go over to the Blue Sparkler. Then you got that nice little allowance optional claimer race 9. Ellis Park's a maiden special weight. We'll close it out with the Sanford. The cross-country pick 5, week in and week out, keeps on paying.
Yeah. It's kind of cool to go, you know, pop into different venues and see what's going on. We got great racing across the country. The best racing here.
Yeah.
Great day of thoroughbred racing. So many options. That pick 6 2-day carryover gets started. Race 6 Saratoga, the second race. As you look at Quick Money, Ricardo Santana won a race opening day. Jason Barkley trains. This was her most recent. Richie, 2 days before the Derby, class dropping at Churchill. Quick Money running away and hiding.
And this is when she does her best work. She's a horse that wants to be involved. 2 starts back, she didn't show any speed, and she showed nothing. When she shows speed, she fights to the wire. It took her 7 starts to finally put it all together and break her maiden, but she's got to be involved early, no, Paul?
No, she is, and I think she's the quick of the quick. Nothing against Jason Barkley. He's a good horseman. You know, he ran into some tough spots. This was his only win at the meet with Quick Money. And the Churchill horses have transferred. It was on Derby weekend, right before the Derby, obviously. It was the latest Derby we could be, with May 7th being the last Saturday in May. But I thought it was an impressive effort. He's given this filly time because I think this is the best filly in his barn. And Lafitte, when you work 46 breezing over the Churchill Downs training track, you're moving. You're
training well for this one, at least training fast for this one. Quick money. Acacia referenced that big engine. Acacia, you also referenced, and we watched you duck and dodge out of the way of Chloe Rose while she was throwing a fit in the paddock. What have you seen from her pre-race?
Yeah, when you go around horses, Lafitte, the very first lesson that you learn is to not be behind them. But as far as Chloe Rose does go, we heard Richie mention it. She settled really nicely out on track, which I was happy to see. She would be one that will be closing late if there is some pace up front. And I think a big reason why she's the favorite right now. She added those shortcut blinkers back on, I would imagine, to get a little bit more focus and settle a little bit more, because she is so quirky for Gus. But one thing to note too, last time out she never linked up with the pony on the racetrack, and today she did, and it seemed that the pony kind of helped settle her a bit. So I like to see that she's calmed down and conserving that energy on the track now before they go into the gate, Lafitte.
So at this stage, Richie, regardless of what she did in the paddock, if you're the jockey in the saddle, are you good with all that based on how she's calmed down since?
I am. Once she settled in, it was just getting the tack on or getting the overgirth, which is an extra girth for safety reasons if something happens to the undergirth. Me and Acacia both landed on the 6 T Olive by Claiborne Farm Stallion, First Samurai, who had a winner here yesterday. I think she's quick, but the outside draw maybe gives Johnny Velasquez some options.
7-2, and Paulie, your top selection, quick money.
Yeah, quick money. I think the quick of the quick. I'm surprised Cupid's Girl is 13-1. Maybe not on the win end, but she's the one filly that's going to be rolling late. I think she can get underneath in the exotics at a price.
Richie and Acacia's top selection there. T Olive moves in. John Velasquez with victories on the first 2 days of the meet. And finally, Chloe Rose to the outside, 2-1 favorite. John Imbrial standing by, post-time race 2 live, Saratoga.
And they're off. There goes Quick Money out for the early lead with Closing Deals down on the inside. Closing Deals up to challenge for the lead. So it is Closing Deals down at the rail. And on the outside is T Olive, who's racing in second, followed by Chloe Rose next in third. Quick Money is racing in fourth. It's almost 3 lengths back to Thief of Hearts in fifth, followed by New York Banker. And at the back of the pack is Cupid's Girl in seventh. The quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. T Olive now the leader here, challenged on the outside by Chloe Rose. Chloe Rose moves right alongside of T Olive as Closing Deals drops back down at the rail, about to be passed by Quick Money. And then comes Thief of Hearts. They're at the head of the stretch. The half in 45 4/5 seconds. It is T Olive and Chloe Rose on the outside. Chloe Rose to the front. T Olive continues to battle on as they move past the furlong marker. It is Chloe Rose. T Olive is right there, now a 16th to the finish. Putting in a late run here is Cupid's Girl. On to the wire. Chloe Rose, the winner by 3/4 of a length. Cupid's Girl closed well to be second. Then it was T Olive and New York Banker.
Regardless of how she may have been acting in the paddock, all business on the track. Chloe Rose, Louis Saez, Richie, 2 wins yesterday and a victory here. Chloe Rose, the favorite, delivers in the second.
Always in position to win, stalking from the outside. That's Louis Saez's strength, that he puts horses in position to win from. T Olive made the lead, and you can see here she was starting to tire a little bit. Listen, we all want to pick winners, but also when you have a good opinion about how a race is going to be run, and Paul, you talked about the 5, Cupid's Girl, at a big price, 13-1, that she was a true closer in a race laden with speed. She came running to be second.
Yeah, just the race set up perfect for her. You can see the 6, it's got sweat on her neck. She looked like she got a little nervous in the gate. But Chloe Rose, blinkers went on. She had the most wins and the most experience, Lafitte, and I think that ended up playing out. And Cupid's Girl, I thought, ran on well, especially, you know, sometimes when they go to the winners first time, it's really, really tough, especially when you're facing a multiple winner. But the race set up perfect. I thought Dylan gave the horse a great ride. He sat back, but Chloe Rose was much the best to just lay off the speed, put all the other speed away, and win the race. And this horse got bet down late.
2-1 at post time. You mentioned Cupid's Girl at 13-1. Maybe use underneath. Big late run to complete the exacta. Chloe Rose with the blinkers on, training Gustavo Rodriguez. That one has to feel good. In the last few efforts that she's run well. Richie, she's been right there. A couple of second-place finishes and a third, and now a win at Saratoga to celebrate.
I'm sure they're almost happy they didn't win at Belmont, so they get to win up here. I always said winning one up here is like winning two anywhere else.
And again, you want to go look back and you go, why'd the 7 win? And you try to figure it out. Look at her record at Saratoga now.
7-5, 6-3, 2 for 3 at Saratoga with a second-place finish. Thriving here in upstate New York and taking that coveted walk into the winner's circle. Chloe Rose, the favorite, in the second at the Spa.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of Warfront proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
I was wondering. Corvette contest. America's Best Racing, as always. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So much more than just the racing in Saratoga Springs, New York. And Paulie waxing Corvettes and handing out winners. You're a busy man.
I tell you what, those are some nice cars. I'd take any one of them. But congratulations to the connections here. Chloe Rose, Gustavo Rodriguez, blinkers go on. Luis Saez again. He come up here to Saratoga last year with a mission, and it looks like he's come up again this year with a mission.
Not messing around. Yep. Defending Angel Cordero champion Saratoga jockey. Took down the Travers as well. Essential Quality. Luis Saez, Chloe Rose, 7-5-6 in the second race at Saratoga. Down to Acacia in the winner's circle.
I'm very pleased to be joined by Gustavo Rodriguez. Gus, you said you're nervous. No reason to be. Congratulations. You came back, all of your owners, team here, applauding you into the winner's circle. What does it feel like winning at Saratoga?
To winning in Saratoga is very special, I think. You know, it's tough to win over here. And, you know, to win, I think it's very, very special to win in Saratoga.
You've only been training a couple of years. And 1 year, yeah, it feels like longer now. 1 year to get here, to have the horses that you do in your barn. I mean, it has to be so special with your owners and the support that you've gotten as well.
You know, I got my owners, they're beautiful owners. They give me a lot of support. I thank a lot to them.
Now, Chloe Rose here, she was a little bit tough to get the tack on. You said she has matured. I mean, tell me just a bit about what we saw from her in the paddock today.
You know, over Belmont or Aqueduct, she no problems. But maybe today, because around people, a lot of noise, she just went a little crazy. But thank God, you know, we went through, you know.
It all worked out. Luis Saez got her to settle. Congratulations, Gus.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
That horsemanship coming through Lafitte, they got her to settle and got to the winner's circle as well.
Nothing wrong with a little crazy. Not on this afternoon. Chloe Rose, victorious, does some of her best work here at Saratoga.
Nothing wrong with a little crazy, even at this set.
Yeah, right? Listen, maybe she was tipping her hand. Listen, I was feeling my oats in the paddock more than she was crazy, you know?
Gustavo Rodriguez, the winning trainer. Chloe Rose moving right along race 3. First look at grass racing, New York bred maiden affair, mile and a 16th. On a firm inner turf course, fillies and mares. Number 4, Robin and Eli, 8 to 5, 23 minutes out. While we have a few moments, let's go inside the numbers by the numbers of the Grade 1 Diana, named after the Roman goddess of wild animals on the hunt, who hunted fastest, hard not to like, stopping the clock in 1:45.22, 2015. Most wins, 8 two-time winners, Miss Grillo in the 40s. Forever Together, Popular Gray, 2008, 2009. Most wins by an owner, Rokeby Stable, 6-time Diana winning owner. All-time leading jockey, John Velasquez, has piled up 6 Diana wins aboard Hard Not to Like for her record-setting performance. Leading trainer, guess who? Chad Brown. Won 5 of the last 6. 6 overall for now. This is elite. 3 mares have won the Diana and Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. Sister Charlie, most recent. Perfect Sting is on that list. And that one. Diana Winners Crown Champion, accomplished by only 8 in history. The Diana. By the numbers, Richie, 84 years of history. The 84th edition today. Is there one in particular that stands out to you?
There's been so many good ones over there, but going back to 1998, Memories of Silver with Jerry Bailey. Incredible ride, trained by Jimmy Toner, who is, you know, a horseman that I always had so much utmost respect for. And you see Jerry looking for a seam. He's in tight in between horses. He found that spot, and then she was able to kick on through there. To me, this was Jerry Bailey at the height of his powers. I mean, his absolute best in the way he rode the turf and cut every corner, took every edge, and Memories of Silver. I mean, she's so good, she's got races named after her now.
Right? It's crazy.
And Paul, we're essentially watching history in the making when you consider what Chad Brown has accomplished in this event over the last decade plus.
It's been amazing. It really has. And, you know, to win 5 out of the last 6 is truly amazing in any kind of race, especially a prestigious race like the Diana. And he's got an unbelievable hand today. And I think a lot of people are going to forget about technical analysis on the rail. And I think he's going to be very, very dangerous in the race. So, you know, Chad has the bullets, but there's a lot of trainers that have the bullets and don't get the win. So let's give Chad a little bit of credit. I'm kind of getting a little bit tired of people saying, well, Chad's got all these horses. He's got all these horses. There's a lot of trainers that have a lot of these horses that don't get horses across the wire first. He happens to do it an awful lot.
He won his first Diana 2011 with Zagora, and now here we are 11 years later looking for a 7th this afternoon. He has the talent. He has the volume. Look at the field for the Diana. Technical analysis drawn inside 3-1. Bleecker Street, though, who is the favorite, at 6-5. But the others. Defending champ, for example, Godolphin. Trainer Charlie Appleby ran 1-2 last year. Althea Summer Romance. They're back for more, Richie. Grade 2 Balanchine winner at Maidan last month. Creative Flair.
Yeah, at this 1.125 distance, and she was strong, resolute to the wire. I mean, Obviously, it's a grade 2. I'm not as familiar with her competition there as what, I am familiar with the other horses here. She gets Jamie Spencer here. William Buick is a rider that I've been very, very impressed with. I would have liked to have seen him make the trip.
Yeah, right. Great rider. It seems like the Charlie Appleby horses, and you're familiar with this, when you get a first-time European, the gate's the issue. You're always worried about the gate.
Yeah.
You know they can run a tiny bit. Seems like Charlie's horses come out of the gate in great order.
I think he really just has such a good insight, a good handle on what horses that would translate well their form here to North American racing. A little bit more precocious. Now, she has run twice here, and both times she broke okay. She didn't break as sharp as some of Charlie Appleby's other horses, but I'm sure this is something that they've worked on, something they've thought about. In North American racing, you don't want to give any head starts.
And last year, 8 Grade 1 wins in North America. Charlie Appleby, the 1-2 finish in the Justa game, the 1-2 finish in the Diana. It's a tall order taken on Chad Brown's quad squad, but they just have to respect Godolphin and Charlie Appleby in these big spots here in North America. And then there's Delika, the German mare, based here in the States for trainer Al Stahl. This was the Mint Julep last month at Churchill before turf racing was canceled, Paulie. Delika in front, but she's not home just yet.
She's not home. And Lafitte, these are the races that I'm worried about. Look at the color of the turf course. You just got to be dead honest. It was yellow at the time. A lot of the jockeys that were there really didn't want to ride on it for a while, and it kept getting yellower and yellower. And I keep looking at a lot of the races that are transforming. When I went to Horseshoe Indianapolis for the Indiana Derby, the Oaks, a lot of those horses are not running off that turf course. I don't know why. Maybe it's taking a lot out of them. Richie, maybe you can comment on a turf course that was just not right. Is it taking something out of the horses or not? Because a lot of these horses that are coming from Churchill off the turf really not running right back well.
You know what really stood out to me watching that? It was they were running completely over the top of the surface.
So it was almost like sand.
There was no nit.
Yeah.
And that could be very jarring on a horse. It can make them body sore and maybe take something at them for their next starts. It's not like running at Belmont Park where you have 6-8 inches of lush turf that makes a natural cushion. There was no natural cushion on that turf course.
We touched on Bleecker Street earlier. The undefeated filly Peter Brandt also owns an Italian, likely the one to catch early on, Rougier, who Bleecker Street defeated in the New York, Richie, but technical analysis. Here she is in the Gallarette Preakness weekend, but here at Saratoga is where she has done her very best work.
Yeah, and she's a filly that has speed. She doesn't need the lead, but she has speed, so you know she's going to be forwardly placed.
I think you make the perfect analysis. You look at her first 3 races on the form, she came from outfit, Richie.
Yep.
And so if In Italian does want to go, is Chad thinking, okay, Jose, lay off of her. You guys don't have to go that fast. Let's try to maybe turn this into a 2-horse race. And technical analysis showed that she can finish.
And then In Italian gets Joel Rosario, who one of his gifts is getting horses to melt into his hands and nursing their speed longer than they might for another rider.
Strategically, fascinating race. This Grade 1 Diana, the first Grade 1, the brand new meet here at Saratoga. We are going to step aside. So much still coming up. Big afternoon for that trainer. 4-time Saratoga champion trainer Chad Brown looking for a 7th win in the Diana.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Calamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Vintage
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We welcome in our SNY viewers. Their first look at Saratoga this meet. I'm glad you joined, because the party's on, just like it has been almost every summer, dating back to the 1800s. Big crowd on hand for the first Saturday of the brand new meet. They have packed the house here. Thrilled for the first of 8 Saturdays at Saratoga. New fans, right? Introducing him to the sport.
We got to get rid of that hat, though. We got to get rid of that hat. We're on SNY.
Alongside champion jockey Richie Migliore, he is Paul LaDuca. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, just outside the paddock. 11 races on this first Saturday here at Saratoga. Richie, for our audience joining us that hasn't been with us for the first couple of days, you rode here 25 years, 25 summers here in the saddle at Saratoga. And days like this, what do you remember most? What's it like?
It's so much fun to play to a packed house, to have people that are so into it. They're fans and they're enthusiastic and they respect what you do.
Yeah.
I mean, so much so we had fans just now give us focaccia from their picnic right off the set here.
It's got artichokes in it. So
Yeah.
It looks pretty good.
I mean, you know, but it's really it's a beautiful atmosphere, and just the atmosphere, the excitement level, it's great.
It's got to be like opening day for me. Listen, opening day, it was the one day that I literally was scared to death. Have jitters. I'd be up at home plate going, okay, how's this year going to turn out? How are we going to be? You sort of trying to get a gauge, and like you're trying to get that comfortability. You're now in a new place. You're back to where you were. Okay, where do I sit? When do I work out? I got to get my schedule on. And guys are still doing that. I would think the jocks are doing that. These guys are insane athletes. I mean, I played 162 games. These guys are warriors. I remember I'll never forget Angel Cordero said, 162? I'm 360. You're a wimp. And I'm like, I had nothing to say to Angel after that.
Irad Ortiz pictured there, who won the opener a little bit earlier. His brother Jose riding in all 11 races this afternoon. There's so much going on today and opening weekend. The highlights brought to you by Run Happy. 4 stakes races down, 3 to go. Prestigious Diana, today's main event. Sanford for 2-year-olds. Maybe next year's Kentucky Derby winners running. Who knows? Tomorrow, quick call for lightning fast turf sprinters. Race 3 horses in the paddock. And you're looking at Robin and Eli, currently 8-5, as we welcome in Acacia Clement, standing by in the paddock with this race 3 paddock report. Acacia.
And we'll pick up where you left off, Lafitte, with Robin and Eli, who does stretch out in distance, which I love. This is a very big filly. Remember even seeing her last year as a 2-year-old and just thought that she was one who maybe just needed to kind of catch up to her own legs. And she has. She's filled out beautifully. I thought that of her last time. She ran really well when beaten just a neck that day. The question is that she's had 3 races and they've all been second-place finishes. Can she break through? I do think, if anything, 2 turns on the turf is the right distance for her. The number 8, Saratoga Chrome, goes out for Michelle Nevin. I noticed looking at the clocker report that work 2 back, which was a bullet going 46-4, was listed with blinkers on. She doesn't run with an equipment change today, and I asked Michelle about that. She said that she was considering blinkers to try to get this filly to settle, but they actually didn't settle her. She kind of ran off, and she was just too keen with those blinkers off, and so that's why you see that very, very sharp work. She's a sharp horse. She's on her toes once again, but opting to not add the blinkers and hope that that just keeps her a little bit more settled and she can conserve her energy. First-time starter Jacosity goes out for trainer Bill Mott. Now, she is by Distorted Humor. The dam was 0 for 2 on the turf, did hit the board once, but this filly has a turf hoof. She looks like a turf runner. She also looks very fit, too, for her debut as she goes out towards an outer post for the Mott barn. Intrigued by her. She's been very laid back and professional in the paddock, has actually perked up a bit now as they've got the call for Riders Up. Lafitte.
Riders Up, smiling Irad Ortiz. Acacia, thanks so much. Great time to join us here at Naira Bets. Sign up You're going to get that $200 deposit match bonus. Use the promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBet.com to earn your $200 deposit match. New York bred maidens. First look at grass racing on the afternoon. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. That pick 6 with the carryover gets started race number 6. Holly can't wait for that one. Fired up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'd like to close out this pick 5, though. That would be fun.
That would be a good start. Bankroll the pick 6. Called to post for this third race. 8-5, Robin and Eli, Richie. Pretty short.
Yeah, but rightfully so. Very strong connections. Chad Brown, like Paulie said, he gets the bullets, but he's a sharpshooter. He'd be a Navy SEAL. He don't miss.
Yeah. Robin Elo, see you in the post parade. What love looks like. Flavien Prat held in check thus far.
Yeah, and I like Flavien Prat riding this horse back. He's a thinking man's rider. I think horses perform better for him second time he rides them.
Tara Dancer, roll the dice, debuting homebred.
Yeah, first time starter by War Dancer. This filly will debut with Lasix. If you like, you're getting your price.
Number 3, Wicked Lady. Her 3-year-old debut was kind of a mess.
Yeah, and now gets the turf. I'm not seeing particularly strong turf pedigree there to, make me think that she's going to improve on it.
Robin and Eli, here she is. Powerhouse connections. Do not leave her out of your exacta.
Yeah, she's a really tough filly to read. Like, she's tiny bit got a hang in her, but I'm also thinking, Autumn Glory's pretty good. She's run against some decent fillies. Like, if it keeps on happening that she's running second, we'll figure out today.
Number 5, Soretta. James Bond, owned and trained.
Improved last time on the turf, but that was for maiden claiming, moves back to maiden allowance. Don't forget, Jimmy Bond and his sons, they do an incredible job. They're based here in Saratoga, and their horses improve up here.
A home field advantage of sorts. Number 6, Sarah Splendor. Jorge Abreu saddled the winner yesterday, Whistler's Honor.
Yeah, Flo the jockey in town here to ride. Florent Giroux, the filly by Summerfront. I thought it had a sneaky look in here at 24-1.
Number 7, Cape Cod Causeway. One geared, needs to figure out how to finish.
Yeah, she's a little bit one pace. If she could get out of the gate maybe just a little bit cleaner, she's never real handy away from there.
Saratoga Chrome, a brutal start in her latest.
Yeah, I think this horse is a must-use. The time before that, she broke through the gate as well. In her 2-year-old season, she has some races to go to, and she gets Tyler Gaffalione, who's an elite turf rider.
Arisaima, number 9, second at 19-1 in that June 4th common race.
Another California Chrome side by side by another California Chrome. Ran well last time. Has to work out a trip, probably looming just off the pace.
13-1 currently. Then number 10, Succulent, off the board in 6 straight.
Yeah, needs to improve. Gotta love the bottom side here. Cactus Ridge mare. A lot of people don't realize Cactus Ridge was owned by Toby Keith.
Jocosity, Team Penny Racing, Karam Stable, debuting homebred.
Yeah, first-time starter. Has had an opportunity to work twice on the Oklahoma turf course. One of the advantages of being stabled up here in the spring, Bill Mott must have seen something he liked about those turf works.
And Arad Ortiz taking the call, significant. Number 12, Sal's Dream Girl, and Joel Rosario going to have to really work his magic from that post.
Yeah, she's got some good numbers. It's a filly by Constitution that Joelle has never ridden. She's now 5th jockey in 5 starts, but she has decent numbers. A little bit worried that Pratt jumps, but you do get jumps to another horse, but you do get a rider like Joel, and somehow he's the master of working out trips when he's got an impossible post.
From the penthouse to the penthouse. Graduation day, one of these New York breds, post time, 6 minutes. Another look at Robin and Eli. If she can't get it done today, can't blame the connections. Manny Franco riding very well, and she's trained by one of the best. Acacia standing by with Chad Brown.
As he does send out Robin and Eli here, but a busy day all throughout. Chad, in the Diana, sending out for a race that you have had a tremendous amount of success with. Let's talk about Bleecker Street, though. Looking for her 8th consecutive win. I mean, how cool is this filly?
Yeah, I've never had that happen with a horse starting their career on turf, and so hard to do with just your trip dependent and ground dependent. So she's a remarkable talent. Hope she can keep it going today.
How do you expect the race to play out with your 4 runners tactically?
Well, I have 2 speed horses in there that should be very forward, if not on the lead with at least one of them. And then, of course, Rougier and Bleecker Street come from off the pace, so hopefully we have it covered.
Now, this morning you had a busy morning as well. A couple of your big 3-year-olds working. Let's start with early voting, who worked at Belmont this morning. What did you see from the Preakness winner?
Yeah, so I was up here working with Zandan this morning, the rest of my crew, but I'm hearing he went very well, and He did a nice 5-furlong move in 101 and change, and he seems to more of the same from him, consistency. And we'll make a final decision tomorrow if we're going to run the Jim Dandy or the Haskell.
Now, Zandon, as you mentioned, was here, and you got a chance to to see him up close. What did you see from this horse, who really turned a lot of heads going into that Derby?
He did, and he ran a terrific race in the Derby. Really solid work. He's been a super consistent workhorse as well. Fabulous work today. He's just where I want him to be. He's fresh. He has good weight on him, and I'm really looking forward to the Jim Dandy with this horse.
We cannot wait to see him. Thanks a lot, Chad. Best of luck here and later.
Thank you.
Chad Brown, a busy day ahead after a very busy morning as well, Lafitte.
Acacia, a stranglehold on the Filly Mare Turf division for years, seeking a 7th Diana, and then, guys, the 3-year-olds. Travers has eluded Brown to this point, but he has never brought a lineup of 3-year-olds like that to Saratoga.
Let's put them all in one race. Let's go. Let's see who's best. I'll tell you what. Early voting is going to be something special. You just don't have that early speed and tactability. That's just something you're born with. That's just the bottom line. And Jack Christopher's got to be one of the most prettiest movers I've seen in a while.
He goes fast easily.
Yeah.
Going fast just comes effortlessly for him. He's got a very strong hand here. And when Keisha's talking about trainers, they're like doctors. They're always on call, right? They got to be at the barn by 5:15, and then they're at the races till after the last race here. They go home at night. That phone could ring any moment. They got to make a house call or a barn call, if you will.
What makes early voting so scary is that he's showing that speed around 2 turns. If they cut him back to 7 furlongs, my goodness. You know what I mean?
That
if they
might
ever even decide to do that, I mean.
See how it all plays out. Brown in search of that first Travers win. What's going on here, Richie?
Looks like they're adjusting the saddle on the 6 for Aunt Drew, for Jorge Abreu. You're warming a horse up, Lafitte. Just don't like where the saddle's sitting. Some horses have narrow withers. You feel like the saddle will ride up a little. Better to fix it. Get it back in place before those gates open, because once those gates open, you can't fix anything then.
Well, it's kind of like a baseball bat, Mig. So, like, obviously some guys use different baseball bats, different. So your stirrups are all different each jockey, right?
Oh, absolutely. And sometimes you'll adjust per horse. You ride a very narrow horse, you got to pull your stirrups up because your legs will be longer on their side. You ride a horse that's a little bit wider around the barrel. Now you've got to drop your stirrups a little because they'll have you up on top of their withers.
Another look at Robin and Eli for Chad Brown. And the New York Stallion Series as a maiden, coming from off the pace, a solid effort, but going to have to settle for a 2nd place finish for a 3rd consecutive time, Richie.
Yeah, this was going 7 furlongs, but boy, she got a smooth inside-out trip, Paul. Huh? She was able to kind of, ease up along the inside before swinging out, and it looks like right here, she's going to go by this horse. I think the inside horse inside of her that was 3rd in between maybe came out and kind of slowed her momentum a little bit, forced her way through and got there. Gosh, it feels like with those 3 seconds that she should have turned one of those around. Is she a horse that wants to run with horses, not so much by horses?
I can't figure it out because, in that last race she broke flat-footed. So she got put behind the 8 ball, but they went pretty fast up front. 109 and change, although, the Belmont Turf Course had been playing fast because, was not a lot of rain. It's really tough to tell because you look at her Aqueduct race at 2 when she went around 2 turns, and she got popped to the wire by Autumn Glory when she looked like she was going to win that race. My worry is we talk about Chad. His horses usually close the deal. And if you give him 3, 4, 5, 6 starts and they start not closing the deal, you start wondering.
It's a big lingering question when you're conceding 8-5. Back to Acacia. What's going on with Sarah's Splendor and the adjustments we saw on the turf course?
Well, they did have to adjust the tack. It looked like it was kind of the saddle powder, the saddle cloth with the number that was maybe getting bunched up, and they actually had it pulled down quite a bit to one side, which I don't think they anticipated in doing, but they've got the tack back on her. As you can see, it's really low on the left now and really high on the right, but she was being a little bit tough to get that tack back on, and she was one who didn't look entirely settled back in the paddock either. She is a horse that I do think will appreciate a little bit more distance, and she looks really healthy coming in here today. She just seemed like she got a little bit frazzled with that tack adjustment too. You could see she's gotten a bit washed out and just really didn't seem to appreciate that. So that's just something to keep in mind moving forward, that's a little key before the race that might have unsettled this young and inexperienced filly. The number 1, What Love Looks Like, if I say that slowly, goes out for Todd Pletcher. She, last time out, finished really well, closing to be 3rd in that race, kind of running on late in between horses after getting some clear sailing. She does wear that Houghton bit that I talked about yesterday, and this is actually my first time seeing her, but she looks like the type of horse that is a little bit tricky to kind of get going early on. Will take herself back, and good thing I like that Flavien Prat has ridden her once before to know how to get her into her stride, Lafitte.
Okay, and that's something we're always watching so closely in these mile and a 16th grass races at Saratoga, and Richie, and how with this crush of horses, a big field, and how wild and rough and tumble it can be going into the first turn with these riders trying to establish position.
Yeah, both turf courses. A little bit kinder, a little bit gentler on the Mellon, which they're running, which is the outer turf course. But, you know, she does wear that equipment, so she probably a little bit tricky to steer. That's like adding a power steering, if you will, right, Paul? But I like her. I like that Flavien Prat's riding her back and maybe has a little bit more insight in how to get her going early. Her half-brother, Citizen K, runs in the 5th. And she gets a good inside draw. Listen, the 4 is the most likely winner, but she's got to show she really wants it at crunch time.
And again, I picked the 4, but at 7-5, there's no way I can bet it. If I was going to make a bet in here, it would be the 8 Saratoga Chrome. I thought Saratoga Chrome would be like 6-1. Just the last 2 efforts, this horse has had really no chance to run. I think she's going to run today for Tyler.
I think there will come a time in the race around the 8th pole. Robin and Eli will be right there, and in that moment, we're going to know.
Yeah.
Has she developed the knockout punch?
Yep.
Has she developed the killer instinct? Will she turn it on late? That's what we're waiting to see. We'll find out. Johnny I standing by. Post time for the 3rd race. Live, Saratoga.
We are set for race 3. And they're off. Robin and Eli away well, but it will be Tara Dancer who will grab the early lead. Wicked Lady's running in 2nd. Robin and Eli next in 3rd. What Love Looks Like down on the inside, next in 4th. And then it is Cape Cod Causeway running in 5th. Soretta down at the rail. Then Sarah's Splendor next in 7th. On the outside is Saratoga Chrome, who is running in 8th position as they go around the clubhouse turn. And up front it is Tara Dancer who has the lead with Wicked Lady and What Love Looks Like right together 2nd and 3rd. Robin and Eli is next in 4th, followed by Soretta in 5th. And then we come back. On the outside is Cape Cod Causeway, followed next by Sarah's Splendor, who is down at the rail. And on the outside is Sal's Dream Girl, and Jocosity is there. Farther back is Saratoga Chrome, followed by Succulent. And at the back of the pack is Arisa Ima. The half mile went in 48 seconds. And up front, it is the first-time starter, Tara Dancer, who has stepped away here to lead by 2 lengths. What Love Looks Like running in 2nd. On the outside is Wicked Lady next in 3rd. Robin and Eli is in 4th as they continue along with long shot Tara Dancer. What Love Looks Like. Now Robin and Eli moves up on the outside and into 3rd. Then comes Soretta. The field is in the stretch. Tara Dancer, What Love Looks Like. Soretta's running in 3rd. Then Robin and Eli. On the outside is Cape Cod Causeway, followed by Succulent. And now What Love Looks Like has taken over. And she spurts clear. It's going to be What Love Looks Like to break her maiden on the turf. Cape Cod Causeway came on for 2nd. Pace setter Tara Dancer finished 3rd.
She breaks her maiden. Flavien Prat's first win of the meet. Todd Pletcher's 2nd win on the afternoon. Richie's first win on the afternoon. What Love Looks Like in the 3rd at the spot.
Good call, Richie.
Thank you. But she got a perfect trip. That inside post, such an advantage, and Flavien Prat knew how to take advantage of it. Broke, got his position going forward, allowed the speed to fall over. You're in that coveted pocket position on the turf. Looked to win her every step of the way. And I just love Flavien riding horses back a 2nd time. As good a rider as he is the first time, he's even better the 2nd time.
Yeah, he really is. And you didn't really know the speed was going to come from the first-time starter, right? Goes out on the front end, and you never really know with a first-time starter because you're like, okay, this horse has never lost before. What do I do? But he stayed patient and went by. And give a little love to Trevor McCarthy, who's been riding well. Cape Cod Causeway came rolling here at a giant price.
38-1. Tara Dancer, 29-1 to complete the trifecta. But no question about the winner. What Love Looks Like for Todd Pletcher. Flavien Prat, she responds. She developed the knockout punch in her 4th career start. For Robin and Eli, wheel spinning, spent mid-stretch.
And worked out a pretty good trip, too. Was able to kind of tuck in into the far turn. Manny Franco trying to save some ground. Came out and just kind of, her run dissipated. She just didn't have anything.
She's going backwards.
Yeah, she just got flat. I said to the top of the lane, I'm like, she's got nothing to Richie. I said, you're home. Because Richie liked the one. I said, you're home. And now if you did like the one, I hope you went all in a 10-cent super
You're not
because it's going to be nice.
5-1, 38-1, 29-1, 37-1, 1-7-2-10. Third race, Saratoga results when we come back. And he's loose on the backstretch again. Jonathan Kinchin in that rolling production studio. Kart Talk is back for a third summer, this time rolling with a couple of Bayou Bengals. Great friends, college roommates, top-class trainers. Al Stahl and Tom Amos. That's next.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the page.
Echo Zulu parties! Life is good! Next go, superstar!
Go to the back. Good luck.
Gorgeous day in Saratoga Springs. This is Saratoga Live, as always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started, NairaBets.com today. Hopefully you were listening to Richie, had your Naira Bets account fired up and zeroed in on this 5-1 shot. What love looks like. $12.80, Richie, for your effort in the first trip to the Saratoga Winner's Circle this summer for Flavien Prat.
Well, a nice effort by this homebred for Barry Schwartz and Flavien Prat. Listen, we've said it before, and I'm sure we'll say it a lot. Make an already deep jockey colony that much deeper.
Hopefully you live on 17210 South Broadway Lane because you just got 9,000 if you played that.
9K on the super. Occasion the Winner's Circle with winning pilot Flavien Prat.
And I'm sure a lot of people this meet will be hanging their hats on the horses that Flavien's riding. But Flavien, what love looks like. You rode this horse last time out. What did you learn from her? She really kicked in late last time, closer today.
Yeah, well, last time there was a slow pace. Then we picked it up early. I couldn't keep up. And she made, as you said, a late move. Today she was traveling well. We had the one hole, so I was trying to get as close as I could. Traveling well, and when I asked her to make a run, she actually kicked well.
Now you shifted your tack here to New York and getting your first win of the Saratoga meet. Obviously you've been in this winner's circle before, but getting the win here to kick off the meet, riding full time, what's that feel like?
No, it's a great feeling. It's always good to break the ice and get rolling. Hopefully we keep going that way.
Now later in the Diana, you'll be riding Rogier. She was really revved up before the race last time out. Can you tell me what you felt from her and just what you've learned from her in her first 2 races in the U.S.?
Well, she ran really well the first time, and we were expecting a good run last time. She didn't show up. The track was really firm that day, so I'm hoping it was that. And she's cutting back in distance, so hopefully she ran a good race. She's training really well.
We look forward to seeing her, Flavien. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat kicking off the meet in style and looking for more, including a grade 1 on the card later today, Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Taking selfies, big smile. Why not? Just won a race at Saratoga. Richie, not many holes, weaknesses in his game.
Every rider has strengths and weaknesses. You know, things they could do better. You know, I always recognize the things that I could, do well and the things that I needed to work on. Watching Flavien Prat, and I really focus in on riders, and I really study what they do. I have not seen one weakness in his game. There's not one thing he doesn't do well. He's a positional rider. He's smart. He's strong. He gets flat on horse level.
Yeah,
you were talking about, you can almost put a drink of water on his back and you won't spill it from the 8th pole to the wire. There's not one thing that I could see that, man, he needs to work on. He's as well-rounded a rider as there is in this colony.
You make a good point about he sort of lowers like a Cadillac with the horse. So you really never know if he has horse. He reminds me a tiny bit of a better version of Stuart Elliott. If you've ever watched Stuart Elliott ride, Stuart just stays down here close, and you never really know if he has horse. He's never really sitting on a horse like this trying to be loaded. He's always working his horse. Flavien's kind of the same way, and I think it's like when he produces on the turf, his horses respond for him. And I think the other part about it is when he was in California riding, he was just elite. He got so much better there, and he was so much better than the other jockeys there. He'd save ground, wheel out, and go. And I think that confidence has given him, listen, you're riding against some of the better turf riders in the world now, and he's considered one of the best, and he can hang with these guys definitely.
When you were catching, there were certain guys, great hitters, but once you found that hole in their swing, like he can't catch up to a high fastball, like Cody Bellinger, that big long looping swing, we can beat him up here. That's where we attack this guy. With Flavien Prat, that hole doesn't seem to exist.
Well, 100%. It's just like in any other sport. I used to tell everybody, give a kid 1,000 at-bats in the big leagues, then we know where he sits. Because I don't care if he hits 400 in his first 100 at-bats. It's about, I always told everybody, it's easier to get to the big leagues than to stay in the big leagues because they are going to make adjustments on you, just like they're going to make adjustments on Richie, how he used to ride. Okay, he likes to come up the rail, Corey Lannery, so I got to be conscious of him. Same thing in any kind of sport when it comes to that. So nail on the head, Lafitte, nail on the head.
Flavien Prat, first win of the meet here, and a date with Rogier. Don't sleep on Rogier in that grade 1. Diana, that's race 8. We have race 4 coming up here next at Saratoga, turning the page. 2-day pick 6 carryover gets started in the 6th. Back to the main track here, $40,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, mile and an eighth. Higher quality, number 2, the favorite, at 8-5. Speaking of those stakes races later, could be a big day for our friend and colleague. Tom Amoss has Curly Jack going in the Sanford, looking for a second win in the Sanford. Earlier this week, he had a chance to spend some time with Jonathan Kinchin rolling around the Saratoga backstretch in a golf cart. It was actually 3 of them, J.K., Tom Amoss, and Al Stahl. Now they're, sure, grade 1 winning trainers. Back then, just a couple of college kids.
So I've heard you guys go way back, but my first question is, who was the biggest partier at LSU?
Tom, you want to take that?
I'll take it. Definitely Al. When we were freshmen in college, living together, Al was partying so much that he got sick, and he was out for a few weeks with mono. I had to strengthen him back up by bringing him his meals.
You guys basically kind of grew up going to the racetrack together. Al's dad was extremely involved in Louisiana racing. How did that all come together?
My father was involved with Governor Edwin Edwards, who was elected in '72, but he was always involved in the horses with his father. The New Orleans Fairgrounds is what really got us going. It's a track in the city that we all went to, and Tom and I were good friends when we were younger, and we just got a very, very early start.
You know, for me, it was Al's family that introduced me to racing and gave me a behind-the-scenes look at the backside of the racetrack. But without his family and without his dad's generosity of basically adopting me and taking me everywhere with them when it came to horse racing, including a Kentucky Derby that Spectacular Bid won, I don't know that I'd be here today, so I'm forever grateful to his family.
It's funny, as two Louisiana guys, you guys have some big wins up here at Saratoga. Al, we'll start with you, and you got Blame, won the Whitney up here when he beat Quality Road and then went on to beat Zenyatta in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Tell me a little bit about Blame.
Blame was a perfect horse. He did everything right, showed up every time, wasn't too hard to train. The Whitney day is a day that I'll never forget. It was a dry Saratoga, light humidity day, and he delivered. Garrett Gomez rode him just unbelievably well, and it was such a great day. And then the evening got better as we went along. Mike Marino had won the test stakes with a filly, and we were at a big table at Ciro's, and I was clearly going to get the check, and I was a little nervous about that, and the waiter came up to me and said, Mr. Marino picked up the tab, and like that movie, I looked up and I said, I'm having a very good day.
One of Tom's big horses, when Serengeti Empress won the Kentucky Oaks, I didn't use her that day, so I was a little upset, and I made a wager with a friend. She would never win another Grade 1. Then I met Tom, we became friends, and I silently had to root against her every time she won, or she ran, and then finally, over here at Saratoga, she snapped me off in what I thought was one of her most brilliant races.
For Serengeti Empress, the Kentucky Oaks was just a spectacular experience for me. The story that sticks out in my mind about that win is that for a long, long time, I was looking for a signature win for my career. And I used to say my prayers at night, and I never asked God for anything, but I did ask him, if there's a big win in my future, could you make it when my mom and dad are alive? And she won the Oaks that year, and my mom passed away the following fall, and my dad the following spring. So he gave it to me, and I'm really proud of that race.
And obviously it's a new meet, so we got some new fun things going on. Al, you've got Delika, who I think is one of the coolest horses. She's one going 5.5. She's one going 1 mile and 3/8. She's going to try the Diana. How's Delika doing?
We decided to keep her training just because we wanted to try and get her in a big race, and hopefully there's some room on the podium with Chad Brown for a Grade 1 placing or a win on Saturday in the Diana.
Tom, I was pretty impressed to see that this year with 2-year-olds, you're 9 for 20, 45%. In your career, you're 20%. So you're really up quite a bit this year, and you've got Curly Jack looking to run in the Sanford.
So Curly Jack broke his maiden at Churchill Downs in a really nice effort. This will be his second start here at Saratoga against what's a quality field. Look, I realize it's Saratoga. You got to run hard to be competitive. I really think he'll do that for us on Saturday.
Well, good luck this weekend. See if you can't get a couple of Louisiana boys in the winner's circle.
Gainesway's Card Talk with Jonathan Kitchen, home of Super Stallion Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont winners. And just look at what Tom and Al have accomplished over their collective careers. Tom's closing in on that milestone, 8 shy of 4,000 wins. The earnings, no wonder Tom's always smiling, give everybody 5 fives. Signature wins for both Kentucky Oaks Breeders' Cup Classic. Now, Al Stahl majored in geology, Tom in business administration, marketing. They still wound up at the racetrack.
I'm calling baloney on geology and marketing. I think they were taking
My question is, how does a marketing major and a geology major wind up training racehorses? Listen, I finished the 8th grade. I went to the University of Belmont Park, and I graduated summa cum laude, all right? So
it's pretty amazing. A lot of people forget Al Stahl, Tom's d'etat, and Blame. You forget about Star Guitar. I mean, he had Star Guitar. I mean, it was a Louisiana, legend. So, Al's had a ton of great horses, and Tom has just been sort of the grinder type. And when he got Serengeti Empress, I was so happy for him. And when he mentions his mother and father, it's so touching. Yeah. And he did tackle his wife on that day, which was pretty cool.
Like the greatest post-race celebration ever. And good luck to both of them represented in today's Diana and Sanford. Our thanks to Tom Amos, Al Stahl, taking the time with JK. Cart Talk. Look forward to Next week's installment right here on Saratoga Live. When we come back, more legends. Johnny Velasquez, all-time leading rider, Saratoga over the years. He's piled up Sanford with 7 of them. 6 of those trained by Todd Pletcher, who settled 8 of his own. Lots of Sanford records. They'll team up once again in today's Sanford. Later today on Saratoga Live.
And nobody's gaining on Tyler's Drive. Tyler's Drive 6 lengths in front as they come down toward the line. And this good-looking son of Sharp Azteca will win the Prairie Gold Juvenile by distance.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Flightline is a 4-year-old colt. We bought him at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale. The industry overall is excited because this horse could be one that they're talking about 100 years from now.
A potential star here, Flightline, wins by double digits while wrapped up.
John and the horses he's had in the barn, Accelerate, Stellar Wind, Catalina Cruiser, and then for John to come in and say, I've never had a horse like this. It's like, really? What does this mean?
Has the talent. Is this the next superstar?
What sets him apart is he's just a special horse. He's got the insides of a champion, looks like one of the big stars going forward.
Flightline being what I'm going to call a generational horse. You dream to be undefeated. You dream to have that season that you hit all of the big bucket list races, but all roads will lead to the Breeders' Cup.
The journey has been incredible. We all think that the journey is just beginning.
And our thanks to our friends at Fasig-Tipton. Looking ahead to the upcoming Saratoga sale, and we have simply run out of superlatives. Flightline, brilliant on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes in the Met Mile, one of the most exciting thoroughbreds in training. Lots of exciting thoroughbred action still coming your way. Sanford 2-year-olds, Diana, Chad Brown Invitational, and horses in the paddock for the 4th $40,000 claimer, non-winners to Lifetime, mile and an eighth, back to the main track. And you're looking at the favorite in higher quality for Chad Brown, currently 6-5. Acacia, what are you noticing from higher quality here? Who's looking for a second Lifetime victory in the heavy 6-5 favorite?
And he's really hard to get past in here, Luffy. You always try to look for some value and find some other prices, but this is a horse that I think will really appreciate getting some more ground to work with and going the 2-turn mile and an eighth. Physically, he looks it. He's a huge horse, and he carries so much substance. He actually was a private sale from Juddmonte after his first race, and in between that long layoff that he did have, and they got the win with him at Aqueduct going the 7/8. But he was one that even towards the start of his career, even as much as 2 starts back, he was really bad getting the rider up. He would be really bad in the gate. He's been a gate scratch before. He's so relaxed today. He's so subdued, really, by his standards in the paddock, which I like because that's out of character for him. Clearly something that the team has been working on, and it's been paying off in here today in his demeanor, which is a positive given the fact that he'll have to go an added distance today. The 4 Eagle in Love also stretches out. The blinkers come off, and you'll often see this kind of equipment adjustment when going further distances to get the horse to relax, because he's a bit of an eager type of horse. He had lacked a lot of focus towards the start of his career, and I think those blinkers were to have him be a bit more clued in, more mature now. His coat looks terrific today. Really good weight and muscle mass on him. Don't mind the stretch out for this one either, who could show quite a bit of speed. In the 8 Cryo, there must be something in the water today with horses not wanting to get the tack on. He was very tough to saddle. Tried to lurch out of the gate. They walked him up and down the shed row a couple times, lurch out of the saddling stall, I should say. Brought him back, tried again. He wasn't having it. They ended up bringing the outrider pony over, Miguel Gutierrez, and that pony kind of seemed to act as a security blanket for him, and he relaxed quite a bit. They were able to saddle him outside of the saddling stall, and he's been fine now that they have the tack on the feet.
Keisha said it before, Christmas lights. One goes out, they all go out. A lot of rambunctious behavior in the paddock this afternoon at Saratoga. Just the same as they get set for this 4th race post parade, we invite you to join us at Naira Bets in this $200 deposit match. Sign up with the promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Even money favorite here. Look at Manny Franco aboard, higher quality. $40,000 claimer, all for sale. All 1 for something, non-winners 2 lifetime. Stoic Jose Ortiz there. Still have the 2-day Pick 6 carryover coming up in race number 6. Featured event, Grade 1 Diana, first of 17 Grade 1 flat races of the meet, and the Sanford, the stars of tomorrow, 2-year-olds, all coming up on Saratoga Live right here on Fox Sports 2. Post-parade race 4. We'll start with Red Revolution, as they call the field 2-post. Red Revolution, you saw Kendrick Carmouche. There he is. Needs a much better start today.
Yeah, he does, particularly that inside post, short run to the first turn. Kendrick, a good gate rider and a guy who understands the value of position.
Higher quality, still nice and relaxed out there, Even Money.
Yeah, the one to beat Even Money on the line. This one owned by Louis Lazzanero. For all you people up here, if you want a nice Italian restaurant, he's the owner of Nove.
Nove, 16-1 higher quality. Scoto, first after the claim, owner trainer Joe Parker.
Yeah, moves up in company from 25 to 40. Would be a bit of a surprise.
Number 4, Eagle in Love, second at this level at Belmont last month.
Yeah, I think a dangerous horse, because now the blinkers come off for Rob Altrus to 25% with this move. It's a small sample, but one of the ones.
Number 5, It's Gravy. Amori Stable, Ron Lombardi has Andiamo a Firenze going in the Sanford later.
Yeah, a horse that's coming off a bit of a layoff, a demanding racetrack and a demanding distance at Saratoga, mile and eighth. The only time he ran a mile and eighth was here in the Albany last year when he was well beaten.
Ponyless BC Glory Days, very popular at the claim box of late.
Yeah, he has been popular. The claim box gets from the turf, stretches back out going long, but he did win going a mile and a 16th around 1 turn last time.
And finally, Cryo to the outside, and Trevor McCarthy looking for a first win of the meet. Just finished second on a 38-1 shot, though.
Yeah, and this is a horse that, you know, had been launching from way back, and then Adam Beskids actually went forward with this horse in a really fast pace last time at Churchill on July 1st, and I thought it was a way better effort. So maybe Trevor's going to keep this horse forward today at 7-2.
The excitement of opening weekend at Saratoga. Fans are here, energy, enthusiastic. New fans. Kids are here, mom and dad, everybody gearing up for the main event. Stakes racing still ahead. Diana, Sanford in that 2-day, $532,000 Pick 6 carryover gets started in about an hour. Race 6, all that coming your way on Saratoga Live.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Picture perfect day for thoroughbred racing. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always brought to you in part by Run Happy. Eclipse champion with record-breaking speed. Now the sire of winners on all four surfaces, dirt, turf, and all weather. Big crowd here at Saratoga. Gorgeous afternoon, first Saturday of 8 at the meet. And we're gearing up for the fourth race. That is the favorite. Higher quality, currently even money. Last race facing, now stirred up, and Richie Manny-Franco has to hit the eject button.
Yeah, did a good job, though. Knew that he wasn't going to be able to keep his balance, so let me come off clean, land on my feet, and hold the horse till the help arrives, and there's the cavalry.
He remembered who he was. Acacia had mentioned how we used to see some of this, but how nice and relaxed he was on this afternoon. We saw it through the post parade, and now, without warning, there he goes.
And he is a horse that can kind of get up pretty high in the air at times. So Manny Franco, more important that he didn't let go of him. That's what he was thinking.
And 2 starts back, because last time just facing tougher. Never mind. 2 starts back, mid-April, Aqueduct, Paul, where he dueled, took some heat, dished out some heat, and drew off.
I mean, this was off a giant layoff. I mean, close to 10 months, somewhere in that area. And so maybe it took a little steam out of him in his next start. Again, you're right. It was against Tougher. He was 7.5 to 1 that day. Acacia's right. If he can get out of the gate, establish the rail, and get to the front end, he's going to be tough. But if he keeps acting like that, and sometimes when horses leap up like that, do they have a tendency to leap up in the gate too, Mig?
Well, you know, I think more it was like him going towards the gate. Sometimes they spot the gate and they react to it. But, Paul, what does the 8 Cryo do coming out of a race where he went 21-2?
That's true. I mean, I told you that was a fast race. In Adam Beschizza, I love him on the turf, but he's the kind of guy that tries to take a lot back. And I think they told him, hey, let's go to the front end on the drop. And the horse responded and was working well at Churchill. And they went blazing fast that day. I'm with you. Maybe that's the horse they're going to have to run down. Or if higher quality lays off Cryo in here, it's going to be a very interesting decision if the 2 breaks, what Manny does.
Right.
Day 3, Richie, at Saratoga, the main track. What kind of feedback have you heard?
Horsemen have been telling me it's very tiring. John Kimmel, good friend of mine, really good trainer, ran a first-time starter yesterday that they really liked. And she got tired. He thought he had her, pretty much ready to run, and a filly that ran 3 times, or making her third start, beat her. He said this track is very demanding.
Wayne Lucas said something very, very similar. Acacia, what's going on with higher quality?
Well, the benefit of going the 9 furlongs is the starting gate is positioned right outside the winner's circle. I'm keeping my eyes on him. As Paul had mentioned, this is a horse in the past who's reared up in the gate. He was a gate scratch in the race actually right after his debut when Juddmonte still had him. He's in the gate and he's doing fine now. He has progressed. Hopefully he keeps that mentality, Lafitte.
Has to stand in there longer than most. Higher quality, even money. Manny Franco, a couple of wins yesterday, riding so well. $40,000 claimers here, non-winners to lifetime. It's Gravy steps forward, Jose Ortiz. Hopefully they will all mind their manners. That 2-day pick 6 carryover gets started in about an hour. Race 6, this is the 4th. Diana Saturday, first Saturday of the meet. Johnny I standing by with the call. Race 4, live Saratoga.
And they're off. BC Glory Days and It's Gravy go out for the lead as Red Revolution now moves up from the rail as they race into the clubhouse turn. And it will be Red Revolution. A bit tough to handle going around the turn, but in front nonetheless. BC Glory Days is racing in second. And then It's Gravy. Cryo's on the outside. The favorite Higher Quality runs in 5th position. And farther back it is Eagle in Love. And then Scotto, the trailer, in 7th. They're on the back stretch. The quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Red Revolution leads the field up the backstretch and leads by a length. BC Glory Days runs in second. Cryo, It's Gravy right together 3rd and 4th. Higher Quality is next in 5th, 4.5 from the lead. Then comes Scotto and Eagle in Love at the back. The half mile went in 49 and 1/5 seconds. It is still Red Revolution leading here by a half length. BC Glory Days. Cryo now moves up on the outside. Cryo takes second. BC Glory Days back running in 3rd. Higher Quality asked to pick it up now as the field goes around the far turn. Red Revolution is the leader here with Cryo running in 2nd. Higher Quality up into 3rd. BC Glory Days now back in 4th. 3/4 went in 1:14. It is Red Revolution, Cryo, and on the outside, Higher Quality. Cryo has the lead at the top of the stretch. Red Revolution towards the rail, and Higher Quality is all out now with 3/16 to the finish. It is Cryo. Red Revolution is coming back again on the inside, and now Higher Quality joins them on the outside. So it's 3 of them across. In between horses, Cryo. Higher Quality on the outside. Red Revolution now back running in 3rd. They're coming on for the finish. It's Higher Quality and Cryo, and Higher Quality gets the victory as the 4-5 favorite.
I'll throw a fit if I want. I'll throw a tantrum if I want. And then go out there and handle my business. Higher Quality, the favorite, Manny Franco in the start of what could be a big, big afternoon for 4-time Saratoga champion trainer Chad Brown.
It was a good call by Mig because Mig said, listen, the 8's going to cut out the fractions here. Higher Quality might have to come from off the pace, and I thought Manny gave the horse a good ride. Patient. It was a struggle to get by Mig, but he was patient.
Yeah, but Manny Franco earned his money, too,
Yeah.
because it looks to me like Higher Quality is one of those bicycle kind of horses. If you're not pedaling, he's not running. Both Trevor McCarthy and Manny earned their money here. Trevor gave his horse every shot from the outside post, just got run down by a big favorite that was just best on the afternoon.
Again, I keep wanting to reiterating this. I get it. The best horse won this race probably because of the battle of nutrition. But the Churchill Down dirt races are translating here. The Churchill Down turf races are not.
Trend to continue to follow. Inside Red Revolution. Trevor McCarthy on the outside, a second place finish on the afternoon, doing everything he can with Cryo, but in the end, too much Higher Quality of Higher Quality. And Mig, I think going back to the conversation we were having about the track, the demanding track, the tiring track, you're seeing horses that start to make that move, starting to gather momentum, finding their best stride, and then just go from that to struggling a little bit.
You can see them. They're kind of slogging through the stretch a bit. The last furlong here came home in almost 14 seconds. I mean, so they're struggling over it. But, you know, Chad Brown, obviously, the foundation his horses had certainly helped hugely the last 1/8 of a mile.
Yeah. Tis now out of a storm cat mare. I think that helps out a little bit.
Right pedigree always goes a long way. Yeah. But when it comes to first-time starter races, experience versus lack of experience on the main track right now, you have to lean towards those who do have experience and a little more recency, just from a fitness perspective.
100%. And listen, the public had this dead right. I thought this horse was going to be 2-5. They were struggling at 6-5. They kind of knew that he wasn't a mortal lock, and he wasn't. He had to get by Cryo, who was giant today.
Manny Franco wasn't tis the now in the Travers, but a victory at Saratoga, higher quality in the 4th. And yesterday's stakes activity, big reason we're talking about a 2-day carryover. Yesterday's Forbidden Apple, City Man, springs the upset, and the Coronation Cup. She was the wild card going in, only the one start. Empress Tigress, wow, how good is she? Perfect in 2 starts. We'll recap when Saratoga Live continues.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Express champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Part of why Saratoga is known as timeless. Those incredible Victorians on Union Avenue. Absolutely gorgeous and all part of the history here at the Spa. 154th season of racing at Saratoga. Manny Franco keeps winning races like that. Be able to afford, I don't know, 3 of those. Standing by with the case in the winner's circle.
We've seen him here a few times already. Lafitte and Manny, your horsemanship on display today, as it always is. Higher quality, bit of a tricky horse. Was it just kind of when he saw the gate, he started to act up a bit?
Yeah, that's kind of what happened when he saw the crowd was acting a little bit lost. But on the race was the opposite, you know. He was pretty straightforward. He used those kind of horses that you got to ride him. And that's what I did today. When in the half a mile I have the chance to go around, I knew that they slowed the pace big time in the backside, so I put my horse in the clear and I made my move from there.
And he's such a big horse, too. As you mentioned, he's the one that you kind of have to keep after him as well. But it seems like he really flourished getting some more ground to work with.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, he's a big horse. He got a big stride, too. I just try to, when I can, try to put on the clear and let him run free from there.
You know, we've talked a lot about your relationship with Chad Brown, the success you've had riding for him. What are some of the goals that you have for yourself this summer up here at Saratoga?
I just want to keep getting those opportunities. I think that that's my goal. I want to keep riding for him and for everybody else. You know, I just want the chance to, and then take the most of the opportunities.
We wish you the best, Manny. Fun to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you, Kashi.
Manny Franco, as he's open for business, Luffy, and I joked with him before we came on. I said, you always get the goofy ones, don't you? He said, that's okay. They win.
He can handle them just fine. Acacia, Manny Franco, who grew up wanting to be the next Derek Jeter, wanted to be a shortstop playing in Yankee Stadium here at the Cathedral of Thoroughbred Racing at Saratoga, where he's won at Travers and did himself a big favor at Belmont Park. The opportunities that he took advantage of while some of the other bigger names were out of town for Derby Preakness weekend, those opportunities for Chad Brown that he continued to deliver and deliver and deliver.
Yeah, it's true. And I was just telling Mig, sometimes when you're 4 to 5, Mig, you're supposed to win, but Manny gave that horse an unbelievable ride.
He had to ride him.
He carried the horse to the wire, I mean, basically.
His strength, Manny Franco's physical strength was on full display there. He is a guy that can pick a horse up and help carry them home. And we got to make it happen somehow. Get him to throw the first pitch out at Yankee Stadium.
The deal is, Irad and Jose Ortiz, when I had first come up here to Saratoga, they were giant Met fans. They both got Jose Reyes' gloves, so they're big Met fans. So then I come walking out, and I asked Irad and Jose, I said, hey, would you guys like to go to the batting cage? Manny Franco in the background goes, those two guys stink. You want to take me to the batting cage? So I was like, this is great. So Manny does have a big passion for baseball. And when I heard, he was a heck of a shortstop, could pick it.
Could play.
Yeah.
Could absolutely play. This is an athlete and a winning ride here at Saratoga in race 4. We turn the page. Pick 6 gets started in the 6th. Sit tight. 5th race. Back to the grass and this good allowance race. New York breds on the inner turf course. Current favorite, 3-1 frontline dancer. Wide open. 5th race coming up from Saratoga, which is what we were saying going into yesterday's stakes races. The Coronation Cup for the 3-year-old fillies, the Forbidden Apple potential prep for the Grade 1 4-star Dave, and that was the first Grade 3 graded stakes race on grass of the meet. Forbidden Apple from the start. Set Piece and City Man. Set Piece, we knew he would be far back with Florent Giroux. That's how he runs. City Man, meanwhile, with Joel Rosario from the outside, going to try to find a spot mid-pack and save some ground going into the first turn.
What Joel Rosario did from that post to sift into that rail position was nothing short of miraculous to find that. Yeah. And we talk about it. He didn't do it taking back. He did it going forward to slide into that rail trip. The first turn won the race for him.
Yeah. And, you know, you and I were talking about this as we go on stretch. Now, watch Florent Giroux. He's got to go for the gamble. He can't go 9 or 10 wide right now. He's stuck. So the gamble is, Richie, I mean, do you do a sign of the cross in your head hoping something opens at this time?
You know, I mean, he just was so far back behind the 8 ball, and City Man was able to kind of get out and start his run and have momentum, and then it stymied Set Piece's run when he tried to move at the same time as City Man did. Now you see him finish in between horses, still in an uncomfortable position. Let's give City Man a lot of credit. I mean, he finished. He really finished.
And I was asking Lafitte, I was asking Big, I said, listen, what's the size of the turf course here compared to Belmont? Because a horse like Set Piece that runs from way out of it has not had success here because he's going to run into the traffic more times than not.
Yeah, you feel compelled that you have to save ground, and now you've got to negotiate your way through so many horses on a much narrower, tighter turf course.
You see, you know, Belmont, I think Racing Luck is going to play a bigger role on this turf course here than it would at Belmont Park. Big performance, City Man. The Daily Racing Forum saying it may be the West Point handicap where he won by a nose last year. We thought maybe 4-star Dave. We'll see. As far as Set Piece, who ran second in last year's 4-star Dave, I didn't think it was. Florent Giroux was very unlucky. And while you saw him going into the far turn, tap on the brakes, yes, he stays inside, and then he wheels out. And I felt like I was watching somebody on the freeway in the fast lane, and they realized, like, oh, there's my exit. And every time you try to get over, here comes another car, and here comes another, one of them being City Man. Every time he tried to get out, there was somebody else there. In one of those situations, again, not a bad, just unlucky.
Well, I think that's a great way to term it, unlucky. You know, people say a bad ride. No, it's an unlucky ride. If he gets through and wins the race while City Man was able to make the exit, he looks like a star, right? But that's a jockey's lot in life. And you have split seconds to make these decisions.
Yeah, 100%. And listen, opening day, we had a $80 winner with Junior Alvarado. Cut the corner, got through, and that could have been Set Piece yesterday. It just wasn't. So when you ride on this turf course, you got to hope, because The rail rarely opens here, where you can find the rail a lot sometimes at Belmont.
Yeah, absolutely.
Junior Alvarado, the reason we are here today, getting ready for a 2-day pick six carryover. Also yesterday, the Coronation Cup. In 3-year-old fillies, Twilight Gleaming was the big scratch. The Breeders' Cup winner, who was the heavy favorite, she defected. Hello, Empress Tigress. 1 start coming in. The wild card, how good is she? How will she perform on grass? That's how she performed on grass. With Johnny Velasquez, that was awesome.
You know, he's the horse coming off synthetic, and I wanted to ask you this yesterday. Now, first time on turf, she was obviously very impressive first time out. First 5 strides out of the gate, she hit the front end. As a jockey, do you tell yourself, okay, she's taken to the turf immediately right out of the gate?
Oh, absolutely. And you know, one of the beauties of watching Johnny Velasquez ride a horse with natural speed is he doesn't use them, but he takes nothing away from them. And they run up into their hands. And the way he finishes on horses, at a certain age, all athletes start to lose some of their legs or some of their skills. You don't see that with Johnny Velasquez. His foundation is still a rock.
Did you see what happened with Poppy Flower and Jose Ortiz, the runner-up in this race before? Post-time, she really acted up. And the way they were tending to Jose Ortiz immediately, and then John Ambrial immediately announced there's going to be a delay. I mean, the way they were tending to him, it was scary. The last thing I thought I was going to see in the next 30 seconds was Jose Ortiz climbing back onto the starting gate, getting back onto Poppy Flower, and riding a perfect race, only to finish second to this filly. And just incredibly tough athletes.
Jockeys doesn't have the luxury of other athletes. If he doesn't ride, he doesn't get paid. Doesn't win, doesn't get paid. Doesn't have a contract where you say, well, I need a couple days to get over this and the money's still going to come in. It's very motivating.
It's very, very motivating. Listen to me. It's just like anything else. I had David Ross. I had Russell Martin behind me. Mike Piazza above me. There was no days off unless everything was broke.
Catch is pretty tough. Pretty tough as well. Taking 100-mile-an-hour foul balls off your mask. Great day of racing that continues here at Saratoga. The Big Red Spring, all part of the tradition. Those healing properties. Tastes great, smells great. You just have to try it for yourself the next time you're here at Saratoga. Stay tuned.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Corgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
Learn something new here every day. That Big Red Spring. It's an acquired taste.
Listen to me. It's a
acquired
fountain of
taste.
youth. You sip from there. It's almost like when you feed the ducks. It's good luck. You ever fed the ducks? It's good luck.
Line's going to be from the Big Red Spring to Albany Airport after he just said that.
The water is so crisp, so cold.
Like you've never tasted. Like
nothing like you've ever had in your life.
It's good, great minerals, great for your body, good for your joints.
Big Red Spring, all part of the tradition here at Saratoga, where we are getting set for that two-day Pick 6 carryover, getting started race number 6. Todd Pletcher, there he is, already has won a couple of races this afternoon. Has Frontline Dancer here. There is Frontline Dancer. Acacia, the tepid favorite. Like, we need your help. This one is tough.
This is a tricky race for sure. And as far as Frontline Dancer goes, Todd Pletcher looks for his third win today. He's a horse that's going to hope that there's quite a bit of speed signed on in this race here today. Last time out, he never really looked totally settled to me early on in the race. And he kind of ended up losing more position early on as a result. Then when he did kick in, he was closing on his left lead. He was weaving in between horses. You can see him just being a little bit playful now. He's swishing his tail. Those are typically things that I don't like. Last time out, physically, I was worried that he didn't quite stack up to his competition. He certainly fits in here today, and he has strengthened up. I just want to see that intensity, that focus from him, which maybe he hasn't grasped as of yet, but Red Ortiz will climb aboard. I'm sure is well aware of this horse's quirks. The number 5, Mr. Kringle. He is 2 for 23. He has a knack for being able to hit the board. This horse just kept catching my eye here in the paddock today. He's one that never really carries a lot of good weight and really carries much muscle mass behind. This is probably the best and the strongest that I've seen him look. His coat looks terrific. He looks strong, especially by his standards in here today. Flavian Pratt sticks after having ridden him his last couple of races, and he does stretch out in distance. He looks like a new horse now as a 5-year-old, now that he is more physically mature. The number 8, Shutters for Chad Brown, has been gelded, and that really seems to have helped a lot. In his 2 races as a 3-year-old last year, he was really vocal in the paddock before his races, just really distracted. He hasn't made a peep in here today. Hopefully he's able to keep that out on the racetrack, but gelding oftentimes can help horses be more focused. He looks fit enough coming back. I do think that he'll tuck up a little bit more after this race, but certainly a barn that can have them ready to roll off the layoff. And more than anything, I like the mental trajectory that we've seen from Shutters, Lafitte.
Shutters for trainer Chad Brown. That's something I listen for specifically with Acacia and Maggie. When they see something new, or this horse keeps catching my eye, whether it's positive or negative, like she was referencing with number 5, Mr. Kringle, something different this time compared to last.
Well, and it is the 3rd start off the layoff, so she's seeing a horse that's really kind of come together, right? Gotten fitter, maybe hit the zenith of his fitness. I agree with you. When they're drawn to something in a positive way or a negative way, that's when you really pay attention to what's being said.
So true. I mean, yesterday, Chad Brown had a horse in, and Maggie basically told you, listen, I don't feel this horse has got a real big shot at all. And the horse ran a really dull 4th, and they keep the notes on these horses. They know if they've lost weight, they've gained weight, and horses thrive up here. You know that, Mick. They thrive up here at Saratoga, so they can change overnight.
The majority of horses do, and then you get that odd one that just kind of falls apart of you. You got to notice that too.
Yeah.
Post parade, simply, if you bet Louis Saez blindly, you're getting a price.
Get him back to the turf. He's been stabled up at Finger Lakes, gets a good inside post, and Louis Saez.
Barrel of Quest, saddle towel number 2, breaks from the rail.
And, you know, this horse ran a giant race to break his maiden. The last 2 races have been subpar. Maybe he can get back to that one.
Frontline Dancer, stay focused, man.
Favorite, deep closer, though, needs to work out a trip.
Little Matty Brown, Finger Lakes Invader.
Yeah, getting on the turf for the first time, the son of Big Brown.
And Mr. Kringle, again, Acacia, liking what she saw there.
He's a major contender. I'm a little worried about those 2 wins, 6 seconds.
There's your horse, millennials. Cut the cord.
Listen, I think this horse has an outside chance. Anytime I see Dynaformer on the bottom side, they like the turf. Sean Bridgman in for the ride, by the way.
Here to ride the meet, Eric Kensel, Spetro, number 8 here in Shutters. World-class connections, Brant, Brown, Rosario.
Yeah, and this horse, gelding, everything's coming, Lasix, so I would think maybe tough to handle, but not getting bet on the board.
You're getting skipped, Mig. Rally Squirrel, just like the start last summer, Mike Maker. His horse is running well opening week, and Marinara Sauce and Manny Franco looking for a second win.
A scintillating first time out, and then broke a little bit better and was not bad in the New York Stallion Series.
Citizen K, mind-bending documentary, outside post, sprinter stretching out.
Seems like the pony's having a harder time than Citizen K. Pony acting up here. Citizen K, younger sister, What Love Looks Like, won the 3rd race here today.
Say, Jim Marshall, you're running the wrong way. Citizen K at 14-1. Todd Pletcher with the 2 wins thus far, trying for a 3rd with Frontline Dancer pictured and Erod Ortiz. And Pletcher, it's Saratoga, it's 2-year-olds. This shouldn't surprise anyone. The damage he has done, 8 victories in the Sanford, has 2 more runners today, and 6 of those wins with Johnny Velasquez in the saddle.
Well, the trajectory of both of their careers and their hand in each other's Hall of Fame careers started with 2-year-olds and More Than Ready. And, Scat Daddy, who was on his way to being a prolific sire, untimely passing too young. Incredible what Todd Pletcher's able to do with young horses.
The 2 he has today, headlined by Forte, 5-2. Morning line favorite, and that blowout, very fast debut win.
Yeah, I mean, he was 1-5 that day, Richie, and 58-1. It's moving, but it's really hard to gauge in a 5-horse field. So I guess today we'll find out if Forte is the real deal. I just feel like now you got a field of 12, it's a different ballgame.
Well, absolutely. You know, there's a more likelihood of getting more kickback, which he didn't get. He was parked out in the clear, getting bounced around, having to overcome adversity. He looks like he's got a lot of ability, but now we'll find out more about his character.
Co-owned Mike Rapoli, Vinny Viola, won last year with Wit, first of 2 for Todd Pletcher. Also has Major Dude. Bolt, Doro Colts, both drawn inside. Major Dude, and I've been professional in his debut score in New Jersey.
I love this debut. He took kickback. He was in behind a wall of horses. He found the seam. He didn't blink when he had that spot in between horses. Johnny Velasquez rode him with so much confidence. When he hits the front, his ears start going back and forth like his job was over. I think he could take a huge step forward off of this effort.
They paid a lot of money for the son of Bolt Dioro, who's a very good 2-year-old for Shelby Ruiz and Mick Ruiz. So, you know, I think both of the Monmouth runners, the 3 Great Navigator with Yaro Rendon, who's turned into a nice little jockey. Jamie Ness uses them an awful lot at parks and here and there. I thought Great Navigator was good. This is a good addition of the Sanford.
Deep, wide open. Todd Pletcher here, 2 wins thus far. He has had horses, 2-year-olds. We're lying. That's not Todd Pletcher. He has had horses run at Monmouth and debut there, show up here, there he is, and really improve here at Saratoga. And again, that was one of those races with Major Dude. Like, it wasn't fast, but visually everything you could possibly want to see in a debut in terms of experience and professionalism.
Well, I think we kind of get fooled, Mig, when Chad and Todd, when they go to Gulfstream for the championship meet, you'll see a Chad or a Todd show up at Tampa, and you automatically think second string, somewhat the same.
Bleecker Street.
Yeah, right? And then you're starting to realize now, no, they're going to Monmouth maybe because they couldn't find a race, and they paid $550,000 for this horse, so obviously he has talent. So I think those days are kind of over with, you know what I mean?
Well, also the fact that they have such numbers that they got to find ways to separate horses, right?
Yeah.
And then a horse gets to get a debut like that where he not only wins, but he learned so much out of it. It's worth like 10 workouts a race like that. And Johnny Velasquez having that much confidence with a 2-year-old to go for a small spot. And I love that shot, Todd, up in the box seats with his lovely wife, Tracy. Todd always looks as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Doesn't he?
Done it at the highest level for so many years, and today looking for a 9th victory in the Sanford. There is you're going to see those colors like all over the place in the Diana. Peter Brandt with 3, all trained by Chad Brown, along with technical analysis for Seth Klarman. So Shutters, who we have not seen since this performance last fall, lightly raced 3-year-old. This was his maiden score in his second start as a 3-year-old at Belmont Park.
Hey, he returns as a gelding, horse that, Acacia talked about, maybe a little bit, unfocused. You saw actually right there that Manny Franco dropped his rein inside that ball. He picked it up. Sometimes that'll happen when you go to switch your stick too fast. You'll just lose that steering device that is so important.
Yeah, Manny ends up with Joel Rosario, but Manny ends up on the 10, Marinara Sauce, who was, wow, that debut was unbelievable.
You have plans tonight, Richie?
You know what my plans are?
Watching
the
right here.
Pace, yeah.
You working or watching?
I'm watching. And
would you like to work so I can make that happen?
Well, listen. Hey, listen. There's always a fee that's we can come to.
We can negotiate between now and then. Canterbury with this Pick 5 carryover. Meadowlands Pace, $600,000 Meadowlands Pace. When we say goodbye at 7 Eastern, we'll take an hour break. We'll be right back at 8 o'clock. Greg Wolf, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Great night of thoroughbred racing, great day of thoroughbred racing. We're going to be here late into the night, looking forward to it, and maybe Paula Duca will be there as well. Or we could hang out at the 1863
We'll have Jessica
Club.
Otten at Meadowlands.
At Meadowlands, that's right.
And one of my favorite race callers, Paul Allen. Come on at Canterbury. He calls the Vikings, and he also calls the races up there in Shakopee, and he is an awesome race caller. He's fun to listen to.
I would join you guys, but I have an engagement with my bed about 9:30. I'll be asleep.
Gabe Pruitt will be here as well. Acacia, room on the desk for you.
I am off to SPAC to go to the ballet tonight at Lafitte, but talking about a couple of other horses in this race coming up as we take a look at a horse trying the turf for the first time. They did bring out to do the Best Turned Out award, and the 6 Cut the Cord. His groom was awarded Best Turned Out, and rightfully so, and this horse looked terrific today. There's pedigree to run on the turf as well for Jeremiah Engelhardt, who's off to a good start. The dam, actually, my father-in-law, Christoph Clement, trained the dam, and she was multiple graded stakes place on the turf, and she's produced 2 other turf winners. This horse got really hot, got a little bit hot out on the track and was very, very sharp today. So that's something I'm going to keep an eye on. As you could see, him pretty lathered, but he was a horse that I really thought could potentially take to the grass today. The 10 Marinara Sauce was actually a private purchase out of his last race. Louis Lazanero of Nove fame owned him his first 2 starts, thus the name. And this is a horse who didn't carry much substance behind the saddle, much muscle mass in his hindquarters, which is, I think, why he got off pretty slowly in that debut. Broke better last time and then got jostled around. He has built up some more strength as he goes out in his 3rd start for Chad Brown Lafitte.
At the gate, Acacia, thanks so much. Mr. Kringle, gentlemen, second in his last pair, both with Flavian Pratt. Pratt looking to go back-to-back on the Saturday program.
I like this horse. I like third off the layoff. I like Pratt keeping the ride. I think he learns about his horses. He'll be tough. 6 got a pedigree, just like Acacia was talking about. Mare's thrown 3 turf winners too, Paul.
No. I'm with you. Dynaformer on the bottom side. We lost him a little while back, but he is probably, besides Tappet, he brings more stamina to any horse, and he always has, especially on the bottom side. Mr. Kringle is that horse that just keeps getting closer and closer to Lafitte. He's in really good form. He's gonna get to the wire first sooner or later.
And Flavian Pratt, one of those riders, took him a couple of days to get that first win here. He is one of those guys that once he finds a rhythm, he'll get in a zone, make every right move, and it's win after win after win. Momentum, a good thing. See how this one unfolds. Wide open. Pick 6 gets started in the 6th. 5th race here. Johnny I standing by.
We are set for race 5. And they're off. Barrel Barrel of Quest broke well from that inside post, but there goes Little Matty Brown now to take over the lead. Little Matty Brown is in front. Spetro moves up on the outside. Rally Squirrel is in third, and Barrel of Quest down on the inside runs in fourth as the field heads for the clubhouse turn. Little Matty Brown and Spetro. Forced wide there was Citizen K as they go around the turn. Little Matty Brown is the leader. Spetro runs in second, and down on the inside is Barrel of Quest, who is next in third. On the outside is Citizen K in fourth, followed by Cut the Cord in fifth. Marinara Sauce is in sixth, with Mr. Kringle alongside and in seventh. And then it's a length and a half back to a Frontline Dancer, who races in eighth position. And on the outside is Shutters, and farther back is Simply. The opening quarter went in 24 and 1. And the half in 48 and 1. It is Little Matty Brown and Spetro with Citizen K on the outside in third. And down at the rail is Barrel of Quest racing in fourth. Rally Squirrel is there. Cut the Cords in between horses. Marinara Sauce on the far outside. Then comes Mr. Kringle, followed by Shutters, Simply. And on the inside it is a Frontline Dancer as the field comes into the stretch after three quarters in 1:12 and 1. And it is Spetro on the inside with Citizen K right there. Frontline Dancer making a move in between horses. Shutters rallying on the outside. Shutters, strongest of all in the stretch, and Shutters is the winner. Frontline Dancer finished second. Barrel of Quest was third.
Shutters, accelerating in deep stretch, seemed to lose his focus for a jump or two. In the end, it didn't matter. Joel Rosario, Chad Brown, again, could be a big first Saturday at Saratoga for Chad Brown and owner Peter Brandt.
Oh, this horse flew home, Richie. I kept on saying to myself, you know, when he broke out of the gate, Joel was trying to ask him to get in position. You could see he's still green. He's looking all over the place, but he was really...
what happens right here?
Two strides out of... What happens out of the gate here with the 5? Does he get jostled back?
Looked like when he was going to hit the front, he jumped back to his left lead. You know, Joel's so strong, hands and heels, got him back, the bit back in his mouth and kept him focused. Nobody better at delivering that last run than Joel Rosario.
Now you look at this race and you go, 6-1 on Joel Rosario and Chad Brown.
Big number. Big number. Hindsight 2020, right? Shutters here in deep stretch. Spetro trying to hold on. Good trip towards the outside. Citizen K, Jose Ortiz. Shutters isn't even in the picture yet. Here he is, and right when he strikes the front, Richie, right about here. Swaps back to his left lead, loses focus. In the end, did not matter as he goes on to an impressive victory.
Went to take a quick step in, and if Joel isn't as alert and strong as he was, he could have bothered somebody right at the wire, but Joel's always got horses into his hands.
For newer fans that don't necessarily follow on a day-to-day basis, look, that mistake, that's a fumble. That's an interception. That's a mistake. More impressed when horses make mistakes that can be fixed because he has a pretty good trainer than when they do everything right and still win. Room for improvement, and that guy right there will get him straightened out.
Well, I mean, it's unreal. I mean, the horse hasn't run since October 2021. A little gangly at the start, but they just roll home. The fitness that he gets him ready, Richie, is unbelievable. They rarely are short.
No, he puts so much foundation into him, so many miles. And then some horses just naturally need to mature mentally. Think about young boys starting kindergarten, first grade. They're a little goofy. They mature. They come around.
It was goofy until like 7th grade. Can we do Peter Brandt, and that's Chad Brown, but owner Peter Brandt, while there is an emphasis and a trend in modern-day racing where you race to breed, Peter Brandt races to race. And there he is, you know, bringing back Sister Charlie for a 6-year-old campaign. And several of his top runners that you think might go off to the breeding shed, that might go off into retirement, and how much fun he has, how much excitement he still gets, like watching his horses, top-class horses, perform on the racetrack. And we as fans benefit.
It just shows you the lure of Saratoga. It never gets old when you're in that nice little semicircle.
That conversation will continue as we get closer and closer to the Diana. Brandt, owner of 3. Chad Brown has 4. That's still coming up. And looking ahead to the quick call up at Wallkill there, making a difference in so many lives, and his name, his legacy to be honored in the final stakes race on opening weekend, presented by Run Happy.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
The Jersey Shore's biggest race is the TVG.com Haskell Stakes, Saturday, July 23rd. Join us at Monmouth Park or watch and wager nationwide as the country's top 3-year-olds battle it out in the race where champions prove their greatness. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4, $200,000 guaranteed pick 5. It's all TVG.com Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd, Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Could you ask for a better day for thoroughbred racing? Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You had shutters on top, correct?
Yes.
Well done. You're having a good afternoon, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think, after the break, I really didn't think that he was going to get involved late. But, man, he came home. And you know what? 14-20 on top. You know, Richie made a good point. Frontline Dancer was in a ton of trouble, and Irad was able to get him up for second.
Did some job negotiating his way through that traffic. You know, we always focus on the winner, and rightfully so. Rosario gives Shutters a great ride, but how about the ride Dylan Davis gave on Barrel of
Just
Quest?
to mention,
43-1.
So Trevor McCarthy, first summer at Saratoga, looking for that first win, but a couple of second-place finishes today, one of them with a 37-1 shot. Dylan Davis, that monster meet at Belmont Park, second in the standings by 1 win. Not winning races yet, but riding well, another big price in the money.
He had a 15-1 shot run second, 43-1 shot run third. So he gave the two a tremendous ride. The horse was 43-1, wheeled him out, and the 8 just overlapped everybody, but he gave the horse a perfect ride.
I tell you, we're so privileged to have the quality of riders we have here, and you're going to get guys at big prices. If you like something, you know you got confidence in the rider anyway.
Well, you've talked about how important it is to get off to a hot start. Do the trainers notice, like, do they care that you're riding well and horses are running second, third, or fourth, or are they just focused on who's winning?
The best horsemen notice that. Most trainers, they're just kind of caught up in who's winning.
Joel Rosario, he's like always winning, and he's in the winner's circle standing by with Acacia.
He is one of the best in the saddle for sure. And Joel, tell me a little bit about the ride on Shutters today. It seemed once he hit the front, that inexperience showing up a bit.
Yeah, he did. I mean, the beginning was a little, you know, kind of all over the place in there, and then kind of got in the first two, going to the first two in my spot in a good position, maybe a little further back when I want to, but I mean, that's how we kind of have to be in there, and yeah, he just showed good 24 on, so that was good, and yeah, thanks to Chad and Peter for the ride.
Chad and Peter Brandt, as you mentioned, you'll team up with them later in the Diana aboard in Italian. She has speed to the outside. Can you tell us a little bit about the game plan there?
Yeah, we'll see what the shot have to say, and yeah, take it from there.
Now, how do you feel in those colors, as you'll be wearing them a little bit later too?
Very glad the ride for Peter and Chad. They just you know, they are tremendous people, and very glad to be with the team.
And you're off and rolling now. Saratoga's on and the weekend here on Saturday.
Yeah, that's good. That's you know, I love Saratoga. That's one of my favorite spots for sure, and it's always good to be here, and you know, getting a win is even better.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Joel.
Thank you so much.
Joel Rosario, it's all about getting the winners the feet.
He does it as well as anyone. Always close to the vest with the strategy. You're like, I get it. Stakes races coming up. Why tell anyone what you're doing? But he is consistently keeps his strategy and plans to himself. Again, not that it's a bad idea. See a lot of those two-tone green colors coming up in the Grade 1 Diana. And this packed house here at Saratoga on this afternoon, and you can kind of feel the energy picking up. Two-day Pick 6 carryover gets started in race number 6. Still have the Diana, still have the Sanford, and being honored are the leaders from the recently concluded Belmont Spring Summer Meet, where you just saw there's Mike Dubb, another owner title Belmont. Chad Brown set a record, most wins ever for an individual season. Belmont Park, and by one win. One win, Irad Ortiz, Dylan Davis, that huge meet falling just short.
Yeah, he just pipped Dylan on the last day, but Dylan has a lot to be proud of. And, you know, let's be honest, if Irad hadn't been traveling so much, hadn't been serving a 5-day suspension from Royal Ascot, he probably would have won it a bit easier.
Like 100 more mounts or so for
yeah,
Davis.
but they both rode
lines.
sensational, as did other guys. It's not always only the leading rider that's riding well, and again, the depth of this colony speaks for itself.
But I think the best part about it all was Dylan won the last race of the meet. And let's just say, like, hey, you know what? I was in this race the whole time. Don't forget about me. I'm going to leave you with my lasting impression. And he won the last race of the meet, which I thought was cool.
Riding exceptionally well. He'll get that first win here before long. Third-place finisher here in the last race at a big price. So as I mentioned, the excitement now goes to a fevered pitch with a two-day Pick 6 carryover, $532,000 plus. And it starts with this $25,000 claimer, scratch number 7, Mr. Pete, 7 of them here, 7/8 of a mile. Al Poole's the early favorite at 8-5. What'd you gentlemen think of this one?
Well, I thought Al Cools is the horse to beat. I really do. But I also think the one Flamenco Hawk is another horse that you'd have to use with Irad Ortiz Jr., who has ridden this horse before for Saffie Joseph Jr. I also think the 5 in here has got a good shot. I'm using the Churchill Down horses. Listen, race number 7 is where everybody's going to land. Reinvestment Misk is probably be the most singled horse in this Pick 6. 3-5 on the morning line. So I think a lot of people are going to try to approach this as a $1 Pick 5.
Feels like a universal single. We'll see how it all unfolds. Get started in about 20 minutes. Who's going to be dancing and celebrating after hitting this Pick 6? We'll find out this evening. Party continues. Also, in case you're just joining us and you're not in that picnic area with the rest of the world, we're going to recap everything that's taken place thus far on this first Saturday of the meet. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Hillendale. At Alapa, our thoughts to everyone at Hillendale. Kitten's Joy having passed away yesterday at the age of 21. Terrific thoroughbred and a terrific stallion. Here at Saratoga, where I will be meeting Paul and Mig in 21 minutes, right there. Postpartum paddock, overlooking the paddock here.
Won't have to ask me twice. I'm ready.
Another new addition here at Saratoga, along with so many others, and a two-day Pick 6 carryover gets started in race number 6. In case you are just joining us, let's head back to the start of the day and the first race, the second race of the meet out of the Wilson Chute, and it's all about the brothers. Jose Ortiz in front, aboard the gray, aboard the roan, first-time starter, Psychic Income, but here comes Irad. You can hear that Jaws theme aboard, never change in the stretch.
Took the words out of my mouth. I said, cue the Jaws theme music there. Here comes Irad. Finally got the favorite Never Change to get over to his right lead and found more. First-time starter, Psychic Income ran great, Paul. Just hit the wall a little late.
Oh, my God. This is a tough beat if you had the 6, because in real time, I thought the 6 got to the wire, but just started shortening strides the last 50 yards.
Not a tough beat for you. You had no change. Race number 2. How about Chloe Rose, who was acting up in the paddock and kind of throwing a tantrum, but in between the gate and the wire, all business.
Yeah, she's the horse that had the most wins to meet. She had run first and second in her 2 starts. She likes the racetrack. Luis Saez with the blinkers on just put her into the race. And then Cupid's Girl with Dylan Davis was the only filly that could pass horses, but Chloe Rose was just much the best. She was able to put away all the speed and hold on.
It's good to see trainer Gustavo Rodriguez in the Saratoga Winner's Circle. Chloe Rose, race number 3, second win for trainer Todd Pletcher. What loves look like in the first win of the meet for star jockey Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, and delivered a flawless ride. Inside pocket trip, that coveted pocket spot on the turf. Took advantage of his inside post by getting his position going forward. Came out into the stretch and kicked away nicely for owner breeder Barry Schwartz. What looks like a maiden no longer.
Todd Pletcher, 2 wins. Chad Brown, 25 minutes later, would counter with higher quality Manny Franco. Louis Lazanero drinks all around Inoue.
Yeah, right. And I'm sure this horse was probably the most singled in the pick 5, and I think a lot of people were sweating it out because Trevor McCarthy in cryo right to his inside was giving him a big tussle, but Manny Franco was able to get the big favorite across the wire first. This was a good horse race.
That tiring surface, really having to slug it out to the wire. And then moments ago on the grass, those Peter Brandt colors, a second win for Chad Brown. Joel Rosario, Richie Shutters, just starting to find his best stride.
Yeah, and you can see this, traffic jam of horses in front of him. He angles out to the clear after saving ground early on the turn. And this is what we love about turf racing, right, guys? You got about basically the whole field in the frame coming to the 8th pole, and any one of 7 or 8 horses could have won it, but the horse with the last run and Joel Rosario board gets it done.
Is that called swallowing up a field?
Just inhaling, swallowing, Joel Rosarioing. It all works. What we've seen thus far in the first 5 races. A terrific day of thoroughbred racing. Greg Wolf is about to get that much better. Race number 6 with the 2-day Pick 6 carryover and the first Grade 1 of the meet, the 84th running of the Diana.
Yeah, thank you, Lafita. Race that is one of the most prestigious prizes for fillies and mares on the turf. This Grade 1 Diana. That's why this is always a special weekend, this first weekend of the meet. First Grade 1 of the meet as well. Chad Brown, this is the first Grade 1 he ever won in his career back in 2011. He's added 125 more since that time, including 5 in a row in this race until that streak ended last year. That streak was ended by Charlie Appleby, who will send out the 2 Creative Flair and try and go back-to-back in this race, but Chad Brown has his field surrounded and maybe overwhelmed. He'll send out 4 of the 6 in this field, including the undefeated Bleecker Street, who, as a dirt pedigree, wasn't working well on the dirt. They said, well, let's give her a chance on the grass. She's gotten better and better and better, and now she's a perfect 7 for 7, including a Grade 1 win in the Manhattan last time out. We all remember this incredible stretch duel from last summer, the most talked about probably all year long, the savaging. Firenze Fire trying to take a piece out of Yaupon. Did not wind up winning that 4-go. He is a 9-time graded stakes winner in his career, including the Sanford. His half-brother is going to try and equal that feat this afternoon. Andiamo a Firenze Ron Lombardi of Mr. Amore Stable says he's been showing even more talent than Firenze Fire has, his brother, early on in his career. This is going to be the second start of his career coming up. Can he equal what Firenze Fire did back in 2017? Going to be a lot of fun coming up the latter half of the program. Lafitte, back to you.
So much to look forward to, Greg. Thanks so much. That pick 6 2-day carryover getting started momentarily in this 6th race. Horses are in the paddock, and can't wait to see how this Diana unfolds. Chad Brown trying for a 7th overall, and the 2-year-olds who's ready to step up in the Sanford first step towards the hopeful most prestigious race for 2-year-olds at the end of the meet, Saratoga. 532,000 plus. The 2-day carryover gets started in about 11 minutes. Much more coming your way. Saratoga Live as opening weekend coverage continues.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's crunch time here at Saratoga. Horses in the paddock with the 2-day pick 6 carryover about to get underway. Our coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started. NairaBets.com today. Gorgeous Saratoga racecourse. And the updated odds for the 6th. First leg of the pick 6, $25,000 claimer. 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-olds and older. Scratch number 7, Mr. Pete. Down at the bottom, Al Cool's 8-5 as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the show. Maggie, start with number 1, Flamingo Hawks. I don't think you want to get eliminated in the pick 6 by Irad Ortiz on a 5-1 shot.
No, you don't. Lafitte, as Flamingo Hawk, yeah, one ridden by Irad Ortiz here, and one that I wasn't expecting to necessarily like for Safi Joseph, but the 7 furlongs does pose a little bit of a question mark, although in 2 starts he has run well going the 7/8, a little bit of a smaller, more compact horse, but I like what I see here. He's the one that my eye just kept going back to. He's well muscled. He presents himself as a very proud and confident horse. I noticed that watching his replays, obviously he's one, this is the first time I'm laying eyes on him, that they've closed his blinkers in a bit more. So we'll see. He has not shown that much speed as of late. We'll see if he can be a little bit closer. Moving on to number 5, Long-Term Thinking. I saw him quite a while ago, over a year ago at Oaklawn Park. mark, and he was always a bit of a handful to get the tack on. Well, he's done a lot of racing since then, and that's not the case anymore, as he'll make his third start off the claim for Robertino Diodoro. He looks good. He's always a horse that has that very fit and lean, sinewy type of physical presence to him, but good energy here as well, but it's controlled, so that's something I hadn't seen in the past from him. And next, we'll check in with your favorite. That is number 8, Al Cools, one that I haven't seen since going back to this winter when I didn't like the way he looked. He got washy those days. He wasn't carrying his weight well, and his performances on the racetrack reflected that too. I wish he was carrying a bit more weight, because Linda Rice is a trainer whose horses carry a lot of conditioning, and that's not what I'm observing from him here, but at least he's not washy, at least he's not nervous or worrying. So all things, for the most part, looking good for your favorite, Lafitte.
8-5, Maggie, thanks so much. Al Cools and this big crowd here anticipating the start of this pick 6, the races, the number of horses, the fields get deeper towards the back end. How many Chad Brown trainees do you use in the Diana? And Paul, momentarily we will walk through the sequence, what your strategy would be, but you said the logical single, at least on paper, is...
Yeah, it's going to be the horse in the next race, in race number 7. Reinvestment risk for Chad Brown, 3-5 on the line. I mean, this horse ran behind Jackie's Warrior, who right now might be the best one-turn horse, and Steve Aspen keeps telling me he's getting better and better. So, and this is another horse that ran behind Speaker's Corner, and he lays over that next field. So how you have to attack this pick 6 for me is you got short fields in the first 3 races. Maybe you could take advantage. I think Al Cools will be tough in here. I do think Flamenco Hawk will be tough here as well, because I like the one coming off the Churchill races. I think you need to decide in the Diana, because you have the 1 or the 3. Do you want to use the other horse? Do you think Bleecker Street can keep on going at 7 for 7? I think a lot of people will think that as well. But when you get to the last races and the other race, I think you need some coverage. I think you can go light in the first 3 races, then you're going to need coverage late.
This does seem to be a polarizing topic, to single or not to single. You personally, how do you feel? Do you always feel like you have to find a single and build around that?
Not really. I mean, but if a horse sticks out at 3-5, at sometimes you got to look and say the horse isn't going to lose, and if the horse does, I'll take my chances.
Don't know how you dismiss any of the Chad Brown trainees in the Diana. One of the biggest challenges of the sequence. Post parade for the 6th race. Flamingo Hawk at 9-2, drawn inside. Irad Ortiz, there he is, and then Maggie did like what she saw in the paddock.
Yeah, gets good marks from Maggie from the paddock. From an appearance standpoint, Safi Joseph, 21% on the year.
Mike Maker, first after the claim in Sky We Trust.
Dangerous horse here, because Mike and Tyler just tore up Churchill, and they claimed this horse and brought him up here.
Chris and Dave currently 5-1, followed by Double Shot, pictured with Jose Ortiz.
Yes, one for Kelly Breen and Jose Ortiz.
Long-term thinking, Ricardo Santana.
Well, Paul talked about that Churchill form carrying over and running well here at Saratoga.
The old guy, 8-year-old, Musical America, 53rd career start.
The 3's a 9-year-old, the 8's going, yeah, you know, I'm a little younger than you. I mean, the 6, Musical America.
We learned Al Stahl, geology, close. There's a son of gemologist, Al Cools, 9-5.
The horse is in good form, right? And he has tactical speed. He can sit wherever he wants. So, you know, with the 7 out of the race, Mick, I think the 8 gets the run of the race to see if he's good enough, no?
That's what keeps jumping off the page at me. Al Cools, 4 times ridden by Flavien Prat, 4 victories.
Wow.
Is that good? That sounds good. Is it good?
I think he's got the whole card.
That sounds good. And also in these claiming races, sometimes when you can find a lower level horse that has some class, that has some grit, some toughness, that's what we saw from Al Cools in his last win, his last performance at Belmont in June.
Absolutely. You can see he always saves a little something for himself. That one ear going flicking back and forth. When that horse gets close to him, Paul, he pins both ears back and finds a little more.
He did. You're right. That horse was never going by him, which is kind of crazy. He kind of likes his races. Listen, you don't want to get in a dogfight with him. He's won by a head. He's won by a nose. He's won by a half a length. He did spread one race where he won by 3 1/4, but he won by a half. He's the kind of horse, if you get in a fight with him, you're probably going to lose.
Handicappers pivot quickly, understandably so, when we see a bias. It's speed bias, or rally wide, or a gold rail. Richie, what we had, the feedback that you discussed earlier, Wayne Lucas said the same thing about this track here, the main track at Saratoga, very demanding, very tiring. So as a handicapper, Paul, how much would you use that, apply that into your handicapping that maybe you had already done, but now you're realizing that's been the trend of the track?
It's kind of a double-edged sword. I'd ask Richie on this because the cutback horses, you can't really launch from way back, right?
No.
So you would think they would have the fitness. But the horses that are up close that have the fitness have been the horses that have been running, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, it's interesting because in this particular race, I like a turn back.
Yeah.
But I've seen a fair racetrack.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you want to come from left field.
Yeah, 100%.
You want to have some position, but they've been winning from inside. They've been winning from outside. I don't see any bias in that respect.
I guess my point is this, is that if you have two horses you like equally, one's coming from off the bench, let's say a trainer who's really good with layoffs, and the other one has a recent effort, that's the direction I'm going.
I want recency. I want a horse that's got that foundation's got that race. This track has been showing that, and talking to horsemen in the mornings, everybody's saying their horses are coming back tired. They're blowing off of these races.
Something to keep in mind moving forward. Now, we are told this race is going to go off around 4:01. Showing a minute to post around 4:01 is when they'll load into the gate for this sixth race in the first leg of this pick six for the two-day sequence. You see the carryover 532,000 plus today's pool and what's being wagered into this incredibly challenging sequence. We'll have it all for you here on Saratoga Live. Al Cool still 8-5. Such a tough edition of the Sanford with the two-year-olds wide open. And like I said, with the Diana, I don't know how you eliminate any of the Chad Brown trainees. I don't know. Every one of them has a shot.
Kind of true. I mean, just look at the last race. Everybody dismissed Chad and Joel at 6-1. Boom. 4-5 struggled to get home. It seems more times than not that Chad will pop you at 5-1, and it's just whatever horse is feeling well. Because I think he works them so much together, Rich. They get so competitive, and every one of his horses are competitive, and anyone can win on either day. The French filly, if she might love this turf course, you never know.
Rogier.
Yeah, Rogier, you know, listen, there was a point at the Belmont Park meeting, our turf wasn't firm. It was hard.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't have much rain. It got baked, and they were really, really running on top of the ground more. Now here, even though the course is firm, it's not a hard course like we had at Belmont, so maybe she can rebound.
You want to walk through this sequence quickly, Paul? Fans up at the 1863, anticipating this first leg of the pick six. So the sixth race here we've discussed. Reinvestment risk, you said, the logical single, has not raced since Kentucky Derby Day. We just finished that conversation about fresh horses, layoff horses on the main track that could be vulnerable at Saratoga.
True, but I look back at some of his races, and he's lost to Jackie's Warriors 3 times. I think Jackie's Warrior would be 1-100 in that race. So, I mean, it's like you keep looking back. And for Klarovich and Chad, this is a Colt by Upstart. He's 24%, 61 to 180 days.
All that sounds great, but this track?
It's Chad. And the horse
pretty much trumps everything.
And the horse has got numbers that tower over the field.
But and that's the point.
Yeah.
It's Chad plus a horse that just looks like he's that much better than the rest of the field, and it's a good field.
No, it is a good field. It's solid, but you're running into a horse, and I would think Chad's not going to not have him ready. 7 furlongs is tough to do, but to have a horse ready, but I'm looking at Speaker's Corner. Who's in
not
the 100?
Not saying he's not
land.
ready. I'm saying on this track. I'm just saying on this track.
I get it. I just think maybe class wins over there.
We check in with Maggie.
The sport on hand is obviously all about horse racing. Sorry, I'm having major issues with my earpiece. But I think there could be another sport in that getting through the crowds here at Saratoga, it's like a contact sport. I've got to say, the old girls heaving today with the crowds. Good to see people out here enjoying this absolutely gorgeous day and this brilliant horse racing that we're putting on here. But looking at race number 6, number 3, Chris and Dave, I know you guys were touching on the fact that he's a turn back in here. He did absolutely no running in his first race off the Jeff Engelhart claim, whom for the first 5 months of the year, you could not stop his barn. And then things have gotten very quiet in the last 2 months. And this guy, even though it was a pace that completely collapsed, He was never that close to it like he normally is, and he had nothing to offer. Now they're turning him back, and well, physically, I guess he's okay. He's a very laid-back type, or at least he's very laid back today and very quiet. I've seen him look better in his coat as well, so I'm on the reserve side about recommending Chris and Dave at 5-1 currently, guys.
So some hesitation there. Chris and Dave, this crowd eagerly anticipating the first leg of this pick six around 4:01 when they'll load into the gate. Couple of minutes. We're going to take a deep breath and pause. Welcome in new viewers as our coverage continues on this first Saturday opening weekend from Saratoga Springs. Packed house Diana Day. Sit tight. From one of North America's oldest active sporting venues, Saratoga Racecourse, welcome everyone just outside the paddock. Champion jockey Richie McGiore, Paul LaDuca, I'm Lafitte Finkai. There is an incredible amount of excitement here at Saratoga right now. We still have the Diana a little bit later on, the Sanford for 2-year-olds, but the story here for the handicappers, 2-day pick six carryover, 532,000 plus coming into today. You can see what's been wagered. It all gets started in this sixth race, Paul. Kind of an intense moment here. You played this pick six in this huge sequence about to get underway.
Yeah, I did. And I'll be honest with you, I went 1-8 in here. I'm scared of the 5, and I'm actually scared of the 3, the old timer. And I single reinvestment risk at 3-5 and try to play this as a pick 5. And I use technical analysis with Bleecker Street. I just think technical analysis is going to get not that much respect. And I have a feeling that horse is going to run giant today.
That's coming up in the Diana. Richie, post time, Al Cool's 8-5 as they file into the gate.
I'm an Al Cool's fan like Flavien Pride aboard. I went with the 3, Chris and Dave, before I heard Maggie's comments. And because he is the old guy, I'm the old guy here.
him and Musico America, they can still get the Denny's meal for like $6.99, yeah.
We're all set. The pick six starts right here, right now. Al Cool's favorite at post time, John Imbrial with the call. The sixth race live from Saratoga.
And they're off. Al Cool's away well from the outside as Chris and Dave now moves up, down at the rail. It is Flamingo Hawk. And In Sky We Trust is up close. So it's 4 of them scrimmaging for the early lead. And they've got 2 lengths on Musical America, who runs in 5th. And it's a half dozen lengths back to the trailers, Double Shot and Long-Term Thinking. In Sky We Trust comes through now to grab the lead over the favorite Al Cool's. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. So it is In Sky We Trust, the leader here. Al Cool's running in 2nd, and Flamingo Hawk just off the front runners in 3rd as they go around the far turn now. Up front, In Sky We Trust with a half-length lead over Al Cool's. Flamingo Hawk is on the move now. Flamingo Hawk is getting closer. It's 5 or 6 lengths back to Chris and Dave. And down on the inside is Double Shot. The half and 45 and 2. They're in the stretch. In Sky We Trust. Here's Flamingo Hawk on the outside. Al Cool's is there. And now they're at the 8th pole. And it is Flamingo Hawk who has the lead. And Flamingo Hawk is getting away from them. Flamingo Hawk will start the sequence in the pick 6 as a 3-1 winner. Flamingo Hawk won by 6 lengths. Al Cool's was 2nd. In Sky We Trust finished 3rd.
You could see what was unfolding, rounding the far turn. The favorite, Al Cool's, under a drive. Flamingo Hawk traveling much, much easier. Irad Ortiz gave him his cue. He responded and won, going away.
I think he won this race twice, Mig. He broke great first because this horse has had gait issues.
Yep.
And he had him up close.
Yeah, got him into position, got out in the clear. It was a sharp pace. Something you pointed out earlier in the day, though, Paul, that I think people got to pay real attention to. Horses running on the dirt that are coming at a dirt race to Churchill Downs are really performing here in Saratoga.
100%. You look at Al Cool's. This is a horse that was in the best form. He was the one Belmont horse. Churchill horse runs 1st. Churchill horse runs 3rd. and fourth, the 5.
Trend to continue
Yes.
to monitor moving forward. Richie, any excuses? Al Cools, who right here looks like he's engaging in Sky We Trust, but really having to be encouraged by Flavian Pratt.
No, he was just second best today. Flamingo Hawk, when you kind of scanned behind Al Cools, you could see the way he was traveling. You went, well, there's the danger, and certainly he put him away quite easily. Al Cools did well to run to be second. Of course, I liked a little bit Chris and Dave. At 9, he may just be saying, I'm getting a little weary of this.
The old guy?
The old guy.
1-8-2-5. 2 wins on the afternoon. Irad Ortiz, Peachtree Stable. Safi Joseph, Irad Ortiz, a date with the perfect filly, Bleecker Street, 6-5 morning line favorite, 7 for 7 in the Diana. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute blast. And for our viewers, still so much more coming your way. The remainder of the Pick 6 sequence, the Diana, the Sanford, and what's been a terrific Saturday of Thoroughbred racing, the first of 8 here at Saratoga.
Had an absolute blast with both of you, and hope we do it again.
Yeah, it was a great time and great races still to come. Now I'm going to be a spectator.
There you go. Stick around. Live coverage continues here on Saratoga Live. Bleecker Street, 7 for 7. Irad Ortiz will ride. He was fired up that day. Will he be that excited after the wire in the Diana? We'll find out this evening as coverage continues here on Saratoga Live. Best of luck. You're still alive in the Pick 6 in the rest of the sequence.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football Gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
Next on Saratoga Live, opening weekend continues from the spa with the first Grade 1 stake of the meets. Chad Brown will send out 2/3 of this year's field in the Diana, determined to add a 7th win in this prized event. Bleecker Street is one of 4 of those fillies, unbeaten in 7 career starts. She comes off a Grade 1 win in the Manhattan. When it comes to 2-year-olds, Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher reloads with top-level talent year after year, as his 8 Sanford wins will attest. This season is no different. forte. Could be one of the best of his youngsters after delivering an easy win as a 1-5 favorite in his debut. Great to have you with us on the first Saturday of the meet. Welcome to our exclusive live coverage of opening weekend of the Saratoga Racecourse meeting, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, tremendous crowd on hand on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in upstate New York, and you can feel the buzz with a big card ahead, including that first grade 1 coming up on the lawn in a moment. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us for our opening weekend coverage. There are a handful of races in each division that stand out in this sport. Several of them take place right here at Saratoga. The Travers for 3-year-olds, the Whitney for older horses, the Test for 3-year-old fillies. For fillies and mares on the turf, the Diana is as prestigious as it gets. That was impressed upon Chad Brown early on in his career when he came up under Hall of Fame trainer, the late Bobby Franco, who won this race twice. Today, Chad Brown will try and add a 7th Diana victory to his resume. He will send out 4 of the 6 fillies in this field. Technical analysis, Bleecker Street, Rougier, and in Italian. With me to talk about this race and all we have coming up, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country, Grade 1 winner here at Saratoga, and a man who won this race with Heritage of Gold as well, Tom Amos. Guys, it's almost like Chad Brown took it personal when his 5-race win streak in the Diana came to an end. Had 10 of 14 nominated into this race. He'll send out 4 of 6 in the field today.
Yeah, and look, he's got this race surrounded. Bleecker Street, she's a deep closer. Rogier's a deep closer. She'll be a little closer to the pace more than likely than what Bleecker Street will. Technical analysis, she loves to be on the lead. She has one sitting just off of the pace, but not far back. And in Italian, she's only one when she is on the lead. So there's going to be pace, more than likely. Technical analysis is going to be the one. Tom, what'd she do here?
Well, she came from an impossible spot at the top of the stretch. You don't think she's going to get there. And here comes Bleecker Street down the outside to get up in time to keep that record intact. 7 for 7 lifetime. That's hard to do on any level. She's doing it at the top level on the grass.
This is a filly they bought to run on the dirt. Wasn't training well on the dirt. They were hopeful, said, let's take a shot, let's try the grass. She just got better and better and better start by start, and now she's one of the top filly and mares on the turf in the country.
Yeah, she is indeed. And look, you see those silks right there, the silks of Peter Brandt? 3 of the horses in this race, 3 of the 6 will be wearing those same silks. So see if you follow me here, guys. So if you've got 3 horses in the race and they all possess different styles, and you have a chance to take one of the 2 that are not yours out of the race by going to the front with one of your horses and challenging Delika, whose game, and it's not a Chad Brown horse, it's not a Peter Brandt horse, and you can take her out of the race by challenging her early. How do you not do it? I see no other real alternative but for in Italian, the outside horse, the 6, to charge to the front, take on Delika, the 5 horse. I think those 2 battle it up front. And you know what? In the process, you not only take Delika out, you set up for a close for your 2 closers in the race.
Talk much more about it coming up. First grade 1 of the meet still to come. Back in race 6. Start of this massive 2-day Pick 6 carryover. It begins with Flamingo Hawk. Irad Ortiz Jr., a 2-win day already this afternoon. Teams up with Safi Joseph Jr. here.
Yeah, and Irad, he hung it on his brother in the first race. Jose earlier on the card today out of that mile shoot, got up the last jump, and Flamingo Hawk, 850, 330, 250. All Cools was the favorite, second best there.
Yeah, Flamingo Hawk sat the trip, didn't he? You talked about the 2 horses going to the front, including the favorite on the outside and Al Cools. And Flamingo Hawk was able to pick up the pieces and knock down those 2 horses that were going to the front early.
Late pick 5 begins here, and a horse who is going to be a lot shorter price, I believe, than what we see right now at 6-5 on reinvestment risk. A horse who has had the misfortune of 3 times in his 8-race career going up against the best sprinter in the country in Jackie's Warrior. For Chad Brown, it's a big drop in class for him coming up this afternoon. We're going to head paddock side right now, check in with Andy Serling and Jonathan Kinchin. Hi, guys.
Hi, Greg. You know, it's actually interesting. John and I just saw reinvestment risk, and he was looking around the paddock for Jackie's Warrior. He didn't see him. He didn't see Speaker's Corner, and he just got like a big smile on his face.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier competition for him today, and I didn't know horses could smile, but
He did seem to be
You
smiling a
you
little.
could see a little glint in his eye. He was happy not to see him. I got to think he's probably the horse that was most leaned on in the pick six, the biggest theoretical single. I'm surprised he's above even money. He's even money at this point.
Yeah, look, he is a horse that is going to be the most singled. He's the type of horse that, in my opinion, if he gets beat, the pick six will pay 5 figures, no matter who else wins.
100%. No, that is an absolute certainty. We'll look up the number. So let's talk a little about the Sanford today. I think the Sanford is just about as interesting a race as you can get, because while there's two legitimate favors in Forte and Andiamo a Firenze, but I think they're extremely vulnerable, and there are a lot of potential problems hidden in the weeds.
Yeah, look, these are one of those races where, Forte and Andiamo a Firenze do have the fastest speed figures. And if they run to those races and those race figures were correct, then one of them will probably win. The problem is I don't necessarily trust those numbers quite yet, and there's other horses that could take steps forward. I think Curly Jack is interesting to take another step forward. There's lots of horses in the race. So I just think it's a little bit of a sneaky race where I think a lot of people probably try to get away with just using the 4 and the 9, and I think it's more complex than that.
Oh, I think it is much more complicated. I did like Forte, the way he was professional in his debut, a solid figure, but it was a 5-horse field, an uncompetitive race. I don't like Andiamo a Firenze. I like Great Navigator, even if he isn't as good as the original Great Navigator. I still think he can win at a price, but an interesting race, guys, coming up in the Sanford. A race so tough that even Tom Amoss can win it.
Yeah, we're going to get Tom's opinion on this in just a moment. Thank you, Andy, JK. There's no hotter trainer with 2-year-olds in the country right now than our partner right here, Tom Amoss. So first off, congratulations on that. What can you tell us about Curly Jack?
Well, first of all, let's talk about Saratoga. I don't care how hot you are. When you come to Saratoga, you better have your running shoes on. So Curly Jack won his debut at Churchill Downs, ran a really good race, didn't break all that sharp, but was able to regain position along the rail. It's difficult to come out of the one hole in a maiden race in your debut where you're going to be crowded and overcome that and still win. You're going to watch him not only hit the wire in front here, but gallop out ears forward, looking like there's more in the tank if he wanted it. And all that needs to happen today for Curly Jack to run well. I don't think he's a confirmed front runner, so if he doesn't, go to the lead early, I'm not concerned about that. But I'm leaving it in Tyler's hands. He can do whatever he pleases.
Todd Pletcher, 8-time Sanford winner. Kelly Breen, Andiamo a Firenze, his half-brother, of course, won this race back in 2017. He'd had 8 more graded stakes wins in his career. Not just about those 2, though. It's going to be a fascinating edition of that Sanford. Up next, late pick 5, and without question right there, the horse to beat, Reinvestment Risk. Huge drop in class coming out of a grade 1.
And they're up. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live, brought to you proudly each and every race day by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. High-level allowance assembled here in the paddock to get the action rolling and heating up and dropping out of Graded Stakes Company is your current favorite and rightful favorite in number 5, Reinvestment Risk, here for Chad Brown, looking for another win on the card as he rolls in to the Diana in the next race. But Reinvestment Risk saw him 2 back when he tested the waters in the Grade 1 Carter, in which he ran valiantly that day, earning a career best Beyer speed figure of 104. And then last time we saw him in the Churchill Downs, a Grade 1 behind Jackie's Warrior, who certainly had the run of the race that day. And he is a brilliant racehorse to boot. But one difference I'll say from that time 2 back at Aqueduct to today is that he was really pumped up in the paddock, and maybe it was because he's a bit more of a fresher horse, you know, second off the bench. But today, a little bit more quiet, a little bit more subdued here as he does ship in from Belmont Park for this effort for Chad. And he's a bit more fit, a bit more defined and chiseled in his appearance. So all things looking good, but I did think there were some other interesting prospects in here, including one of 2 Bill Mott horses, number 2, Nova Rags. You know, I thought when I saw Reinvestment Risk, I was really impressed with what I observed from 3 to 4. Well, same thing can be said for Nova Rags. I was not at Belmont on June 19th, but he has grown. He has lengthened that frame. He's just become so much more athletic, so much stronger too. That was always my main complaint with him last year, is that he really didn't change much from 2 to 3, but he has now at 4. He's strong coming out of that race, in which he tried really hard the whole way. Montauk Daddy just wiring the field that day in a minor upset. And looking at his works since then, watch the July 7th workout here on the Oklahoma training track, 48 flat by himself. You know, encouraged a little bit slightly with the rider's hands, but looked so efficient and just happy to be out there, strong over that racetrack. I think this horse has another forward move in him off the back of that effort coming back as a 4-year-old. Then want to check in with the horse who should offer a pretty big price on the board. That's number 8, Sibelius. I've been intrigued by this horse turning back, especially going the 7 furlongs. He's run well in some of his longer races, and I don't know if dynamics necessarily play into his favor, but at least he's drawn towards the outside where he can get a comfortable position. He has consistently had a high quality of physicality throughout the summer months here. Now the front, I am noticing that the front wraps do go on him today, so I always heed caution when I see that, but I do think that the distance may be to his liking. A couple other guys I like across the paddock, Andy and JK. What's up, guys?
Thanks, Maggie. You know, I think sometimes you come on here and you Jonathan and I are similar in that we like to try to be a little clever, maybe come up with some idea that's a little off the beaten path, but I don't know. I'm talking the start of late pick 5 here, the Diana and Sanford, 2 big parts of that. Big field in the Sanford. Diana, an interesting race we'll talk about, but I don't really believe that Reinvestment Risk is likely to lose this race. He's just better than these horses.
Yeah, he's better than these horses. And if you look, if you start at the bottom of his past performances, he just never really has had a bad race outside of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile that you give him an excuse there. He just kind of always shows up and he always runs. And you know, we were joking about him smiling when he walked into the paddock. There is a significant difference in who he's facing today and who he's been facing. Because that horse in the lead right now in the Blue Silks would be 1-20 in here and would win by 25 lengths.
Yeah, it's speed figures matter, and competition matters. And this is a horse that if he was running the races he's running this year, last year, he would probably win the Forgo, based on who ran it last year. He could win any of these races. This is a very tough year to be a good horse, because there's Speaker's Corner, there's Jackie's Warrior, there's Flightline, you know, there's Life is Good. There's so many monsters looking around corners, and the good news for Reinvestment Risk is he had this knowledge due condition because he's mostly running against monsters in Grade 1s. The horse that would worry me is Baby Yoda, not because his everyday race is bad or good enough to beat Reinvestment Risk, but his huge race last year was in Saratoga. So maybe Baby Yoda gets to Saratoga and eyes are gonna light up like when he beat Olympiad somehow last year.
And the thing about it is, I think there's been a lot of conversation about that speed figure, but was it too high? But Olympiad has come back and become a good horse, so I tend to want to believe the speed figure that we saw. It's also arguable that this was the single greatest performance we saw all last year at Saratoga. It was brilliant that day.
No.
If he can somehow find that, then Reinvestment Risk will have a race on his hands. But he's been very inconsistent.
Right. I mean, he's got no other race that's fast. He runs that race, he's going to beat at Reinvestment Risk. The reality is that Reinvestment Risk is much the horse to beat, and we think the second choice might be the horse that's most likely to do it, though we don't expect it. We'll see what Tom thinks, though.
Yeah, so in my pick 5 ticket, obviously Reinvestment Risk is the horse. Look, last time he got beat by Jackie's Warrior, who set the pace in a pedestrian fashion. You're talking about the champion sprinter from 2021 in Jackie's Warrior. And by the way, who did Reinvestment Risk beat in that race that ran third? Aloha West, the 2021 Breeders' Cup winner. So the only thing that could possibly get Reinvestment Risk beat here is maybe a lack of pace up front and not running his best race. I think River Dog perhaps has a chance, the 7 horse, to go gate to wire here, just as a long shot to try to give a contrarian view in the race. As you go down the pick 6, look, I'm going to spread out in the 9th race, which is a first level allowance race on the grass going long. And then when we get to our stake, the one that matters to me, the one that I'll be in the paddock for, the Sanford, I like my horse, Curly Jack, the 5 horse. Very impressive winner first time out. I know I'm going to get some good ones. I'm required to pick him and single him in the pick 5, but I do like him, and then I'll spread it back out in the last, guys.
So 3 minutes to post. Probably have a little bit more time than that with a look there at Sibelius. Still not yet all the equipment on, so we're going to have probably a slight delay here and some more time to put these tickets together. Interesting point, though, that the guys brought up in the paddock set. You go back to last summer, and Baby Yoda, 2 wins here, but it was that second win that a lot of people believe this could be the next superstar sprinter in our sport, and maybe it is a horse who just wakes up and loves it here in this atmosphere. Here's Disco Ferro to kick things off, 7-1.
Like he was in the cusp of being a stakes horse, and after a bad trip in Maryland, he just did not run well in his last start. He needs to improve.
9-1 next door. That is Nova Rags, Bill Mott, Luis Saez.
Yeah, I get it. This is kind of an interesting looking horse on paper until you look at the speed figure. I don't see how this horse competes with the 5 and the 9.
That even money's come down to 3-5 at his morning line now. Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., Reinvestment Risk.
This is a horse who's been impressive since the beginning of his career. He's had only one sort of mediocre starter in the Breeders' Cup, but this year he's been terrific, just running against 2 good horses.
Answer in. He beat the eventual Breeders' Cup sprint winner last year at Keeneland.
Yeah, look, I thought Answered In on paper was interesting until I realized that he was running against horses like Reinvestment Risk and Baby Yoda. Interesting, but just doesn't seem good enough.
26-1. Here's River Dog, the speed for Kelly Breen with Jose Ortiz.
He does feel like the speed, but except for his huge figure debut, he's not running races that are in the same area code as the favorite.
Baby Yoda, that monster race here last summer on September 4th. Very good horse. He's 2 for 2 at Saratoga.
No, you have to hope that he loves Saratoga. And as good as he is, consistent he is, he's not running any other race except that outlandish performance last year that can win here.
And we saw him a little late there in the paddock. Here he comes down Champions Way. Sibelius for Jeremiah O'Dwyer, and Florent Giroux rides.
This is a little bit of a sneaky horse. He should not be 28-1. He added blinkers last time, and it seemed to wake him up. He's going to have to get a little bit better, but he should not be 28-1.
So that's our field for the race that kicks off our late pick 5 on Diana Saturday. First Saturday of this meet. You can play the late pick 5 and all the wagers we have coming up all summer long with that promo code right there for new members. Punch in Toga 200. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at NYRABets.com or in the NYRABets app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Look at that. Pick 5, over $1.1 million in the pool. This is going to be a single for many in the sequence. Reinvestment Risk. Talked about who he's faced. Jackie's Warrior 3 times in his career. Essential Quality, 2- and 3-year-old champion. One of the best milers in the country, Speaker's Corner. He's not facing the likes of those horses today.
Not even close. Not even close, Greg. I mean, he is a standout in this field if he runs his race. I think for Irad Ortiz, breaking from the 5-post position, Gary, he's got 2 horses he's going to be paying attention to outside of him that potentially could show some speed, the 7 River Dog and the 8 horse. And if those 2 go and he can position off of them, I think that speaks well for how he's going to finish in the race. It's really the only thing getting beat is if somebody goes to the lead, slows it way down, and he just doesn't run his race.
Yeah.
But even if that happens, he's still going to be a horse that you got to deal with the last eighth of a mile in this race, if not sooner.
Yeah, I think, he's going to be in a perfect spot, stalking position. How it's just going to be, in my mind, where Irad wants to push the button, at what point in the race he wants to push the button. If he wants to wait, he knows what he's sitting on, what kind of horse he's sitting on. I think, like you guys were talking about, Baby Yoda's a surprise package. If he freaks like he did, and he hasn't come anywhere close to that second victory that he had here at Saratoga last year in September, he's the only upset that I can see in here.
And it's not with Baby Yoda, the 9, Tom. It's not just that one race. I mean, that was the race that stood out that wins this race. But he's run some good races since that time. It's just reinvestment risk is a different caliber, it seems like.
It does seem like that. And Baby Yoda, by the way, that horse's first start, Baby Yoda, he ran for maiden 10,000 claim, meaning if you wanted to claim him, if you wanted to buy him out of that race, which is what claim means, you put up a slip 15 minutes before the race, and you have the money in the account, and he's yours. He's made almost $300,000 since then. And I think he's an example of a horse that oftentimes we get these horses that we train them in the morning. They don't show a lot to us as trainers. We think, well, I'm going to put him where hopefully I can get him competitive. And maybe it's a combination of doing that and building some confidence in the horse. But, if they lost him for $10,000 in his first start, they might have a little egg on their face, and we've all been guilty of that in the past.
Pick 5 pool, $1.2 million in growing. As you see the analyst selections, with more, though, on the horse on our screen. Let's go back to Maggie.
Oh, I don't think Tom's very familiar with the frocks. I bet they were just trying to cash a bet. No, I'm kidding. When it came to Baby Yoga first time out, he's a horse that he needs a warm-up because he sometimes doesn't get out of the gate that well. Now, he's posted in the outside, and so that provides him the luxury of not having to stay in the gate that long. I will say that his coat does look a bit better than what it did for the True North handicap. It just looked he looked very dry and light that day. But he'd been training up here at Saratoga too, and given his form from last year, this is the place he wants to be. So yes, he's got a little bit more time here. It's shown he looks a bit better. Wish he looked better though moving on the racetrack. That was my kind of problem with him. And as I said, a lighter framed horse, he always has been affixed with that breast collar, just that long tubular type of horse where there's not much shoulder or withers to keep that saddle in place. As we'll take a look at number 7, River Dog. He was pretty bad in the paddock to get the tack on, and Jose Ortiz really never got him out of a jog. And I don't know if he was necessarily he was probably doing that to try to get him to focus and not to expend too much more energy because he is the likeliest speed horse in here. So I don't necessarily love him, as Andy said. He's a bit overmatched here, but he makes a good physical impression. I just thought that warm-up was a little bit curious given the fact that he is a speed horse. Greg?
He's a New York bred. He, too, has faced Jackie's Warrior. It wasn't near as close as reinvestment risk had been. It was a sloppy racetrack, Amsterdam, last year, and he was no match.
I thought a horse that could be a little bit interesting is Disco Pharaoh, because he had run so well in those 2 wins, and he did have a major excuse 2 back. He was just so bad last time, but I do feel like somewhere in Disco Pharaoh he's got some real talent.
I think so, too. I think the biggest issue that he has is that for him to kind of have his best performance, I think he needs to kind of be comfortable on the front end, and I don't see him, or comfortable toward the front.
No, I know what you mean.
And I don't think he's going to be comfortable from the inside with some of the horses to his outside.
Yeah, no, I don't know what to make of him. I just kind of horse I hope he runs reasonably well here, because I feel like he could have enough ability to take that step forward.
2 to 5 favorite. Reinvestment risk as we get set to begin our pick 5, $1.4 million in this pool on our opening Saturday of the meet with a grade 1 Diana and the grade 3 Sanford for 2-year-olds to come. Baby Yoda from that outside post, the 9. One of the most brilliant performances we saw really all year last year. Can he reproduce it? Let's go upstairs to the voice of New York Racing, John Ambriel, to begin this late pick 5.
There in the gate. And the rough. From the outside, River Dog going for the lead along with Sibelius. It is Sibelius and River Dog right together with Nova Rags racing in third. Then Baby Yoda running in fourth, followed by Answer in fifth. On the inside is Disco Pharaoh, and the early trailer is the heavy favorite, Reinvestment Risk, in seventh. The quarter went in 22 seconds. River Dog is the leader here by 3 parts of a length. Sibelius on the outside runs in second. Nova Rags next in third, break of 2 to Baby Yoda in fourth, who's moving along with Answer in. Disco Pharaoh dropping back at the rail, passed on the outside by Reinvestment Risk. Up front, it is Sibelius who's now taken over the lead from River Dog. Nova Rags moves into second. Baby Yoda on the move on the outside in third, the half in 44 3/5 seconds. Answer in is fourth, and then Investment Risk, who is being asked for more as the field comes through the stretch. It is Sibelius, and here is Nova Rags, and here is Baby Yoda on the outside. 3 of them across as they come down for the 16th pole, and it is Baby Yoda who has come away with the lead. Answer in moving on the outside. Baby Yoda and Joel Rosario. Answer in did get up for second. Then Sibelius, Nova Rags, Reinvestment Risk was fifth.
Baby Yoda remains perfect at Saratoga, now 3 for 3. Impressive effort. Reinvestment Risk, though, you got to think, just did not run his race today.
He did not show up any whatsoever. He never showed any run leaving the gate. Irad was, getting after him early, riding, trying to get him involved in the race. No fault of his. He just didn't show up today.
Baby Yoda, though, Tom, wow, back at Saratoga, and he, I would think, very much likes it up here.
He does. I said he made about $300,000 since running for $10,000 claim. You're going to bar him then. Just increase that by about $60,000 to $70,000 after today. We've got to talk about this big favorite, though, in Reinvestment Risk. I mean, down the backside, Irad for the first quarter of a mile is trying to engage him, and he wants no part of it. And he got what he needed up front, a very, very fast pace. This race was set up for him to finish up, and the horse that did finish up, of course, was Baby Yoda.
6th win of his career now from 12 starts. He's 3 for 3 here in upstate New York, guys.
I think Baby Yoda didn't improve in Saratoga, Jonathan. I think he ran his race, and his race was second best on paper, and the favorite was a complete no-show. Irad was asking him on the backstretch. He was not going forward. The pace was honest enough. He just never ran.
Yeah, I would encourage people for a lesson on handicapping. Just dig deeper into Baby Yoda's past performances, and you can find excuses for the races that he didn't run particularly well. He's a good horse, and like a lot of us here, he really does enjoy Saratoga.
Yeah, but he just all he had to listen. He was the second best horse in paper. The best horse did not run a step, so he was better than everybody else.
And back to Reinvestment Risk and the horse who's Andy's talking about. We don't see horses of that caliber for this barn, for Chad Brown, really not show up. It's rare.
It's extremely rare. This horse came in fresh off a huge race at Churchill Downs Derby weekend, and I think about 80% of the players that played this pick 6 are now waiting for a long shot or two so we can get a carryover tomorrow, because this finish, even though this horse was second choice, Baby Yoda, knocks a lot of people out.
28-1 underneath, by the way. Answer in. Sibelius at 30-1 to complete the trifecta. But Baby Yoda, Bill Mott, Joel Rosario with a 2-win afternoon. 3-1 on the board, but a much bigger upset than just 3-1. Still to come. Our first grade 1 of the meet, and the undefeated Bleecker Street will put her perfect 7 for 7 record on the line. One of 4 fillies that will line up in the 6-horse field for Chad Brown in the grade 1 Diana next.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program, because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for Sirius Green at Belmont in Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
All stars aligned. Like it was my first time ever going to Saratoga and wanted to take in everything that I could. And so I asked David and Gordo, like, could I go to this sale and it's gonna work out perfect? And so he and his assistant were great with ushering me into that, gave me my book ahead of time, and I was just amazed, like just going into the facility for my first time. I had no idea. Gorgeous setup, and I wanted to pick a horse, but that was not going to happen. But I was constantly texting Costa, John, and David's ear. I'm like, we need to get a horse. Then all of a sudden, they got in my ear the night of the sale that I was there, and we've got a horse that we're going to make a bid on. And so just poker face and
How about going to the Fasig-Tipton sale and coming away with a horse like a Flightline, who is being talked about as one of the rarest of rare individuals, one of potentially the greats. We'll see. He handled Speaker's Corner with ease in the Met Mile, and we're going to see him hopefully at some point battling Life is Good down the line. That may come with the Breeders' Cup Classic. Joel Rosario, his second winner of the afternoon. This is going to play as a very big upset in both the pick 6 and pick 5, with Reinvestment Risk getting beat.
I couldn't agree more. You know, when you're playing a big professional ticket in these pick 6s, you've got to find races where you can narrow it down. This one looked too good to be true, and I think a lot of us, myself included, narrowed it down to Reinvestment Risk. He got the pace. He got everything he needed up front. Just no finish. That's him trailing on the outside there with the white and red silks and the red and white hat. Just not going to get there today, and Irad does the right thing. He takes care of him, save him for next time.
Graveyard of Favorites claims another victim. 3-5 favorite does not hit the board in a horse that had to be a heavy single on both pick 6 and pick 5 tickets. Baby Yoda, $8.60 for the win. Again, he is now 3 for 3 at Saratoga, as we see Flamingo Hawk beginning that pick 6 carry with that pool over $3.7 million on a multi-day carryover. And still a long way to go. Up next, it's our ABR race of the week. Our first grade 1 of the meet at Saratoga, the grade 1 Diana, one of the most prestigious races there is in this filly and mare turf division. Mile and an eighth on the grass. Chad Brown has won this race 6 times. 3 of those 6 winners would go on to win a championship in that season. Bleecker Street, one of his 4 in here, gentlemen. 3-5 right now, perfect 7 for 7.
Yeah, I thought that they would probably be playing Rozier a little more than what they are. I'm a little surprised. She ran so differently from her 2 separate outs earlier this year when she won the Beaugay and then came back to New York. It wasn't the same filly that showed up, and I thought that people would be giving her another chance today.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, when you have a big favorite in the race, as we do in this race with Bleecker Street, undefeated in 7 starts, and so much money is being bet on her in the win pool, it makes the odds and everybody else go up. So, you know, I think what we're looking at here is a real strong belief in the 3-horse Bleecker Street, as strong a belief in Chad's other horse who just ran Reinvestment Risk. I don't say that as a knock. I mean, look, there's nobody other than Chad Brown and his owner that feel worse about what just happened just now. And he'll take some criticism on Twitter, as we all do as trainers when it doesn't go right. But believe me, it hurts when a horse doesn't run his race.
Behind, and there she is, the perfect filly, who again had a dirt pedigree. That was the intention for Bleecker Street, who you're looking at, to run on dirt. Wasn't training well over the dirt. She's become a sensation on the grass, including a Grade 1 win, the 7th of that perfect record for her, one of 4 in this race for Chad Brown. New this year to Saratoga, an opportunity for racegoers to go behind the scenes and get a personalized up-close look at thoroughbreds and their home habitat with the Saratoga Breakfast and Breeding Farm Tour. Each Friday, up to 40 guests will start with a buffet breakfast, watch morning workouts, and then the main event, heading to the farm at Old Tavern.
It's a pretty comprehensive day, starting with breakfast, which begins right here on track at 7 o'clock. You're getting the same high-quality buffet, the opportunity to witness horses in training on the main track.
Look at the day. It's just absolutely beautiful. Being here early is the best part of the day.
I just love the horses and how fast they're going.
You hear nothing but the horse's hooves hitting the ground.
It's just like Wimbledon or U.S. Open. I feel very Mary Lou Whitney-ish, you know, I feel the history of the place.
I'm glad I finally did this. I've been coming here 21 years. This is my first breakfast.
They then board a trolley, which leaves here at 9:30. They then arrive at Old Tavern, greeted by Walt Baryznak and his family, who run that operation.
You know, they can interact with the foals, the mares. We give them carrots to hand feed the mares. They can actually touch, you know, some of the yearlings and stuff like that, so they can really kind of get up close. These are people that might not know about what horse breeding is about, and it's really fascinating to see that they get excited when we talk about how the process is done, how we select, how we raise them, how we take care of them, how the staff interacts with them. So, I mean, it's great to see that, and you know, I'll tell you the truth, that makes it exciting for us as well.
We're looking forward to expanding the program next year and involving more farms in and around the Saratoga area.
A unique experience that you can be part of for $55. You can get those tickets. It's limited to 40 guests each and every Friday at the Saratoga meeting. There she is, Bleecker Street. 7 for 7 in her career. Chad Brown has said every time I've asked her to do something, she has stepped up and done it. Can she do it again? And the Grade 1 Diana next.
Lexitonian, a consistent top-level performer from east to west. A debut winner at 2, winning and placing in multiple Grade 1 races, following the footsteps of his sire Speightstown to win the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, and placing second in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby and Grade 1 Churchill Downs Stakes, out of the daughter of a Grade 1 test winner. He has the pedigree, the speed, and the looks to succeed. Lexitonian, standing at Lane's End.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Sister Charlie swings up on the far outside, and they're into the stretch, and it is Ultra Brad in front. Sister Charlie on the outside. Huxmore has given way. Trying to get re-involved is a Raving Beauty, and then comes New Money Honey, but it's Ultra Brad in front, close to home from Sister Charlie. They're coming down to the line. Oh! Sister Charlie may have nailed Ultra Brad the last ride in the Diana. They're into the stretch. Rushing Fall gets first run. Sister Charlie comes after her. They're 1-2. Omerique is finishing in the center of the course. It's Sister Charlie, Rushing Fall, and Omerique. The Chad Brown runners 1, 2, 3 coming down to the line, and it's going to be Sister Charlie.
Sister Charlie, back-to-back years in the Grade 1 Diana. 2 of the 6 wins in this race for trainer Chad Brown, and in that 2018 win, she would go on to win an Eclipse Award as the champion female turf horse. She was something special. She was, when she was at her best, had a devastating turn of foot. She would lose out on a championship to her stablemate Uni in 2019, and of course Rushing Fall would win it in 2020 for Chad Brown. That 5-race win streak in the Diana, it came to an end last year, and it seems like Chad Brown certainly wants it back in his possession, as he'll again send out 4 of the 6 runners in this race, headlined by Bleecker Street, who is saddling right now, putting that perfect record on the line. Here's a look at the Diana Stakes by the numbers. Speed record, hard not to like. Back in 2015, 145-1 for that mile and an eighth. Most wins, several have done it a couple of times, including Sister Charlie, who we showed you. Rokeby Stable, most wins by an owner, capturing it 6 times from 1967 into the late 80s. Johnny V, the Hall of Famer, 6-time winner of the race, including twice on Sister Charlie. And can he get number 7? He will have 4 chances at it this afternoon. Chad Brown and Diana Breeders' Cup winners, the last to do it. Sister Charlie in 2018. Champs, we mentioned Chad Brown with 3 of them who captured a Diana in that season. What a race, so much history in this race, and we will see who will emerge from this race to potentially claim a championship towards the end of the year. Right now, Bleecker Street through to 3-5, and Rougier, we should go back to. Bleecker Street beat her stablemate Rougier in that race, but really coming into that race, Rougier, she was a world-class filly. She'd won the Prix de l'Opera overseas in France, one of the most prestigious races there is. Chad Brown feels, and there's a look at her, maybe it was that rock-hard, firm turf course. Maybe she prefers softer ground, and maybe he thought it was even a little bit of a Euro bounce. He thinks maybe she gets back to the filly that he knew before that race today.
Yeah, and Flavien Prat made some comments. That's her rider, Flavien Prat, ridden her both times here in the States. And he said last time she just didn't show up. She was flat. She didn't run a race, whereas the first time he thought she ran a very good race. They're obviously looking to rebound here, and it makes me a shade nervous that a filly's second start in the States was quote-unquote flat.
It makes sense to me that the turf was too hard for her. That's the way that when you're on their back, you have no excuse. They don't show up. They've been running very well. Run half speed. It feels like they are literally running half speed. You feel like you've got horse underneath you. They won't give it to you. And it's a frustrating feeling. And all you can do when you're the rider on their back is say, well, I got to wait for another day because she is not here for me today.
5-1 right now. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Taking a look at the fillies and mares in this field, you can sense the quality of these Grade 1 animals in the air for this Diana. And we'll start with number 1, technical analysis. One thing that this Diana certainly has is some speed. Technical analysis, she can be of a hot-blooded type. She can run hot, as they say. So she is going to actually be last coming out of the paddock. She is going to go straight out. She's not going to go in the walking ring whatsoever. And you can tell, you know, she's on edge, but so far so good. She's containing herself, and this is typical though of her / of a speed type of horse. Now she is one where the 1 1/8 does pose a big question mark to me. She's tried it twice. She's finished second once, albeit, but she is strong in here, and she does occupy that inside post position. She is wearing that Houghton bit because she can have the propensity to want to lean out a bit. As we move on to her stable mate in here, uncoupled, of course. This one owned by Peter Brandt and Michael Tabor. Rougier, a lot more calm, at least in the paddock today. She was on edge in the paddock back at Belmont too. She's a lot more calm this time around. And then I want to mention the other speed horse, the complete outlier in this field. That is number 5, Delica. When I've seen this filly more on the more relaxed side, that's when she runs good. She is bouncing on her toes, but at least it's contained. Watch what Ricardo Santana does from the gate. Last time out, she was on a loose rein, running free. We'll see. She seemed to enjoy that as we head over across the paddock to Andy and JK.
Thank you, Maggie. We'll start with Bleecker Street. Bleecker Street's been terrific. She did what good horses do. She overcame race dynamics last time with a very impressive win. But Jonathan, in my opinion, 3 to 5 is a dramatic underlay.
This has been the hardest thing I've had to say all week as we've talked about this horse. I get it, she's 7 for 7 and it's really cool, but she's not like 7 for 7 good, if that makes sense.
No, I think it's a very fair comment. She's almost an incredible 7 for 7, and this was a tremendous win because it was a slow pace. It didn't fall apart in any manner. She was hopelessly last top of the stretch, and she still won. And neither one of us is going to tell you she's not the horse to beat in here. But is she supposed to be 4 to 5? And I think it's a perfect segue to Rougier, a horse that I know both you and I like. And I can't say why you like her. Obviously, when she runs a good race, she's very, very good. And she was horrible last time. But she was 3 to 5 last time. And now she's 5 to 1. I can't believe that one bad effort changes her chances so much. So in my opinion, while Bleecker Street's bad value, she's good value.
Yeah, I just want to give Rougier another chance based on what she did in the Beaugay. What we're watching here, she was very, very impressive. And you mentioned Bleecker Street having to overcome that slow pace last time as well. Rougier is involved far back, not as far back as Bleecker Street, but she still didn't have great race dynamics. So just hoping that she can kind of show up and run the race she ran too bad.
It just feels, Greg, like 5 to 1 is too big a price.
We were just talking about it off camera. We can't believe that price on Rougier. We'll get to her in a moment. We start with one of the 4 Chad Brown fillies. Technical analysis. 2-time graded stakes winner here last summer.
Yeah, and she's got does possess early speed, but look for her to lay second in here in Italian.
Charlie Appleby ended Chad Brown's 5-race win streak in the Diana last summer. He'll try and do it again with Creative Flair.
He will with the 2-horse. And Charlie Appleby, a trainer from Europe, if there's anybody that's been a thorn in Chad Brown's side, and that's a tough thing to say, it's Charlie Appleby.
She's had troubles breaking out of the gate. She broke incredibly sharp in her win last out. Bleecker Street, here she is, perfect 7 for 7.
Irad Ortiz looking for his 3rd win on today. If she wins today, she'll become a millionaire, guys.
Rougier, multiple Group winner, Group 1 winner. A Longchamp for Chad Brown. Can she bounce back?
Yeah, and she needs to. And I think Andy brought up a very good point. You don't throw a horse out for one bad race when they have that kind of class behind them.
6-year-old mare, Delica for Al Stahl, who says when she's on, she fights to the bitter end.
Yeah, she does, and she's got speed. She has won a race where she's set just off of the speed, but it's very rare for her not to be on the lead.
And in Italian, the 4th of the 4 Chad Brown fillies, Joel Rosario will ride the speedster.
Yeah, and I think that's really important what you said, Greg. I mean, I just don't see any other situation with Chad Brown's horses than the 6-horse in Italian going to the front and setting the table for those deep closers that he has.
And that KS there on technical analysis, that is for Klarovich Stables. That is the filly by Kingman. Missed her in the post parade there briefly, but again, 2 for 2 here at Saratoga with 2 graded stakes. Chad Brown even said, there's not that many in my barn since I've been around that have been able to do that when multiple graded stakes at a meet. She did last summer. Pick 4 pool, $596,000 and growing. You can play it and bet with us all summer long on Naira Bets. Get signed up. Go to nairabets.com. Download the app. Promo code for new members, Toga 200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. For those watching on SNY, we're going to be leaving you here shortly. You can see live coverage of the Diana on our YouTube page at New York Racing Association. Of course, our coverage continues as well on our regional networks out in Southern California and on FS2. Bleecker Street, 3-5 favorite. There she is. Can she keep it going? Coming off the biggest performance of her career. That was at 1.25 miles. She'll be cutting back in distance today. So 3 minutes to post in our first grade 1 of the meet here at Saratoga. Let's check in with Acacia Clement.
Very pleased to be joined by Seth Klarman, whose technical analysis will break from the inside. Seth, this is a filly who has really shown an affinity for Saratoga, too. How excited are you to see her get back to this turf course?
Great to see her back here. She's training really well, and we're very excited. It would be a big step up for her in Grade 1 company, but we know she has a fighting chance.
She has a lot of talent. It seems like she really put a lot of it together last time out. Tell me about that performance Preakness weekend.
Yeah, we were so happy. Jose gave a great ride. She was the speed and just went around and widened. So she did great, and we think she's training well. She can be on the lead, but she can also be from behind and do well either way.
And you mentioned you're so happy to be back here in Saratoga with the big quality racing, and it must be really exciting to be a big part of this Grade 1 on opening weekend.
It is always great to be at the spa, and it's just a happy place. Some people were saying how everybody here is happy. It's great to be back.
It's true. Thanks for your time, Seth. Best of luck.
Great to see you, Acacia.
Everybody has a smile on their face, that's for sure, as we head over to Andy and JK in the paddock set.
Well, we both think, Jonathan, that Seth Source technical analysis has a real chance in here, and I think it's an interesting race. I was talking about it a little bit earlier, actually, with Seth, and saying the alternative to running here is you're running a smaller stake in Monmouth. She's already won races like that. It's okay sometimes to run in races like this and not run well. It's more important to run and see, can she get 1.125 miles? Can she run this kind of race against this quality horse field?
Yeah, look, she deserves to be in here 100%, and they're betting her that way as well. She's 4-1 on the board, and I think that seems fair enough. I like the fact that she's tactical. So whatever happens in here, she's going to make her own trip. The rest of them could find themselves in tough situations based on how the pace unfolds. But not her. She's going to be okay. No matter what happens, she's a safe ground, and she'll be able to work out a nice trip.
I agree. You look at a race in the Lake George, one of the better races she ran. We'll see, Greg. This is a fascinating race.
It is. It's pretty incredible. Technical analysis who you're looking at, Bleecker Street and Rougier, they all ran on the same day last year. Bleecker Street was making her debut in a race at Monmouth. Technical analysis who you're looking at was winning her second graded stake of the meet here at Saratoga, and Rougier just missed in a Group 2. It's Bleecker Street who was debuting, who's become the most highly regarded, at least right now, of that bunch.
Oh, no question about it. Going back to the horse you're looking at on the teleprompter there, technical analysis, I think the owner, Seth Klarman, gave you a hint as to what the tactics are going to be here. He said she can be speed, but she can also lay back a little bit and make a run. And as a trainer, if you're going to put multiple horses in a race, which we sometimes do, you're going to lay out your plans to those owners well beforehand. You're going to converse with them, say, here's what I think, and they'll maybe give you a little pushback. Okay, we'll do this or that. But I think they're telling you that this one horse, technical analysis, is going to sit off the pace of the two pace setters, Delica, the 5, and one of Chad Brown's other horses, the 6, in Italian.
Hey guys, we haven't talked about creative flair much here, and I just want to touch on something from last year's Saratoga Oaks Invitational where she ran 3rd. Mike Smith was given instructions to try and put her on the lead. She broke flat-footed that day, so he started pumping on her leaving there, trying to get her to show speed. She finally did going into the turn, found herself in a pocket, and she started pulling. She got very, very aggressive, and when he finally got her out, she didn't quicken, she just lengthened. So look for Jamie Spencer to try and get her out and make an early move with her today.
Back to Maggie on horseback. Let's go back to Maggie again on horseback. Maggie? All right, we apologize. Some technical difficulties there trying to get to Maggie. You saw the blanket of flowers That goes to the winner as they begin to load up. Let's try one more time with Maggie.
Earpiece issues all day, Greg. Creative flair, as Gary was talking about. Now, she wears a blanket in the gate. I also think that posed an issue, just kind of the first time for Mike Smith dealing with that. After that race up here at Saratoga, she's broken well. She really broke well last time out at Maidan. They did give her a very quiet warm-up, so we'll see. You know, I like with horses that may have a propensity to break slow to get a warm-up. As you see, it's going on her right now. Jamie Spencer used to using this type of equipment. It's something that they use a bit more overseas. Number 3, Bleecker Street, your favorite, looks great. And I like the fact that Arad Ortiz gave her a nice solo warm-up. I feel like her theme song is all I do is win, 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 no matter what. It doesn't matter. She can overcome slow paces. She can capitalize on fast paces, and that's what she might get here. I'm going to be a little contrarian, though, because I love what I'm seeing from Rougier today. So much more calm. Her weight is back on. She almost got too light, too kind of tucked up. You know, she was a little over the top last time out. So I'm going to go with her at a decent price of 7-2, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. There she is. Chad Brown had said after that disappointing New York for Rougier, she just seemed a little mentally unorganized. She seems like she is back to herself since that time in the workouts. Bleecker Street, one of 4 fillies for Chad Brown, trying to collect a 7th Diana victory. And our first grade 1 of the meet, and Bleecker Street trying to remain perfect as well and run her record to 8 for 8. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
And they're off in the grade 1 Diana. And from the outside, it is In Italian who will go out for the early lead. Technical analysis right there down at the rail. And then comes a Creative Flair, and on the outside is Dalika. And then it's a break, 5 or 6 lengths back to Rougier and Bleecker Street. The field goes around the clubhouse turn with In Italian, the leader here, by a length and a half. It's In Italian on top. And then comes a Creative Flair and Dalika. They are right together, second and third, as technical analysis takes back just a bit in fourth. Right now, 4.5 from the front. The quarter, 22 2/5 seconds. In Italian shows the way as the field goes up the backstretch. In Italian by a length and a half. Creative Flair second by a head. The gray mare Dalika on the outside in third. And then it's a length and a half to technical analysis, who's running in fourth. It's another 3 back to Rougier. 2.5 more to the favorite, Bleecker Street, who trails in sixth. The half mile was sharp, 45 4/5 seconds. In Italian takes the field into the far turn, leads by 2.5 lengths. Dalika and Creative Flair remain second and third with technical analysis now on the move on the outside. In Italian is the leader. Technical analysis has now moved into second. Rougier is gaining. Bleecker Street on the far outside. 3/4 went in 109 2. They're in the stretch. Here comes technical analysis up to challenge In Italian. It is In Italian who holds the lead. Technical analysis running in second. Then it is Rougier and Bleecker Street. In Italian trying to go wire to wire here. And In Italian here at Saratoga wins the Diana in front-running fashion. In Italian, then technical analysis, Bleecker Street and Rougier. And the final time of the race was 1 minute, 45 seconds. This is a new course record.
How about that? New course record for In Italian, a 7th Diana victory for trainer Chad Brown. And In Italian, Joelle Rosario, able to do it all by herself on the front end.
All by herself. And Joelle, I've said it and I'll say it again, he's the most dangerous guy in the game when he's on the lead. He always has horse. I saw the fractions popping up there, 22 2, 45 4, 109 for the 6 furlongs. Sets a course record. He knew he had horse underneath him when he came in the stretch, Tom.
He had to love it out the gate when the 5 Dalika didn't go with him, but who could go with a horse that's setting that kind of, fired up pace, 22.45, 45.83. This wasn't a situation where a horse made the lead and slowed it down. This is a situation where a horse makes the lead and runs everybody off their feet, and as John Embrial said, a new track record.
In Italian, quick fractions indeed, and as you heard, an incredibly quick final time, but able to do it all by herself. And Chad Brown, gentlemen, does it again with the biggest price of his 4 fillies in the race.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 in this race, setting a track record. And for people who think, oh, it's a speed race or a speed track, the horses that chased in Italia finished a city block behind. She ran. Technical analysis ran a winning race and running second, just not as well as an Italian.
I honestly had a nightmare about this scenario last night, that she was going to go out there and wire this field. I just didn't think she was good enough. I thought the technical analysis would get the trip that technical analysis got, and I thought technical analysis would run by her.
Yeah.
And at the top of the stretch, it's what it looked like was going to happen. In Italian ran huge today.
No, I agree. This was a scintillating performance. Maggie is with winning rider Joel Rosario.
And Joel, I just broke the news to you that you set a new track record aboard in Italian. Any idea how fast you were going out there?
I mean, she moves so easy. So, you know, so sometimes a little hard to tell, but man, she did really great. She go there and she just looked like a whole lot of horse the whole time.
Were you surprised that there was nobody else around you, because there's 2 other speed horses in this race?
Yeah, she is. She's super fast too, and I thought maybe, you know, somebody was gonna come up, but they, you know, Shad just told me just break good and go ahead and let it do his thing, and yeah, take it from there.
Joel, we saw you kind of get off to a slow start. Then you won the stake yesterday for Mid and Apple, and now you've won 3 on the car. Feels good to get rolling here at the spot, huh?
Yeah, so it feels good, and thanks to all the people for the support, Chad, and also everybody else who gave me the opportunity. Really happy, and yeah, so thank you.
Congratulations, big grade 1 win here.
Thank you.
All right, in Italian, she speaks all languages when you're rolling that fast here on this turf course. What a performance, Greg, in this grade 1 Diana.
Incredible performance, Gary, and we've said it before on this show, but when you see in particular this rider, Joel Rosario, on the lead, he usually has more in reserve.
He can switch horses off on the lead. He can switch them off when he's behind other horses. He's always got a horse. Reminds me a lot of the great Eddie Delahousie. When Eddie was in front on a horse, you better beware, because it means that he's traveling easy. Never go out there and do anything crazy. If he's on the lead, it's because that horse is doing it well within themselves.
I have a question. What does this do to the number of people still alive in the Pick Six? I mean, it's an 8-to-1 winner in a small field. Chad Brown's longest shot of his 4 horses, as you mentioned, Greg. I mean, is anybody thinking Pick Six carryover right now? Not quite yet? You got a couple of tough races coming up.
Yet, with almost, well, over $3 million in this pool.
We'll see after the Sanford what happens there.
That's probably a very fair point.
Because there's going to be a horse that a lot of people are singling in there, too.
A long way to go. In Italian, a surprise to many. In the Grade 1 Diana, Joel Rosario on the front end, gate to wire, in course record time. In our first Grade 1 of the meet. Christophe Clement, Reeves Thoroughbreds, they're eyeing a big weekend. City Man coming through in the Forbidden Apple, and more damage to come potentially. We'll be back right after this.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Recent top runners include Group 1 winner Homesman, graded stakes winners Master of Foxhounds, Ancient Rome, and Bombard. Plus Annapolis, who became his sire's 100th stakes winner. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
We're back on Saratoga Live. Our Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the 101st Basic Tipton Saratoga sale, offering the best in North American yearling crop on August 8th and 9th. Where will you be? Grade 1 winner of the Diana in course record time. It's a 7th for trainer Chad Brown in Italian, gate to wire with Joel Rosario.
Just a big race from an Italian. And again, I'm just going to emphasize that this isn't a situation where you had a horse make a lone lead under pedestrian fractions and save a lot in the tank for the end. This is a horse that took it to this field right off the bat and ran a brilliant race.
A little like Serengeti Empress.
Yeah, Serengeti Empress on the grass.
There you go.
What a performance. 4 in the race, and all 4 complete the top 4 for Chad Brown. As you see the trophy being handed out, UCLA head coach Chip Kelly, Ohio State coach Ryan Day in that winner's circle, giving Chad Brown a 7th Diana trophy. And those two programs going to be seeing a lot more of each other in a couple of years.
We've seen enough of UCLA. We saw them last year, as you well know. You
Bruins,
UCLA grad, you.
Bruins and USC on the move to the Big Ten. Huge news in the college football landscape. In Italian at 8-1, $18.60. And you say, how in the world do you get that price on Chad Brown in a premier turf event in New York? Well, he had 4 in the race.
Guys, she just walked behind us out on the racetrack, and this is what I love about Saratoga. The crowd, it was like the wave going down. They cheered this filly all the way past us.
And
cool.
Look, not everybody bet on her. So it's just respect, and she deserves it.
Great appreciation here at Saratoga, almost unlike anywhere in this sport, anywhere else in the country. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Very pleased to be joined by winning owner Peter Brandt. Peter, in Italian, new course record. What a performance.
Yeah, I'm so proud of her. All these races we've been running her, I thought she really had a chance, and Chad thought she really had a chance, but she'd been working with Regal Glory, and she was hard to pass, and she showed it today.
She is one that, as you mentioned, she won the Honey Fox. She's run well, but this is really kind of a breakout performance for her. How important is that to get this kind of big win on her resume?
I think it's very, very important. It's a Group 1, but also we threw her into the water a little too early, and she outclassed it, and she really came along, race by race, and she's, to run these fractions and keep going, it's really tough.
What was your thought process when you saw the fractions early on?
Well, I just thought maybe they were a little too quick in order for her to win, because I've thought she had a good chance of winning. I thought she had a really good chance of winning the Met, just the game. So I'm a big fan of hers, and I don't know. I was really looking forward to her, winning.
You seem particularly excited about her.
Yeah, I'm really excited about her. She's a great filly. She's strong. She's put together the right way. She's got a great pedigree. We got her over in Europe, brought her here, but she was broke here, and she came over as a yearling, and they don't all work out that way. This one did.
I mentioned that, but it certainly did today. Peter, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Huge effort from In Italian today. I don't know if I've ever seen Peter Brandt smile quite so much after a big win, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Special performance here. What do you think about the other Chad Brown fillies in this group? I mean, a couple of them, obviously Rougier, Bleecker Street, so highly regarded. Technical analysis, no slouch. Just race dynamics didn't play to them today?
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, I don't think anybody was going to beat In Italian today. That was just a brilliant performance. But I thought you'd see a better finish from Bleecker Street than what you got out of that horse. And that also goes for his horse that was right outside of her, the French-bred filly. But I thought it was a great performance from his one horse in this past race just now. But in the end, I think they go back to the drawing board on a couple of these horses. And sometimes that's what you do when you got 4 in a race.
You heard from Peter Brandt there, too. This filly had been working with and been facing in the racetrack as well, probably the leader of this division right now, Regal Glory.
Yes.
And fighting her tooth and nail in some of these workouts in the morning. without her in the race, he showed she can really finish.
Well, look, I mean, she set a new course record. This race course is not, it's not hard by any means right now where you're getting these lightning quick times. As far as I know, we got a downpour the other day that had to keep it in perfect ground on opening day. So she just put on a phenomenal performance. The other fillies ran great. They weren't good enough on the day.
Race 9, we move along. Good thing is there's a late pick 3 on the card. Mile and the 1/8 on the inner turf. This is an allowance optional claiming race. Fort Ticonderoga. First time on the turf for Shug McGahee in the Allen stable. Big number earned in a maiden win. We're going to look to tomorrow's card quickly here. The quick call, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. We mentioned Reeves Thoroughbreds. Christophe Clement going to break. City Man, of course. Big upset on yesterday's card. They'll send out Big Invasion, 6-5 morning line favorite. In this race tomorrow, beat Asymmetric in this Paradise Creek last time out. And Big Invasion, guys, 4 for 5 on the grass.
Yeah, and Asymmetric is getting a rider change tomorrow. Jamie Spencer, who just rode for Godolphin there in the previous race, going to stick over and take them out. This filly was racing in England in all of her starts. Graded winner over there, graded placed, grade 1 placed, and he'll be taking over the chores tomorrow. He didn't ride this filly, but he ran against her, so he knows the filly.
Big effort from Big Invasion, and, you know, I mean, for Reeves Thoroughbreds, they've already won a stake this weekend. You win 2 stakes in 1 weekend at Saratoga, you better be springing for dinner for some of your other trainers. That's all I'm saying.
You might just remember that if you have a pretty good meet the rest of the way. We're going to take a timeout. Many expecting this man here, the legendary Dwayne Lucas, to have a big meet. Back with a full presence here for the first time since 2019. Secret Oath, his Kentucky Oaks winner, gearing up for a big one next Saturday.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, grade 1 winners, and champions across the field.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Consistently versatile with 24 grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the New Orleans Classic.
Charles White running on. Mason and Brunt. Charles White on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
It's Secret Oath in front, opening up, but Echo Zulu's gonna fight on toward the rail. Nest is coming, Desert Dawn is there, final 16th. Secret Oath wanders over to the rail. She's clear by 2. Nest a final try, but Wayne can still train. Secret Oath wins the Kentucky Oaks.
The legend, the coach, with a Kentucky Oaks winner. Secret Oath had briefly thought about taking that path, and did take that path for a moment to tackle the boys in the Kentucky Derby, opted for the fillies instead, and it paid off. We're going to see her coming up next weekend in the Coaching Club American Oaks, and by all accounts, she is doing sensational in the morning.
This workout, you'll never see a horse go any easier. Goes in a minute flat, basically, under no urging from Luis Saez here, a regular rider now. Won the Oaks honor. Just so fluid right here. Fastest work of the morning, Tom.
Yeah, look, she's moving across the ground very, very well. That's what you're looking for. You're also paying attention to the rider's hands. Those hands are his communication method to tell her when to go, or if they're quiet, not to go. And those hands are very quiet, Gary. She wore a little small shadow roll over her nose. That'll keep her head down a little bit more than usual. Maybe she keeps her head up a little bit, but that's typical equipment for her. She looks great.
That video courtesy of XBTV, and that was on the Oklahoma training track. She's not going to see this main track at Saratoga until she lines up in that Coaching Club American Oaks.
And not a surprise there, really. Wayne does that with a lot of his horses. He prefers to keep them over there and show up over here to do the fast work.
Keep in mind, it was this race last year we saw one of the biggest upsets, certainly of the summer, when Malathot got beat by Maracuja. Let's hear from D. Wayne on his superstar filly.
I thought it was exceptional for not only the time, but the way she did it, and she seemed well within herself coming home. So all of the trainers always say it's exceptional, but this one probably was. You know, we're working on a surface that she's not used to, and that deep and loose surface here on the Oklahoma track, and compared to the surface at Churchill Downs, which was very much stiff and glib. We got some grazing area, which we don't have too much of at Churchill, and everything we're able to get her out. We got a round pen here, we can let her roll in, and we got some things that she likes to do that we can do here that we weren't able to do at Churchill. But we gave her, it was an 8-week break from her race, her previous race, to the one on the 23rd coming up. So this was a refreshing change, good weather. We got out of the heat that was in the Midwest, and everything up here is kind of falling into place.
Cannot wait. More great races to come next weekend. Coaching Club American Oaks and the Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath. Paddock report time for the 9th here from Saratoga. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm so excited to see Secret Oath next weekend here, Greg, but we do have a wide open affair here in the paddock for this 9th race. People focusing in on the horse fresh off the maiden breaking score, second off the layoff for trainer Shug McGahee in number 9, Fort Ticonderoga. And he's one that I didn't see in that comeback race, but he's done well from 2 to 3. He lacked a bit of a hind end going back to last year, and I wrote in my notes he'd probably want to go longer. But he's certainly bred for the turf. He has strengthened up a bit. He's grown. This is a big boy now. So, as you can probably assume, I'm about to say, I love the 9 furlongs for him. And I thought it was promising that he did run down a 3 to 5 shot in Growth Capital last time out. And you know, Shug, he isn't one to necessarily have them totally cranked up for return races, and they tend to get better with some racing experience. So I think, you know, the public has pegged him as a favorite. Rightfully so, as we'll take a look at number 2, Royal Spirit here for Todd Pletcher. He returns to the turf. He hasn't been here since earlier this year at Gulfstream Park in February. He is much more of a turf horse. So I know they tried to experiment with the dirt last time out, but this is the surface that he wants. He's still a little bit of a bad boy, because the only other time I saw him was as a 2-year-old up here last year. Still screaming across the paddock, but nonetheless a bit more focused, a bit more reserved. And 2, the one that has just really done well. He was a big boy last time, but still even bigger, just much more athletic. I think if he could ever focus, as he does wear those short cup cheater blinkers, he might be a real star. But the horse that I potentially like the most here is for trainer Chad Brown. Blinkers coming off number 6, Credit Event. Big, good-looking guy. You know, the winner came from well back where he was attending the pace. Very, very good-looking, if I haven't said that enough. So, 2, a long, scopy horse, which suggests that the 1 1/8 shouldn't be that big of a problem. Interesting to see what happens with these blinkers coming off if they're trying to get him to relax a bit more. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So Chad Brown giving Irad Ortiz Jr. a leg up there is credit event for that barn, just leaving our screen. 9 minutes to post. Get to this post parade here in a moment again. Get signed up, start up with Naira Bets. Play with us all summer long. That's the offer, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, TOGA200 for new members. Download the app or go to that website and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. If you believe, and look, it was Fort Ticonderoga, the big favorite. It was a turf debut. It was a maiden win, 6-5 favorite. There's some other talent, though, in this race.
Ain't no doubt. I mean, you're talking about the last 3 races. These favorites have really been bet down strong. No exception here on the 9, Fort Ticonderoga.
Here comes our post parade, and we'll begin with the entry Set to the Wise coming out of a stakes race at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, would have to improve off that effort. Could have some speed in here, but probably not.
Shug McGahee has the big favorite. He also has the other half of the entry, Dripping Gold.
Does get a big rider change after being no factor in his return race last out.
Royal Spirit, the 2 grade 3 placed on grass for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, this horse is getting back to the grass, had the dirt try last time and the synthetic before that. I think this horse has a shot.
There's a look at Royal Spirit. Luis Saez will ride, last year's leading rider, off to a great start again. This year, as we take a look at the 3 who gets the rail, Forever Super.
Yeah, we'll see how forward this horse is in here. He'd have to improve to be a factor, however, at the finish.
Todd Pletcher has Kendra Carbouche on the 4 Analogy.
I like this horse a lot in here. This horse was closing to a slow pace last time after breaking slow. I think 7-1 is a great price on Analogy.
Mike Maker sends out Summer Anthem, who broke his maiden at Keeneland.
I think you can dismiss his effort last time at Churchill on that funky turf course, and his maiden win gives him a chance to be a player and the speed.
Chad Brown's credit event, the 6.
Yeah, this horse had spent some time working with a stakes-type horse earlier this spring down at Palm Meadows.
Turf debut for Constitution Lawyer.
He is my long shot play in here. I picked him second to the favorite. He has a pedigree for turf, and he's not untalented. I think he has a chance to wire the field.
Barkley Tag sends out Parketry.
It was up close to a slow pace last time. That's a downgrade for me.
Here's the favorite for Shug McGahee, Fort Ticonderoga.
Well, we've seen some gaps in Tom Amos's American history lesson. It would be Fort Ticonderoga, and he got a good trip last time, but he's very talented.
I'm intrigued by this long shot. Daunt, blinkers on and Lasix.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on, adds a Lasix. It's a horse that my biggest issue was close to a pace that wasn't particularly fast last time. It's a downgrade for me.
So 13-1 on Daunt, but guys, JK, Andy at 6-5 favoritism on the lightly raced Fort Ticonderoga, the 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to take 6-5 on him, but he is the horse to beat. And I think if anybody in here ends up being a great stakes winner before the meets up, he would be the favorite.
Yeah.
He was good last time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the exact same way. It's like the type of horse that, I'm not cutting in line to bet this horse to win, especially at that price, but I'm not going to be shocked by any means when he wins. He's had a nice figure last time. He ran well last time. You got to think he's going to take another step forward, second off of a break. I just think that there's more interesting options outside of the 9 Fort Ticonderoga.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he got a good trip. Growth, the horse who was second to him, Growth Capital, has been second in all his starts for Chad Brown. But he's run okay in those races. He's a very, very promising horse. He's undefeated in the Derf. But listen, there are other players in this race. Now, I am not a fan of Chad Brown's runner in this race, the number 6. I already mentioned that I think Constitutional Lawyer is an interesting long shot. But I'm with you on Analogy. I think he's dangerous. But one thing I want to say about his last race, Jonathan, that week when the rails were, I think, at 9 feet on the inner, we saw horses closing in mile and 16th and mile and 8th races with slow paces repeatedly. But what I like what he did was he did it towards the inside, and the closing was done on the outside. And I think being inside was a real hindrance that time. But given the start, I thought this horse ran very well.
Yeah, well, I say it all the time. One of my favorite angles, and one of the things I still think that there is some meat on the bone, is those kind of hidden moves in turf races when the pace is slow and you're trying to close into it when the horses that are forward still have energy. I think that can help you find horses, and I thought Analogy ran extremely well considering that the way that the race was started and also the pace of the race.
I agree. I think he's a bit of an overlay in this race, and I won't be shocked if he runs well. We'll head back to Greg.
Andy, JK, thank you. 4 minutes away here from this 9th coming up. Let's check in with Acacia.
Very pleased to be joined by trainer Mark Cassie, who sends out Forever Super from the rail. Mark broke his maiden wiring on the turf and then came from off of it onto PETA last time. What do you expect from him today?
Well, one hole and Johnny. That usually means speed. So I don't give Johnny instructions, so we'll see. But I would think he'd be fairly close.
Now, coming up in the next race, too, in Sanford, you'll be sending out Boppy O, the brother to Papa Cap, who you're familiar with. Any similarities in the two?
Actually, they look a lot alike, and both of them can run, which is nice. One hole's going to be tough. There's a lot of speed outside of us, and he doesn't have that kind of speed. So it's going to just be how he reacts to the dirt, and nobody knows until we try, but hopefully it's a good experience.
We appreciate your time, Mark. Good luck in the next couple races.
Thanks.
Mark Cassie with a busy hour or so coming up here, Greg.
Indeed, Boppio we'll see in the Sanford. Going to have the rail in that race with those 2-year-olds. And he's got Forever Super coming up in here, who has the rail at 10-1.
Yeah, he does. And I think now's a good time to bring up something. So when a trainer enters 2 horses with similar ownership, they run as an entry. So you see that in this race, you have 2 entries, the 1 and 1A and the 2 and 2B. Those are similar connections that have those horses, but it has nothing to do with the post position they're going to break from. That is a random draw between all horses. So the 3 horses are actually going to break from the rail. The 1, the 1A, the 2, the 2B, they're further outside, which is something different than just a regular post position draw.
Meanwhile, Gary, those Micropoli Silks in the blue and orange Met colors from a lifelong Mets fan. You're going with the 2 in here, Royal Spirit, who has not been on the grass the last couple of starts. Last time he he just missed in the grade 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's got talent. If Fort Ticonderoga, the 9 horse, if he shows up, Royal Spirit is not going to beat him without the best race that he's ever run, and he's going to have to improve. But throw out his last race off a layoff. That's what I'm doing. Tyler Gaffleone took care of him. Was off the turf race. Didn't perform. He was eased, basically, beaten 23 lengths. Gets back on the turf. Second off the layoff for Pletcher. 24%. Luis Saez is riding like he wants to win another title here at Saratoga. Therefore, why I picked him to win.
Yeah, I know you haven't struggled with the 9's name. I mean, my American history, other than Bonanza and McHale's Navy, I didn't go much further than that in American history.
I would have tried to step in, but I knew mine was probably going to be worse, and that's why we're not race callers, by the way. 7-5 favorite is the 9 horse. Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll check in with Analogy, who I know Andy and JK interested in, and Kendrick Carmouche back aboard again today for the 3rd time. He has not given this horse a break. He has kept him moving. I wish there was a bit more fluidity to his stride. I like him from the physical perspective, but Kendrick does have it in his mind that he's not going to let himself lose position early. It's not as if he broke badly. He just got pinched around there and bumped around. And 2, Kendricks has been tapping him with the crop, saying, pay attention. He seems like a horse that might lack a bit of focus, but I mean, this is only his 4th career start. Want to check in with number 7, Constitutional Lawyer, trying the turf for the first time. When I watched him in the paddock, I was like, I don't know. Then the more I watched him, the more he actually moves like a turf horse. He has that real bounce to his stride, very slack pattern to him. He's not the most convincing, but hey, he is 19-1 on the board, and he will be forwardly placed here, Greg.
7-5 favorite, thank you, Maggie, is the 9 Fort Ticonderoga. 1 turf start, 1 win, earned a big figure for it, but now getting winners for the first time, including several horses who've been in graded stakes company. It's a tough test. He's taking a lot of money.
He's taking a lot of money, and he's a horse that takes time to get going. In his win on the grass in his last start at Belmont on June the 24th, you know, it wasn't until the last half of the race that he looked like the horse you would need to see today to win. He's going to like getting this extra distance. That race was a 1-turn mile. Going to 2 turns today and getting another 1/8 of a mile, which is a little bit more than 2 football fields, he's going to like that because he does like to kick it in late.
And, you know, obviously he was impressive, too, in that win, and the figure shows you that. But he did beat a horse who is a Chad Brown horse who was making his 3rd start, who has now produced 3 runner-up finishes from a barn that usually gets it done.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, but I mean, and so obviously you're going to look at things like that when you're looking at a horse stepping up from one level of racing and going to the next level higher, because all these horses have already done what he's done, which is break their maiden. He's now competing against these winners for the first time. He's been running against horses that never won a race. It's a big move forward, but as you said, Greg, his effort at Belmont Park produced a very, very big speed figure, better than anyone else in this race.
Going to be tighter turns here than what he got at Belmont, but he will get more ground. 1 1/8 here in this first test against Winners. It was a 1 mile distance in that victory in that turf debut back on June 24th. 6-5 favorite. He has been favored throughout, and as a result of him taking all that money, the 9, prices everywhere else on this board as we go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
And they're all in. And they're off. Steadying shortly after the start was number 4, Analogy. And Analogy is towards the back of the pack. For the lead is Forever Super. Right alongside is Summer Anthem, who's running in second. Dripping Gold is on the outside, next in third. Set to the Wise, down at the rail, runs in fourth. Then it's Mo Rewards next in fifth, followed by Constitution Lawyer in sixth. The favorite for Ticonderoga is in seventh, followed by Credit Event next in eighth. And then comes Parketry in ninth. Going wide there on the turn was Royal Spirit. And then at the back, it is Analogy, along with Daunt. The quarter, 22 and 4/5 seconds. So it is Forever Super on the inside and Summer Anthem on the outside. And the front two have 2 lengths on Dripping Gold, who is racing in third. Set to the Wise is right alongside in fourth. And then we come back to Mo Rewards, who's running in fifth, followed by Constitution Lawyer next in sixth. Now Fort Ticonderoga has moved up a couple of spots after a half and 49 seconds. Forever Super and Summer Anthem, they remain together. And it is Dripping Gold who is next in third. Down on the inside is Setting to the Wise. Then Fort Ticonderoga, who moves up another spot. Mo Rewards is in sixth, followed by Royal Spirit in seventh, then Constitution Lawyer. And on the outside is Credit Event, followed by Parketry. They are at the head of the stretch. 3/4 in 1:13 and 4. Forever Super and Summer Anthem. Setting to the Wise in third. On the outside is Dripping Gold. Fort Ticonderoga, not today. On the far outside, here's Credit Event coming on late. Here comes Credit Event on the outside of Setting to the Wise. Credit Event. Erod Ortiz Jr. guides Credit Event to victory. Setting to the Wise completes the exacta.
Credit Event showing the best turn of foot down the stretch and getting the second win of his career under Erod Ortiz Jr.
And he was so patient early on, just near the back of the pack, lingered up, didn't allow him to run until they straightened out, took the wide path home. Just rode an outstanding race.
Yeah, look, this race backed up, and Fort Ticonderoga had perfect position on the outside. Jose Ortiz, on our favorite, the 9-horse, actually stops riding Fort Ticonderoga. I hope the horse is all right, but he just kind of eases him home.
Now those red and white silks, Klarovich Stables and Credit Event, the best here at 9-2. Excuse me, Andy.
I'd given up on this guy. Had a monstrously bad trip 2 back, but really no excuse last time. It's a very good effort, Jonathan. I mean, assuming the fractions are accurate, they came home in 11 2/5. They were not moving up front, and he made a huge run. Maybe Fort Ticonderoga a little too close, a little too wide, but he had no punch today. But this guy, he had a big one.
Yeah, he did. He showed up today, and like we talked about in the post parade, this horse had worked with some talented horses down in South Florida in the spring. So there is obviously a little bit of talent here, and it looks like Erod, Chad, and Klarovich Stables put it together.
So I guess Chad Brown's career might not be over after getting blanked in the first 2 days, after he had 4 wins today.
Yeah, but he didn't have the wins I needed.
I know he's not going to go for the meet. He can have those kind of days in regularity. And he's having one of those Chad Brown days at Saratoga on this first Saturday of the meet. How about that? Feeling good right now with this performance. Credit Event, 9-2, 10-1, 20-1, by the way, underneath. 6, 1, 7, 2B. Let's go to Maggie.
here with Irad Ortiz. And Irad, this is a horse that Chad opted to take the blinkers off this time. Very, very good-looking animal out here. Talk a little bit about how you got him to settle, because he was so much more relaxed compared to last time.
Honestly, the pace was a little different. Last time they went a little too slow for him. And he was first-time blinker, so he was a little king. Honestly, today he relaxed well for me, going to the first turn. Backside, he was waiting for me. He was there whenever I want to. And I was available to tip him out in the stretch. He flew home.
Irad, this was a field loaded with horses, loaded with potential talent and potential stakes horses. How does he stack up?
I mean, he got talent. He got talent, definitely. I mean, he's a young horse. He's going to keep learning, and hopefully he get a stake horse someday.
I can see it, but let's talk about one that's trying stakes and only his second start for trainer Todd Pletcher. Forte, you'll be aboard in the Sanford. He's very talented. Talk about what you're hoping to see from him today. He did show the ability to rate.
Well, he definitely have the ability. It's a different race today. He's going to run against winners. He's a nice horse. He got some talent. He was working good. I worked him last time. Some fast horses in the race, so let's see how the race set up for us. Honestly, I don't think he got that much speed early, but he will come running.
Come running like you did first time. All right, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, as this guy credit event, Greg, maybe the future is bright. And just a quick update here with Fort Ticonderoga. He is going to get a ride home here as Jose Ortiz has pulled him up on the outside fence here on the backside. So he will get a ride home, standing comfortably, though, Greg, on the outside.
All right, well, that's good news to hear, and we hope to see him back. 6-1-7-2B. 4-win day for Chad Brown. And Irad Ortiz Jr. with an opportunity coming up at the Sanford to make it a 4-win day. He'll ride Forte, as we heard. Tom Amos would love to see a different result in that race.
Yeah, I would. I'd like to see a safe trip. I'd like to have everybody have a clean trip. And naturally, as any other trainer in the race, I'd like to see my horse win.
That would be Curly Jack. How's he doing coming into this race off that maiden win?
Very good. He's had a work over the track here. It went very, very well. I'm very much looking forward to seeing this start.
Good luck, Tom.
Best of luck to you in the Sanford.
Thanks, Greg.
That is coming up next. 2-year-olds, grade 3 Sanford. First of that 3 big race series for the 2-year-olds here at the Saratoga meeting. And there is Forte. Todd Pletcher, 8-time winner of the Sanford. And as mentioned, Irad Ortiz Jr., he'll be looking for his 4th of the afternoon on this son of violence, who was 1-5 in his debut when he won by 7+ lengths. The Sanford is next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and a wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by the champion sprinter Run Happy, who raced medication-free and stands out at Claiborne Farm. A 4-win day for trainer Chad Brown as credit event heads to the winner's circle here today. Pleased to be joined by Chad as well as Bloodstock agent Mike Ryan, who found this horse. But Chad, we'll start with you. You said you were joking with your daughters. You're really earning your money today.
Yeah, I got a lot in today, a lot of saddling, and of course my team's helped me a lot. But you know, it's going well today, so I'm very appreciative.
Let's look back at this horse today. I remember seeing him in his debut credit event where he just seemed to really lack a lot of focus. He has come so far.
You know, it's funny you say that. I saw the same thing, so I got a little ahead of myself. I put some blinkers on him in his last start, and he didn't run as well. So it's really kicking myself because it did look obvious to me as well. He lacked focus. He was probably just immature and such and just needs some racing experience. I took him off, and I told Irad in the paddock, and I have a lot of confidence with him off. I think it was a trainer error. I brought Mike in here with me. He's my partner. He finds all the horses for us for the Clarovich stable. We work well together. He found this horse in Phasing tipped in October sale. I'm so appreciative for all the work he does. And he also found the Diana winner earlier today and the second place finisher. So we have so much success together. And he's my good friend as well. And it's nice to see some people behind the scenes get acknowledged for all the work that goes into it.
Mike, how about that intro that Chad just gave you? And he gave you a nice shout out for McCulloch in the Belmont Oaks last week as well.
Yeah, very appreciative. It's very gratifying to see these horses perform at this level. You know, it's a team effort. We work hard, and this is what it's all about, is days like today. And, you know, we're very blessed to be working for some great people, and it makes our job easier when you know you got the confidence of the principals. It really is a huge help. And Chad and I have worked together for quite a few years now, and we have a great understanding and a great mutual respect. And, you know, we know what we know what it takes to get it done.
One of the best eyes in the business, gentlemen. Congratulations.
Thank you for having us.
And Lafitte, as you see, as Chad mentioned, a little bit behind the scenes, there's a lot of people to get the horse to the winner's circle, let alone just to the racetrack.
Takes a village, Acacia. Nice to win with your friends. Nice to work with your friends. Joining my friend Gary Stevens on the set here, front side credit event, 11-20 in this pick six sequence. Not one favorite, but for Chad Brown, just lighten it up, Gary. 4 wins thus far, highlighted by In Italian in a record-shattering performance in the Grade 1 Diana.
Ofer coming into today, no longer. There's going to be many, many more. Irad Ortiz having a great day as well with 3 wins.
That was unbelievable by In Italian.
It really was. I mean, I saw the fractions clicking up there, 22 and change, 45, 109. And I'm thinking there's no way she can sustain. But she looked like she was doing it easily fast. And as I said before, when Joel Rosario is on the lead, you know that he's always got horse, like the old Eddie De La Ruse.
I like the Eddie D reference.
And fun to watch. I love seeing special performances, and that was for sure.
Completely different brand of racing coming up shortly with the Sanford, but this is what we've seen thus far. That total pool up over $3.7 million from Flamingo Hawk to Baby Yoda, In Italian, credit event, not one favorite in the sequence. Will that change in the Sanford? Depends on what that colt does. Forte currently 2-1 for the 106 running of the Sanford. 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. Forte sensational in his debut, trained by Todd Pletcher, 8-time Sanford winning trainer, which leads us to the Sanford by the numbers. We go inside the numbers. 106 years of history, named after horse owner Stephen Sanford. So who was fastest? Eventual Preakness, Belmont winner of Fleet Alex, stopping the clock in 109.32, 2005. Most wins by a jockey, John Velasquez, 7-time winner, pictured with Overdriven 2011. 6 of those for Todd Pletcher should surprise no one. Pletcher with 8 wins. For now, might have to be updated should Forte or Major Dude strike in moments. Most wins by an owner, Green Tree Stable, 8-time Sanford winner. Who could forget Buzz Buster in 1978? This series, the Saratoga series, only 4 have swept it. DeHare, eventually crowned champion 29 years ago. And the biggest upset of all upsets, by upset, Mighty Man of War defeated in the Sanford, hence the phrase, Graveyard of Champions, the Sanford Stakes by the numbers. So much history, so much tradition, And for that colt, he doesn't know anything about the history. He doesn't know anything about the tradition, Gary. What he does know how to do is run fast, as he did in his debut.
Yes, he does, and he's facing a lot bigger field today with other horses that are very, very talented.
The future, stars of tomorrow. And for Todd Pletcher, a couple of wins this afternoon, looking to do more. Sanford Damage. When we come back, he has Major Dude, he has the favorite, Forte. First step towards the hopeful, the Sanford in 17 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Sensational Saturday of thoroughbred racing continues. This is Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Big crowd, enthusiastic crowd. And for this Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher, two-time Kentucky Derby winner, inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame last summer, just won his 4th Belmont Stakes. And for he and John Velasquez, Gary, they won that Derby together with Always Dreaming 2017, not to mention 6 victories together in this Sanford.
The last time that I can think of a relationship that's extended this long, probably Charlie Whittingham and Bill Shoemaker.
That's right on target. Right on target. Pletcher, Velasquez. There's Major Dude, the other Todd Pletcher trainee, coming off that win at Monmouth Park. Not necessarily fast on paper, but look good doing it. Maggie, these 2-year-olds in the paddock for the Sanford Stakes. What are you observing?
It's a good group, Lafitte, so far. I don't want to jinx anybody, but let's talk a little bit about a horse who is likely to remain your favorite in number 4, Forte here, a horse that I did have the luxury of seeing first time out. And we saw him not break that quickly or efficiently, but sat behind the 2 pace setters comfortably and drew away and circled them like they were standing still. He is way sharper this start for his second time out, and he's also stronger behind the saddle. So I think we're going to see a horse that is capable of sitting a bit closer to the pace than what we initially saw from him first time out. Really do like what I'm saying. He's an athlete. Number 5, Curly Jack. Watching the replay from Churchill, I could gather that he was a bigger, good-looking type. Really efficient stride, though. Really kind of moved over the ground well. Watching him here in the paddock, he's one I want to observe out on the racetrack, too, because he's not one. I talk a lot about horses overstriding when their back hoof print eclipses or goes in front of their front hoof print, and I'm not really seeing that. I'm not really seeing him stride underneath of himself as much as I'd like to see. Again, I think there's talent here. He's a solid horse. He's really well conditioned, but one that I want to watch out on the racetrack. But I know, as I will get it over to Andy in a moment, a horse that he's interested in, number 3, Great Navigator. If you're not familiar with Eddie Owens, I am a bit here from the assistant vantage point. He was Joe Orsino's assistant for quite a while, and Eddie's horses always look great when he brought them over. He's a guy that, you know, one of those people that kind of lives and breathes for barn life. He's constantly 365 in the barn with his horses, and this guy was very impressive in his debut at Monmouth. He was widening at the end. He's a typey, fastly built horse. You know, he's not that big, but he's got a big engine to him, and the way that he kind of runs and attacks the ground. So while he was fairly quick away, he didn't get to the lead that day. Look for him to be more forwardly placed. He's an interesting shooter here from lower profile connections that, Andy, I know you have a great deal of interest in.
No, I do, Maggie. And Great Navigator was a very good horse quite a few years ago as well. Might have won the Hopeful here, actually. See if this one's as good. This is a horse that's not going to get attention in a race like this, Jonathan, because of the connections. But this win, and we've seen horses come out of this race that have run well. The third horse won, proved the Beyer figure 5 points. I think this is a serious player.
Yeah, and from a speed figure standpoint, he's not that far off. And like you said, it's not Todd, it's not Chad, it's not, you know, it's not these big name trainers, so you're going to get a little bit of value here too. I thought this horse was extremely live in here because although we've seen some horses in this race, specifically the 4 and the 5, run big races, these other horses are still progressing, and they can take big jumps forward.
I agree. 2-year-old race should be very careful about getting overly carried away. And I do think that Ford or Forte, depending on how you want to pronounce it, was very impressive first time out and very professional. That's what I thought. I actually was in texting with Todd Pletcher, and he agreed. He'd also be 4 horses in here, and I think he's the horse to beat. But 8 to 5 in a 12-horse field of horses with little experience, I get it's Todd Pletcher. I get all those things. He's overbet.
He is, and Andy, you'll agree with this. He did only beat 4 horses in this race, but he beat the clock.
He was
got
good.
a fast figure, and so I'll forgive him for not. You know, he couldn't tell, you know, who else needed. He couldn't pick who else was going to be in the race with him.
I far prefer him of the 2 theoretically logicals over the 9. And I know Andiamo Friends, who's a half to Frenzy Fire, was very impressive. He's a Speightstown. The rail was very good that day at Belmont Park. He had the run of the race. I'm curious to maybe bet against the second place finisher. It's going to be a short price in the first race tomorrow. We'll see what he does in here. I think he's going to be a horse. To me, and look, I didn't like Credit Event. Horses are winning I'm not big fans of. He's another one.
He was visually impressive, and he stopped the clock fast. I will say this. 2-year-old speed figures are hard to make anyways because a lot of the other horses don't have a body of work that you can use for comparative purposes. But it also gets hard when it's on a sloppy racetrack as well. So was that figure as fast as it appears? It probably was, but I'm still not quite sure.
He had the run of the race. I think the 6 Mo Strike is extremely dangerous in this race. Here's a number for you, Jonathan. 2-year-old maidens off debut wins in their second start in dirt sprints. 8 for 22 for Brad Cox, 365 ROI. I thought this horse was very impressive first time out.
It's always impressive when high percentage trainers like Chad, Todd, Brad Cox have positive ROI stats. It's always impressive to me.
Yeah, I'm using this horse as well. I tell you what, Lafitte, I think this Sanford is maybe the most interesting race on today's card.
JK, maybe you can go double or nothing with that guy right there. That Serengeti Empress wager on Curly Jack.
No, I'm staying away from that now.
How'd that
was an
that
expensive mistake.
Good choice.
Curly Jack, Gary. Tom Amos, he's won this race in 2009. Back talk. How impressed were you by Curly Jack in his debut?
I love this race. I was there that day and covered it, and so impressive. His speed away from the gate, his gate speed, and he was able to sustain it. He did it on his own, made the lead on his own that day, and he was getting pressure from the outside. It was a fuller field, and I love the way he crossed the finish line, what he did through the stretch. Yeah, he was being pushed on a little bit, but he wasn't beat up on or anything like that. Not hard encouragement. He galloped out nice. He was comfortable. Guarantee you when a horse comes to him, he's going to fight some more.
We're supposed to be objective, but I think you all know we'd pretty much be lying. Best of luck, Tom Amos, Curly Jack. Great time to join us here as we wind things down on this first Saturday NYRA Bets. Use that promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com. to earn your $200 deposit match. As we showed you, only 4 horses have swept that series. De Hare, how good he was, how talented he was in 1993, a champion. The Sanford in Moments, Saratoga Special, and at the end of the meet, the most prestigious race for 2-year-olds at Saratoga, the Grade 1 Hopeful. This is a 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. Chance for this big crowd front side to see these 2-year-olds, potential stars of tomorrow, wide open. Intriguing addition to this Sanford Stakes. We start with an outsider, Boppy O, first of 2 Bolt Doro colts drawn inside.
See what Marcassi can get this one to move forward. We have seen the Bolt Doros start out very well this year.
Papa Cap's half-brother, then number 2, Major Dude, the other Todd Pletcher trainee.
Look, I think a lot of horses can improve in this race, but you got to give me something from a speed figure standpoint. Major Dude just seems too slow.
Great Navigator, New Jersey bred.
Can a son of Sea Wizard win the Sanford? A horse who ran twice and was second to Destin in his debut.
17-1 when he graduated. Forte, the favorite, 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, arguably the horse to beat. He was professional, he ran fast, and he's trained by a guy that knows how to win this race and basically any other race.
Curly Jack, Dude is fast. Good Magic debut winner, Churchill.
He ran well first time. He's got a nice pedigree. The Dam was a runner, and obviously Good Magic, a very interesting freshman sire.
Mo Strike, lots to like from his pedigree to his debut win to the people around him.
Yeah, he ran fast that day. He got a fast figure, and you heard Andy talk about the positive stat for for Brad Cox in this spot.
Proved right by Triple Crown winner Justified, just like Schuylerville winner Just Cindy.
Does come out of a win, though, in a restricted maiden race for horses that sold for $50,000 or less.
I'm Wide Awake, first of 2 New York breds.
Yeah, this is my long shot horse in here. This horse showed a ton of early speed. Early speed means talent to me. Maybe he can put it together.
Number 9, Andiamo a Firenze. Firenze Fire's brother. Don't savage anybody out there.
Yeah, listen, he got it done at a short price in his debut. Fast track today. The water gets deeper. If you like him, he's a fair price.
There he is. Gave us the slip. He can do that all he wants, as long as he doesn't bite anybody. 9-2 currently. Andiamo a Firenze. We had a quick peek of Roman Giant. Here's Put the Blame on Me. Pennsylvania bred. Smarty Jones fans.
You know, he's the only horse that Jose Ortiz rode at Parks that day, and he won about as easily as a horse can win. He's a bomb that can get a piece for sure.
Outside Valenzen Day, third in the Tremont-Belmont Week. Daunting post position.
Yeah, it's a tough post position, but this horse has enough early speed that if he can pop away from there, he should be able to get over and save a little bit of ground.
That's the field for the 2022 Sanford Stakes, grade $375,000 purse. And the sun splash Saturday at Saratoga Racecourse. We go back to Forte, Gary. This pick 6 sequence, again, favorites have been denied time and time again. Why might that change in a few moments in terms of that colt and what you're expecting from him today?
Look, what I'm worried about here, and I'm just going on what I've seen earlier today with investment risk and his performance. This colt, he wasn't that quick from the starting gate. In his debut, there were 5 horses in the race. He had 4 competitors. He didn't come away from there like a steam engine. He came away from there like a route horse, like a horse that wants to run 2 turns. Irad was actually really invigorated, trying to get him to show speed early on in the race. He got into a rhythm, didn't get a lot of kickback. And the reason I'm using investment risk as an example, with this large full field here, if he doesn't get away and show more speed than he did in that debut, he's going to get a lot of kickback. Investment risk was covered with mud when he came back, and it can be very discouraging the first time that they get that kickback because he did not get any kickback in that first out. That's what worries me about him. He was going to be my pick today, and I bailed off of it and went with Curly Jack because of his speed.
Because you have to sit next to Tom Amis like 15 hours a
Yeah,
week.
yeah, nah.
And Irad Ortiz getting into one of those, those Steph Curry kind of zones where he just doesn't miss, having a huge Saturday. Andiamo a Firenze. Your thoughts on him in terms of his debut? What are you expecting from him today?
I expect good things from him. He showed great speed. He's actually, according to the U.S. time form, he's the early speed. He's the fastest in here. He's got a great post position if he gets away from there clean. He broke on top in that debut and just widened. So he was very, very impressive at Belmont.
Owned and bred by Ron Lombardi, standing by with Acacia.
Indeed. And Ron, as Lafita just mentioned, you also bred Andiamo a Firenze. How special is it for you coming into this race with a horse you own and bred?
It's great. He's following in his brother's footsteps, three-quarter brother to Frenzy Fire. It's amazing, and this is where dreams start. He won his maiden at Belmont, which was awesome, and hopefully he can continue today.
Frenzy Fire, as you mentioned, won the Sanford. He got better too as he got older, but he was also precocious. Does that make you even more excited about this horse?
Yeah, this horse is he's very mature for his age. He's handles himself well in the paddock, and he does everything right. Everything Kelly asks of him in the morning, he delivers, and we're hoping for good things. I know it's a tough race, but we'll see.
He was so quick in his debut. How did he come out of that race? What have you all seen from him since?
He came out of the race great, and he's been training well, and hopefully he can get the jump he did in that race, because he shot out of that gate like a rocket. So we'll see today. I mean, we're outside, which is good. Jose has a chance to see the field a little bit. Frenzy won from the 12 hole, so the 9's pretty good, and we'll see how it goes.
Can't wait to see him. Thanks for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Owner and breeder Lafitte makes it that much more special when you have a talented 2-year-old.
The right word, Acacia, the pride regarding potentially breeding a graded stakes winner at the age of 2 here at Saratoga. We check in with Maggie.
I'm going to go on a limb here. Not really that big of one. That Todd Pletcher wins a Sanford for, what is it, the 9th time? Yeah. Forte looks excellent out here, but I'm really interested in Major Dude. It's not the fastest figure. I get it. But you could not ask a 2-year-old first-time starter to be more professional than him. He was the utmost professional in the paddock, and then I liked him even more out in the racetrack. Talk about a horse that covers some ground. He did that last race so easily. John Velasquez sticks today. I loved him even more out here in the racetrack. He's going to be my pick. I'm going to go for the other Pletcher. Now, number 6, Ford trainer Brad Cox, Mo Strike, very athletic. He's one I liked more in the paddock, and then just downgraded like a half a point here on the track. And then number 9, as we just heard from Ron Lombardi, Andiamo a Firenze, he was way more professional in his second start. And as you heard Gary say on Timeform US Figures, he's the fastest early, and he looks the fastest early. Massively big warm-up from Jose Ortiz. We'll see. Can he take them all the way? Lafitte?
4-1, Andiamo a Firenze, Maggie. Gary, are you doing anything different right now at the starting gate with a 2-year-old just making a second career start, big field in this situation than you would otherwise?
Now, it's nice to see all of these colts that are having their second start. They're handling themselves very, very professionally. They warmed up good. They're handling things well at the starting gate. Just try and keep them focused and get a good break. No matter where you're coming from, you want to make that first jump a good one.
Currently 7-5 at the gate. Forte, co-owned Mike Rapoli, Vinny Viola struck with Witt last year. Can they do it again? Forte, the favorite in the 106th running of the Sanford Stakes. John Ambrial standing by.
There in the gate. Still waiting on the 12. And now we're set. And they're off. Andiamo a Firenze, and great navigator down at the rail. In between horses, Curly Jack is right there, and moving up is Mo Strike. Then comes Major Dude, who is racing in 5th. Forte is 6th at this point. On the outside is Prove Right, who is running in 7th. Papio is down at the rail and in 8th. Then it's I'm Wide Awake in 9th. Followed next by Roman Giant in 10th. At the back, Valenzin Day. along with Put the Blame on Me. The quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. And down at the rail, it is Curly Jack. On the outside is Andiamo a Firenze. In between horses is Mo Strike. Three of them across the track. Prove Right on the extreme outside. Down at the rail is Great Navigator. Looking for a way through is Major Dude. The half went in 45 and 4. Here is Mo Strike. Here is Andiamo a Firenze. Andiamo a Firenze and Mo Strike. They are right together. Then Great Navigator and Curly Jack. They're coming on for the finish in the Sanford Stakes. And it's going to be Mo Strike to win it here by 3 lengths. Great Navigator got up for second. Andiamo a Firenze finished third. The time was 1:11 and 1.
Kentucky Derby winning connections. Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, Mo Strike does just that in the Sanford, 8-1 at post time.
Lafitte, this is a good horse. What he just went through. This track is demanding today. See that time, 1:11 and 2. Track is not fast at all today. Very testing surface today. Don't see a lot of horses closing ground. Your second place finisher, he did great to get up and run second, but he was part of that duel from the word go, and he just kept trudging along, grinding. Super talented colt here.
To his outside, Andiamo and Firenze looked like he had him collared. Giroux goes to work, and Mo Strike inside the 16th pole gives Giroux a second move, Gary, and widens on the field.
Yeah, and this is looks of a colt that he can run further. You see the start here. See if anybody had any. Oh, the 10 went right down on his knees there. That was Roman Giant. Stumbled badly leaving there, but so far everything, everybody's keeping a straight course. Not a lot of banging around going on back there. Forte, he was in mid-pack early on. Talked about the kickback that he was going to get, and just didn't really show up like he did his first out today.
Maggie Wolfendale with winning pilot Florent Giroux. Maggie.
Also winning birthday boy Florent Giroux. What a nice present to win at Sanford, huh?
Definitely, yeah. Thank you, Maggie. Great colt, very well educated, and broke super sharp from the gate. It's always a plus, you know, with this kind of races with a lot of runners. From there, he put me in a great spot. I just tried to nurse him around. To be honest, I was a little bit worried when I saw Jose coming next to me, but as soon as I asked my horse, he turned him away pretty easily at the end, and very pleased with his effort.
For only his second start, he seems incredibly professional. I noticed that, you know, one of the handlers in the stalls had to jump away from you to help the other. So you had nobody in the stalls with you. He broke fine, and he just handled all that pressure and drew away by 3 at the end. This is a horse that ultimately, I would say, would like to go longer too, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think we can start going a little bit farther. I mean, right now, this time of the year, there's not very much choice. You know, I would say maybe the hopeful will be probably the goal. You know, maybe skip the next one and see how it goes from there. But very pleased with him, and like I said, such a lovely horse. And thanks to Brad and his connection for the opportunity.
Champagne tonight?
Why not?
That's of course, Lafitte, as you know, the French. That's how they celebrate their birthday. Florent Giroux aboard Mo Strike with a big win here and only his second start.
Pop that cork. Maybe a champagne horse this fall at Belmont. Florent Giroux headed to Del Mar this summer, headed to the winner's circle right now. Andy, Mo Strike, and a big effort from the colt you like, Great Navigator, to complete the exacta.
Thanks. These are the 2 horses I liked. I boxed these 2 horses and did very well, but forgetting about that. First of all, let's just be clear. It's champagne every night for Florent Giroux. Birthday, wins, loses. I think he enjoys being in Saratoga as much as any of us. And listen, interesting thing about this race, Jonathan, only one horse was making up any ground in here. The pace held together extremely well, and the winner's good. The second horse is good. Andiamo Frenzy ran extremely well in here also. I'm curious to go back, and maybe we can't really do it until tonight, to see the race that Forte ran, because he was running through at the wire. Now, maybe, Jonathan, was he running when the race was over, or is he a horse we got to look for a little next time?
Yeah, I mean, with these young horses, you just want to see them making efforts towards the end of the race to indicate that maybe they're still trying to figure it out. And so if you're looking for some horses out of this race, I think the 4 Forte is one to consider. But I agree with you. I think the top 3 finishers all ran well. They were all close. close. They were all involved in the pace, and I thought they all ran well.
And they were all horses that had run well in their debut, and I think a lot of people got mesmerized by the figures of the 4 and 9. And Jonathan and I believe in speed figures as much as anybody in the game. But with 2-year-olds, they can run big and then fall apart, and then they can run big and really, or not that well, and improve a lot second time out. So it's more than just that. And these are some nice-looking horses. And I tell you, you look at this race, you think about the special coming up later at the meet, and the hopeful at the end of the meet. I don't know about everybody else, but it's going to be one heck of a summer here in Saratoga.
We've seen it time and time again as Mo Strike enters the winner's circle. Florent Giroux, Gary, horses that run in these races, as Andy mentioned, Sanford, Special, hope that don't necessarily win those races, that once you get to the fall, the Breeders' Cup, the following year, as 3-year-olds, that compete in these, just because they're not winning now doesn't mean they won't do some major damage later on down the road.
Just watching that replay, that stretch replay for the second time, and watching Forte, he's the one for next year. From what I just witnessed, maybe even later on, Breeders' Cup time, 2 turns, because he looks like that type, just grinding. He wasn't getting beat up on it all. He was doing most of that all of himself, and he was winding up. He got a great experience today. He learned a lot today, a lot more than he did in his first out.
And the tactical speed. It's not like he just aired them out right from the start. He was able to sit off of horses, engage the leaders, go out about his business, and win impressively here. Mo Strike, Florent Giroux, Brad Cox took down the Travers last year. Now victorious in the Sanford Stakes. Results and reaction when Saratoga Live continues.
And nobody's gaining on Tyler's Tribe. Tyler's Tribe 6 lengths in front as they come down toward the line. And this good-looking son of Sharp Azteca will win the Prairie Gold Juvenile by distance.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Saratoga Live continues our program, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com or download the app to get started. As the Sanford, always one of the most exciting races to see where those 2-year-olds stand, as winning trainer Brad Cox joins me here. Mo Strike, Brad, this is a horse who dug in so gamely today.
Yeah, I really responded when Florent asked him at the 8th pole, and he broke extremely well, put himself in the game. Florent did a good job getting him away, so it was a big win.
I remember listening to you speak to Paul Duca after his debut. You had schooled him a lot going into getting him acclimated to the racetrack, and he was ultra professional today.
Yeah, he's responded really well with everything we've asked of him with shipping him around. We obviously started him at Keeneland, brought him over to Churchill, ran at Churchill, shipped up here. Very, very intelligent horse, and I think right now that's what it takes oftentimes to be successful early on with the 2-year-old. Horses that, mentally and physically take what you throw at him. So he's answered all the questions we've asked him, and I was very happy for the ownership group to pick up this grade 3 today.
And that's part of with 2-year-olds, bringing them along slowly. And he is a horse that looks like he will flourish as those distances start to get a little longer.
Yeah, no doubt. Like you said, he has a good mind where he can break and put himself in the race. He doesn't get himself too worked up mentally. And physically, he's held up, like I said, everything we've asked of him and responded very, very well.
It's early yet, but let's get you a little bit excited about the future.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, listen, I think we've got a very, very good group of 2-year-olds and especially colts moving forward that we'll see throughout the summer, fall, and even into next year. So he's one of them and excited about the future.
Always a pleasure, Brad. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mo Strike handling everything and doing it well, Lafitte.
And that grit in that fight, we saw that in his debut. Responded well when challenged in the stretch once again this afternoon. For trainer Brad Cox, before Essential Quality won the Belmont, before he won the Travers, a Breeders' Cup juvenile winner and a 2-year-old, knows what he's doing with an upstart freshman. Has a good one here, Gary. Mo Strike. A complete package, what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I liked what I saw. About 50 yards from the finish line, he really separated himself from the rest of the field. And I said it's a demanding track out there today. Horse is super fit, and what Brad just said about a horse, he's super intelligent. You can tell that he's intelligent just the way he acts as a 2-year-old.
You're still alive, right? You're still good?
I didn't even play it. I can't even. I haven't picked a winner today. Had some get close, but
not one favorite. Not one favorite. One left. Rejoined now by Tom Amos. Curly Jack. Tom, what'd you think of the performance? How'd he come back?
He came back fine. I mean, he was down towards the rail. He set the pace from the inside. I don't think the inside is the best place on the track to be, but part of that's post position. If you're quick, you're going to be, like that. And he tired down the lane. I mean, but he's just a beginner, like all these horses are. And certainly hats off to the winner, Mo Strike, who was right alongside of him and drew off well at the end.
I hate asking you this, like immediately the race took place like 8 seconds ago, but I'll get something thrown at me if I don't. Like, what would your instinct be to do next for Curly Jack after this performance today?
Well, I'm scared to death of a horse named Gulfport that I ran second to in the Bashford Manor with Curly Jack's stablemate named Owens Leap. So I'd like to avoid him at all costs. And maybe we're moving a little too forward with these 2-year-olds, and maybe there's something other than these races for those horses. It's all about progression, and it's all about where you are in May. Think about it like a football team. The way you're playing the first 2 games of the season has nothing to do with how it goes once you hit the playoffs at the end of the year.
I'm a Raider fan. Tell me about it. I know you were focusing on Curly Jack. Did you have a chance to watch Mo Strike closely and try to get a gauge of his performance overall?
So I looked at them all, and I saw Mo Strike run at Churchill. I thought he ran a great race that day, and he backed it up today. Ran terrific.
Excellent effort. Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, always a dangerous tandem, and another graded stakes victory here at Saratoga, taking down that Sanford Stakes. Look forward to seeing these 2-year-olds resurface, and we have one left. We'll have those pick 6 will pay. Such a challenging afternoon on the handicappers, and we'll see if that trend continues in this $35,000 claimer non-winners to lifetime field and updated odds. Where number 4 Diva Ready is the 2-1 favorite, winding things down on the first Saturday of the meet. Spectacular day of thoroughbred racing at the Spa. Stay tuned.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. Clocker. Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
DeMarshall offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarshall, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Right, Gary, where'd you place?
Big brother had a 60 Corvette. I don't know how he wound up with it. No, Craig, the oldest brother, stole it off my dad.
Sounds about right.
14 years old. Boise, Idaho, you could start driving when you were 14. Farm equipment.
I can tell you, that's what it looks like when you walk down Chad Brown Shedrow right there.
They make me wax those things before I come into work. Part of the deal. Corvette Car Show. Coverage brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Andy, JK, what's the story with the pick six on this challenging day for handicappers?
It's stable. I think Tom's more like the Beverly Hillbillies or something, pulling their cars up. It's pretty amazing. The one isn't covered, so if that long shot wins somehow, we'll have a carryover of, I'm guessing, $2 million into there. I'm not. Yeah, I guess $2 million, right?
Oh,
yeah, $2 million. I was thinking it's possible it's 4. The favorite's almost 40,000, Jonathan. This was a very, very tough one to put together.
Yeah, look, if you're at home or wherever you're at, if you're alive, we wish you the best of luck. It doesn't happen very often when you have an opportunity to life-changing score.
Yep.
These double carryovers are the types of opportunities that provide that. And I just wish I was alive to look up there for $349,000 or $2 million or whatever it might be. So if you are alive, we wish you the best of luck.
Absolutely. No, I mean, just to get here, obviously, but you get here, and as you say, Jonathan, a life-changing score. We wish everybody that's alive the best of luck. These pick sixes are fun, and I'm so proud that the New York Racing Association went back and got away from those god-awful jackpot bets that are not good for the game, they're not good for players. And you think about the excitement that this carryover generates in the game, and that's what we love about the pick six. We'll head over to Maggie. By the way, I like a long shot here, John, in the 5. I hope Maggie likes her.
Oh, Andy, I love your tosses. I mean, well, look at the horse. The only one that's not covered in the pick six, Lemon Taffy. She's over there. She looks fine. So we'll move on to horses of interest. Number 6, Bella Conchita for trainer Cherie DeVoe. You know, she cuts back a bit in trip here from 1.5 miles. She was bounced around, turning for home in that 3-turn event at Keeneland, and I like the cut back in distance. I want to give her another shot here, showing up for a tag for the first time. She deserves a look. She comes in here fit. Yeah, I see why they tried her 1.5 miles. She's a little bit of a long tubular frame to her, but I like the way she's overstriding in here. She has good energy for this turn back in distance to 1 mile and 1/16 in here. Bella Conchita is one that I'm very interested in, as number 9, Princess Blakely, for Chad Brown, trying the turf for the first time after 2 efforts on the Gulfstream Park Tapeta. Daughter of Cairo Prince, whom I like that influence. There isn't much in the first generation. There's actually more dirt. In the second generation, the dam being have to miss shop was a multiple graded stakes winner, including winning the Grade 1 personal ensign. So that's a long dirt pedigree. This gal definitely has a turf hoof to her, though, as she has run fine on the synthetic, but she looks all turf to me. I wish she looked a little bit stronger overall, but I think this is the right surface, right conditions for her. One that I'm a bit interested in is second off a layoff, number 8, Raining Candy, is second start as a 4-year-old. She's done well. One that never carried her weight well, never looked strong across her top line, and finally, she's rounding out a bit, gaining that muscle mass that you need to see here, looks stronger behind. I know she did no running in her last race, but she's just one that has always struck me as needing a start to strengthen up and get things going here a bit for trainer Bruce Levine as we head over across the paddock one more time to Andy and JK.
And here I thought Maggie would like make my day and say the 5 just looked like $1 million and couldn't lose. Talking about my goofy 5, Clarabelle, there are a number of horses coming out of the 5th race on June 19th, and I'm going to talk about it a lot. It's going to really behoove players to pay attention to these 8.5 and 9 furlong races on the inner that week, because the whole week, 16th to 19th, horses were making big runs against slow paces. Clarabelle didn't get off that well, but she never left the rail, and I'm convinced the rail was dead, and she's just a long shot I have to bet a few dollars on, Jonathan.
Look, you'll never hear me argue when it comes to bias. I think it's one of the things in this game that still allows you to have a little bit of an edge, because you got to pay a lot of attention, and you have to check your work. You can't just say, oh, the rail wasn't good, and then start making a bunch of decisions off of that. You have to then check your work to see if that was accurate, and it sounds like it was.
Well, no question, because 2 things will happen. If you're wrong about a bias, you're going to bet losers because of it, and you might miss on some winners because you've got the racetrack wrong, so you're as right as you can possibly be. As far as the favorite in this race, the number 4, Diva Ready, she looks like the controlling speed. I'm going to be honest with you, John, the knock on her, she almost looks too good.
Yeah, I mean, she looks tough in here, but that's what happens sometimes at Saratoga. I feel like you get connections, owners, trainers being a little bit more aggressive because they know that others are going to be very competitive races. So sometimes they might put a horse in a spot that it feels like it's a negative drop, but it's not. It's just a confident, I'm going to win a race here. This is where this horse needs to be dropped.
And honestly, where's she supposed to run? She's not winning a non-winners of 1, to be honest. I want to watch some of the replay of that race we talked about, the 5th race and the 19th, and Kemba is involved. Kemba ran very well in the sense that she had trouble at the start, she dropped back, and she made a big run, and she's a horse that's best forwardly placed. The problem is she's never won a race without the lead, and she kind of had the run of the race despite stumbling because she was making that outside move, and I just don't really want to come back to outside movers from that race.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely fits. She's drawn towards the outside. She has races that can win this race, without a doubt. But like you said, she does probably need to hustle away from there. I worry she might get stuck out a little bit wide, but she does have some tactical speed in her pass that could put her into a better position here.
I will see what she does. I think they try to be forward. I think Freedom Machine is a live long shot. Interesting race, and there's the man of the hour, Chad Brown.
When's his barn going to get going? Wow,
right?
What an afternoon at Saratoga. Chad Brown. Post-parade brewing, heads up. Join today, Naira Bets. You earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code TOGA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. If I was around Ortiz, I'd be smiling too. The afternoon he's had, Gary.
Well, you know what? He said that they thought this looked too good. Acting a little wild out there, Diva Ready. Anyway, Lemon Taffy passed us just now, 51 on morning line, 30.
Carry over if she strikes. Synonymous trying to bite the pony.
Yeah, trying to bite the pony. And actually had a pretty good race last time.
Noble Enterprise, Louis Sias.
Yeah, not without a chance in here. Anything Louis rides is live.
Diva Ready can't falter what she has not done, which is lose a bunch of races.
That's true. She hasn't run very much, and she also has speed in a race that doesn't show a lot of speed. We're running on the same turf course where we saw in Italian take them gate to wire.
Sensational. Clara Bell, Andy's goofy outsider.
Yeah, she's not without a chance. She's been in the money 5 out of 8 times. Third race off the layoff for Mike Maker.
Bella Conchita, Manny Franco.
Lafitte, don't call Andy goofy. Bella Conchita will come from back and making a drop in class. Has a chance here.
Reigning Candy, Kendrick Carmouche trying to pull off the upset.
That's going to be me again. So, you know, this is a horse whose last race might be a little bit better than it appears.
Maggie thought she might be interesting. Princess Blakely.
Yeah, third race of her career, coming off a layoff since April at Gulfstream Park. Chad Brown, looking for another one.
Freedom Machine, 1 for 19.
1 for 19 is now making the drop that he needs to make. Done this once before, this mare has, and ran second at this level.
Kemba, 1 for 19.
Another 1 for 19. 5 seconds, 5 thirds. Not for me.
Constitutional Rage and Jose Gomez.
Yeah, Constitutional Rage is an interesting horse. I think those last races are better than they appear. I don't want to get in an argument with Andy about this one because then he's going to quiz me on the Constitution, and I don't really know much about that either.
Only 20 minutes left in show. Now would be the time if you're going to. Looking to fly, draws in.
Tough post position on this inner turf course. Right now, Tyler Gaffley on aboard. 5th beat in 3/4. First race for 2022.
See that, Philly? Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. 80-1 shot took down the Kentucky Derby this year. Should she win? 3-day pick 6 carryover tomorrow at Saratoga. The 11th and final when Saratoga Live continues.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride. Defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Even when we're done, not here, we're not done. 8 o'clock Eastern, Meadowlands. Gary Stevens headed up there right after he gets off the set. Meadowlands Pace. Canterbury Pick 5 carryover tonight. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile, Jessica Otten, Gabe Pruitt. America's Day at the Races. Coverage continues into the wee hours this evening. You are a team player, my friend.
Yeah. The only place you see me is maybe over at that casino playing the Meadowlands.
Playing that filly, maybe? I know you both like her here. Diva Reddy, the current favorite.
Yeah, I mean, she She was bet on a little bit at Keeneland her first out, came back at Delaware, went off favorite, didn't disappoint. Woodbine, shortened up, 7.5 furlongs, fourth, beaten 2. She's, except for the Chad Brown, she's the least, she's had less chances than all of these horses to get through her second condition.
So 3 starts for Diva Ready, the 4-horse, and in a race that you really have to search to see who is going to try to make the pace in here. It's a race that somebody could steal away on the lead, slow their horse down on the lead, not use a lot of energy, save a lot of gas in the tank, and then be able to quicken at the end of the race, use the rest of that gas in the tank. Makes it harder on the closers when you have a race that doesn't have a lot of pace. Diva Ready looks like that could be one of those horses that might be able to cheat away on the lead. And it's about intent. We talk about that now, especially up here. Look, I tried to claim a horse in the 6th race today. There were 13 people that were in for that horse. That's how it is. If a horse is well meant in a claiming race, he's gone. And the connections know that. So what is the intent of their entry? Are they like, hey, it's Saratoga, we want to get the win, we're disappointed to lose her, but, you know, it'll be an experience? Or is it, you know, we don't think she's as good as we thought she was, and, you know, we're going to run her in this spot? Intent is everything in claiming races, and I think in today's game, with so many claims going on at the bigger tracks, it actually changes your handicapping. You have to take into account what trainers are willing to lose horses and what trainers are trying to protect horses.
Final thoughts, Maggie?
I don't necessarily love the appearance of the favorite. She's fine. She's sharp. She has been sharp throughout the preliminaries here, and that's what you want from a horse that has speed. But she's not my cup of tea physically. She's a bit smaller. She's a little bit more tucked up than I would like to see. And Tom mentioning about the claiming here at Saratoga, I talked to Brad Cox after he won with Remain Anonymous and dropping her down yesterday. I said, oh, how many people you think will go in for her? He said 12. I asked my husband, who dropped a slip on Remain Anonymous. It was a 22-way shake. So not only is the racing competitive, Lafitte, the claim box is ultra competitive.
Tom, can you lend perspective to just how rare that is, say, anywhere else?
Well, it's a function of the purses, and the purses have gotten big, and you can now claim a horse, and if it doesn't work out and move to a lower level, more than recoup your money by running competitively at a lower level. So it makes it an attractive business for people.
Gary, where would you like to see Diva Ready, Flavien Prat, place her early on in order to be effective late?
I'd like to, she's going to bounce away from there. I mean, she showed decent speed in the 7.5 furlong race. Should jump from there, get over, save ground on the fence, and be wherever she's comfortable, but it's going to be forward.
This pick 6, still alive. Best of luck. Filing into the gate, $35,000 claimers. Non-winners to lifetime. Who's going to earn that elusive second victory? Diva Ready, the favorite. Johnny Embrial standing by.
For race 11. And they're off. Here's Reigning Candy going out for the lead. Kemba is there along with Princess Blakely. On the far outside, Constitutional Rage as the field races into the clubhouse turn. So it will be Reigning Candy, the leader here. Princess Blakely runs in second. Kemba on the outside now moving up a spot. Constitutional Rage is next. And then we come back to Diva Ready, who is racing in fifth. On the outside is Bella Conchita in sixth position. Followed on the inside by Lemon Taffy, who is running in seventh. And then comes Looking to Fly on the outside. Farther back is Freedom Machine, along with Synonymous. Then comes Noble Enterprise, and Clarabelle is the trailer in 12th, and the quarter was running 23 and 2, and they are spread out as they race up the backstretch after a half and 47 and 1. Long shot Reigning Candy is the leader here by 3/4 of a length over Kemba in second. Then comes the gray Princess Blakely running in third. To her outside is Constitutional Rage. Then Diva Ready, who follows the move of Constitutional Rage. They're midway on the turn. On the inside, it is Kemba, who is now taken over as Reigning Candy drops out of it. Constitutional Rage is in between horses. And on the outside is Diva Ready. Princess Blakely races in fourth, followed by Bella Conchita in fifth. And on the outside, and gaining ground there is Looking to Fly. As they come through the stretch, it is Diva Ready in front. Gaining ground on the outside is Looking to Fly. Looking to Fly, flying here at the end. Looking to Fly to win the finale. Looking to Fly takes it over Diva Ready and Princess Blakely.
From that tricky outside post, Tyler Gaffleone, Churchill's leading rider. Big season last year at Saratoga, looking to fly at 10-1 in the 11th and final.
Yeah, it seems like horses that scratch in off the also eligible win about 90% of the time, and I'm glad. I bet you Tyler's happy she did scratch in. Comes flying late. I don't know if you'd call it flying, but it was a sustained run. When the favorite made the lead, she's really hanging, looking for more oxygen up there in front and sort of pulling up, waiting, and set up perfectly for looking to fly at Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, the pace is a lot quicker than I anticipated, and for Diva Reddy setting off the pace and making that move, Tyler Gaffleone on the 13 looking to fly just follows her and is able to pick it up at the end and get the best of her as well.
JK, Andy, I think we had this conversation after the nightcap last night. Not one favorite in the sequence. We saw it again this afternoon.
Yeah, I actually think the favorite ran very well. Give a lot of credit to looking to fly in Tyler Gaffleone, though, just in position to take advantage of what was a very rapid pace for this quality of horse. And I think, Jonathan, for a horse like Diva Reddy, who you project to be the speed, when she's got a rate in fifth behind a pretty rapid pace for this level, she obviously the fractions, something wrong. They didn't go 22 and 3 for the third quarter. There's something wrong with those times. They were moving out there. It's hard to not make the lead, make that run, and hold off the closers.
Yeah, and look, she had to, like you said, she had to kind of move. She was stuck in a spot where I think she had to go. Then she was 3 wide when she did move. Then she probably made the front a little bit faster and earlier than I would imagine that Flavien probably wanted, and then you're just kind of a sitting duck, and that's exactly what happened.
And obviously we're talking about the fractions. They didn't go 23, 47, 109. Probably I'd add 2 seconds to every time in this race, and maybe it should be 143. But regardless, it's interesting to look at the dynamics, and you could see that we're moving because that field's spread out.
Yeah, that's one trick that you can look at if you're not trusting the time or you don't see. Are they spread out or are they close together? If they're spread out, they're usually running.
Yeah, they were running. Great card today. A lot of action today. Enjoyed it thoroughly, guys.
We'll do it all over again tomorrow. Day 3 in the books. Tyler Gaffleone, married on Tuesday, win at Saratoga today. Good to be Gaffleone. 13-4, 9-11, a 10-1, an upset. Challenging outside post, no issues for looking to fly. Strikes at a price. 2 for 12 now, both wins here at the Spa.
The momentum continues for War Dancer, following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire. His progeny have posted 23 more wins in 2022, like Busy Morning.
Busy Morning, she is drawing away here.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing the winner.
And Dancing Buck.
No threat to Dancing Buck.
Now with $3.5 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Dust settling following the 11th and final gorgeous evening. Saratoga Springs, as always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. A terrific ride, Gary. From that outside post, Tyler Gaffleone, and looking to fly right about here, finding her best stride right on the far turn.
Yeah, and he's picking up horses, picking them off one at a time, building up momentum. Swings out. Looks like Flavian's home. Take a look at Tyler. He's just getting this filly cranked up. She gets full flight right now and eventually runs down the winner and wins impressively.
Favorite, Tom, looked like she was home until she wasn't.
Yeah, you know, I mean, and actually out of the gate, Pratt really detected very quickly there was going to be a quick pace because he broke really sharp and took back off that. I thought he had perfect position on the leaders at that point. When he made that big move around the turn, it looked like he was home, but there was another one making the same exact move he was making, just waited a little longer, and that's Tyler Gaffalione, and our winner, the 13, looking to fly.
Just shy of $300,000 in this pick 6 with Looking to Fly, 23.60 in the end. The biggest upset of the sequence. It looked like a tough card coming in, Tom, and proved to be just that for the handicappers.
Oh, man, I'm actually surprised. I'm actually surprised that it was a $300,000 payoff. I thought this was really difficult, and I thought it should pay more, you know. But look, I still would have liked to have that ticket. I know those guys were wishing me luck going to the last, but I didn't hit it.
And a big part of it was what we saw in the Grade 1 Diana. We knew that Chad Brown had him surrounded. He had Bleecker Street coming in at a short price, trying to remain undefeated. He had 4 fillies going in, and in the end, it was the one in front. In Italian, took it to him, and in a record-shattering performance, wires the field in the Diana.
Let's give her some serious kudos. I mean, not only did she win this race, setting a really, really rapid pace and continuing on, but she took a bunch of horses out of their game. And that's sometimes easier to do in a claiming race, but these are world-class fillies that are behind her in this Grade 1 Diana, and she took them all out of their game, and they couldn't catch her. They couldn't run their race.
I'm gonna give Joel a lot of credit here as well. What he did coming away from the gate, a lot of riders think since she was going fast, but he didn't get in her way. He let her run into that first turn and made them play his game, but she was relaxed up with what she was doing. So it was a beautiful ride with a beautiful performance.
At what point could you tell, Gary, that she was going to take some catching?
About the 5/16 pole, when she had started backing up the wrong way, when I looked at those fractions popping up there, I thought that she was going to, you know, just slowly ebb away, maybe pick up third or something like that. But when she was continuing to run as smoothly as she was running at the 5/16 pole, and then when she swapped into her right lead at the head of the race, at the head of the stretch, you know, I knew it was over at that point.
Tom, it looked like technical analysis had her in her sights, and she came in an instant. In Italian, had built another cushion, and again, the fastest mile and a half on grass.
Yeah, look, I mean, just when it looked like she might get past, she kicked it into another gear you didn't think she was going to have based on those fractions. We're looking at the Sanford now. Brad Cox on the outside is getting ready to take over and win this thing. Only his second start, and a good effort at that.
Ron Lombardi has to be proud of that effort from Andiamo and Ferenzi. Gary, just in the end, a little tired, and Mo Strike widens nearing the wire.
Yeah, I love this run by Mo Strike right there. What he did, like I said, the last 50 yards, he just kept going. He actually looked like he hit another gear shortly before the finish line on a trying racetrack. It was not the easiest track. I think it was very tiring, very taxing type of racetrack. So to see him be a part of that early pace and then continue on like he did, and the horses behind them all were struggling. It was a very, very impressive win for me, second time out.
Confidence building, Tom, for Brad Cox and the team that still strong at the wire. Mo Strike hinting that at a distance is going to be just fine, and he is by Uncle Mo.
Particularly that last 16th of a mile. You certainly thought that. And you know what? What about Florent Giroux that rode this horse? Florent Giroux is getting ready to take his tack to Del Mar. When you can take a race like this and bring it to California and say, look what I can do, it helps your business.
Highs and lows for a thoroughbred jockey, you know all about it. Yesterday, Giroux set piece, bottled up, nowhere to go in the Forbidden Apple. Not a bad ride, just an unlucky ride. 24 hours later, Saratoga Winner's Circle celebrating a Sanford win.
It's like a quarterback. You've got to have a short memory. Have a short memory and attack it again the next day.
Throw that interception, forget about it. Florent Giroux, again, headed out west, teaming up here with Brad Cox, such a potent team over the years. And this colt, one to watch moving forward, Mo Strike in the Sanford. That series continues, Saratoga Special, and in the end, the hopeful, the most prestigious two-year-old race at Saratoga. For Tom Amos, Gary Stevens, Maggie Wolfendale, the entire team, thanks so much for joining us. on Saratoga Live. Great night of thoroughbred racing that will continue at 8 Eastern, but what a show put on today. Peter Brandt's in Italian, record-shattering performance, new course record. Brilliant in the Diana, a 7th for Chad Brown, Joel Rosario, and the 2-year-old Mo Strike, the future. Laurent Giroux guiding him home for Brad Cox, sensational in the Sanford. Again, we'll see you at 8 Eastern on Fox Sports 2. Have a great night, everyone.